down. It's hammer time.
It's going to be very, very tight.
Side, but they Dutch. Daneben setzen. Geht der Flammer daneben. Das macht dann vorne, wie das Auto weicht. Kleines Krause. Nochmal reintauchen. Fährt der da an den Diffusor ran. Dann springen die Autos wieder raus. Schön zu sehen.
Here's the muscle from Munich. What a drive.
Sehr viel Spaß das Rennen.
Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to go racing once again. Yes, the eyes of the world may be focused on Dubai and Daytona, but for 2024, we're ready to welcome the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series back for another blockbuster set of races. Two races, yes, in 2023 have set the stage for us. Verstappen and Rudy Van Buren came out on top to close out 2023. Boy, are we excited. Arjuna Kankipati alongside with Ewan O'Leary as we get set to go racing. And Ewan, boy, are we ready for this one? It's been good to have a couple of weeks off at the Green Hell.
It has been nice to be off over Christmas, of course, but we're more than ready to go racing once again. The second of two 3.4-hour races over the course of this season, with a 3-hour and a 4-hour to come to end out the season as well. Very much looking forward to seeing how we're going to get on here this afternoon with the third round of our championship for 23-24.
Take a look at some of those race facts. Don't forget, of course, that 210-minute race does require a driver change. One class you can one class you have to do the driver change. The other classes of competition, you can use one joker, and there are some drivers who will be doing the entirety of the race by themselves. Fast repairs come into play as well. You have a big incident, well, you can get a fresh car, but there is a penalty associated with that. And then, of course, incident points, hopefully not a contentious point today. Look at those weather conditions, 18 degrees Celsius on the track itself, with 31 degrees then the surface. And therefore, for the 4 classes out on track for qualifying right now, the Cup 2s, the SP10s, the SP3Ts, and the VT2s, relatively optimal conditions for the cars themselves. Ewan, the thing that's always interesting at this point of qualifying is talking about how 4 classes all qualifying at the same time.
Yeah, and that's why they're allotted a little bit more time in those bottom 4 classes. So they're just allowed a little bit longer to get themselves a bit of free track space, really, which is really the difficult part of it. And then, yeah, well, as you can see here, 2 different classes on your screen immediately. That sort of gives you an idea as to what we see generally in these qualifying sessions. But at the end of the session, you generally see those rising to the top who should be there, and we've got some close margins as of right now in this session.
Yeah, and of course we do know that qualifying maybe not the be-all and end-all in these 3.5-hour races, but it's about setting yourself up appropriately for the time that is to come. Currently in qualifying in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, the Apex Racing team Michael Jarny sit on pole. We ride on board with the Frozen Spike Grid and Go car. Gabriel Streitmatter at the wheel of the BMW M4 GT4 machine, hopefully with as much top end as it seems to have here at Daytona, hopefully with the same amount of fuel saving capabilities that he has as well. 8:26.433 his best lap time, and of course this is the most important corner for some, the run out of Bergwerk, to try and get the momentum on the run to the Mudkurve.
Yeah, long run up the hill through here, so as you say, very important corner. Streitmatter currently 5th position in this class, around 2.1 seconds off of Dory Sports right now, who are currently leading the way with Lucas Muller, and around 6/10 of a second off the best of the BMWs. That comes with Sontec Racing's GT4, who are in 3rd position as of right now. However, I've seen one of their GT4s for Sontec and not having a very good start to the day, and it is the 188, has a qualifying ban as far as the stewards' decisions go, so I'm sure they'll be starting from the back or something at the end of this session.
Might just be a little bit of afters from the previous round of the championship. Of course, don't forget that penalties can be carried forward from our first 2 rounds. Sim RC machine run its way towards the line, I do believe. Of course, Corentin Gunes has been rapid over the first 2 rounds of the championship and actually leads not just in this SP3T class, but also in the overall combined championship. Of course, in the digital Nürburgring endurance standings, we do end up combining the classes, much like in the real world. Daniel Sommer is going to be sharing the car, I believe, with Corentin Gunes. He works his way towards the line, and again, with an 8:45 as the benchmark for him to best, manages to find about a second in time, but only jumps a second on the board.
And that is a surprise. Sim RC are very often seen at the top of the standings in qualifying, but not today. Daniel Sommer a second off of Fabian Siegmann right now, which is a bit of a surprise. And when you factor in the fact that Sim RC have got some penalty to well, not a penalty, is it? It's a success penalty, I suppose, in the pit lane in their first pit stop this afternoon. It's going to be a difficult one for them to go 3 in a row this season in the DNLS.
Yeah, we haven't touched on that success penalty, so let's talk about it very quickly. Drivers and teams that win the previous round of the championship in the first pit stop sequence, they sit stationary for 30 additional seconds. Second place, 20 seconds. Third place, 10 seconds. And that's something that, of course, for the likes of Max Verstappen and Rudy Van Buren in the Team Redline GT3 camp, they will be having to contend with. Victor Brill in the Aston Martin finds a little bit of improvement. He jumps to third on the timesheet in the SB10 category, but it's Door Esports that leads there. The Mahler Racing team in second, with Pro Sport down in third. At this time, the margins through SB10, SB3T, and even VT2, these are bigger than maybe I would suspect. In that Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy class, things are looking mighty close.
Yeah, they are, especially between the top two right now. Apex Racing Team have actually held that position for quite some time in this session. Even before we came to air, they were on top of the standings. It's Scherer who are closest to them. Redliner within a second, and so are WSR Esports Bookkicker. All of them within a second or two. Actually, WSR just over a second, in fact, but even so, they're pretty close. But then once you get sort of outside of that top 5, then the gaps start to get a little bit larger, and that's what I'm a little bit surprised about, I've got to say. Clearly, quite a few of these teams can stay close, but then there's a sort of second grouping, if you like, who are many, many seconds away.
I do feel like we've kind of seen that, though, in the first rounds of the championship. Scherer, Apex, Redline, those have been the major contenders. And while some of the other cars have shown some speed, maybe not as much consistency. Here comes the Nürburgring Esports 111. Mark Henrique is going to rise his way up to the end of the Dottinger Hohe and then begin that plunge down through Tiergarten, through that final complex. And this is where we've seen some brave moves, that is for sure. I mean, Ewan, we were in awe of what we saw last time out. Rudy Van Buren, Kevin Ellis Jr., the racecraft, the audacity from some of the moves that was put on. It was just a shame that eventually it ended in tears.
It was a little bit, but it was on the final lap. It was a great battle up until that point, and we look back on DNLS 2 with some great memories, because it was a brilliant race from start to finish, I've got to say. And one thing, we were watching just a highlights package before we came to air here, by the way, and one thing that surprised me or reminded me was just how chaotic the start was. It was right from start to finish, that race. It was absolute madness from beginning to end. And it was brilliant entertainment. Unfortunate, as you say, in the way that it ended, but what a great fight for the win, and I hope we get something similar.
Yeah, and even though Max Verstappen wasn't necessarily fighting on track, he was saving a bit of fuel, setting things up for his teammate at the end. It was real tense battle through the entire 3 hours. We added another 30 minutes onto that, slightly mixes up the strategy, let's not forget as well, so we'll just keep that in mind. These drivers, by the way, coming to the end of qualifying for the 4 classes, will send the SB10s out, SB9s rather, in a few moments' time. Fabian Hari finds a marginal improvement. Not sure if it ended up counting, though, because he stayed in 6th position in the Adrenaline Motorsport GT4 machine. Pressure's on now, Ewan. We've got to get the time on the board.
You do. Not much time remaining for these 4 classes who are out there at the moment. 6/10 of a second he would have needed to find there, so even if that lap had have counted, it wouldn't matter anyway for that BMW team. So they're going to stay in that position for now, and qualifying will draw to a close pretty quickly here. Not sure who is near the end of a lap here and likely to improve. Don't think there's really anybody who is going to set the world on fire here with a late lap time.
Just looking through the entry list as it stands in front of me, in the 4 classes of competition we've seen out on track for qualifying, where you are allowed a joker driver. That is a driver that does the entirety of the race by themselves. You're allowed to do that once per season. Only Holder Motorsports, Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class car will be attempting to do this 3.5-hour race by themselves. After this race, let's not forget, in terms of championship, we've got a 3-hour and a 4-hour race left to come. Drivers will be wanting to avoid using that joker in the 4-hour, you assume. But with 4 classes of competition ready to finish up the qualifying session, it sets the stage for SB9s to take to the qualifying grid. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the final stages of qualifying for round 3 of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series.
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Well, welcome back to the green hell. 4 classes of qualifying done and dusted. It's time now to get real-world drivers onto track in the SP9 category. Welcome back along, Arjuna Kankipati, alongside of Ewan O'Leary, with 20 minutes or so put back onto that qualifying clock and us getting ready to see them roll out. We'll take a look at the qualifying results for the Cup 2s, the SP10s, SP3Ts and VT2s in a second, and by starting with the Toyota GR86s. And a reminder, you only need 2 to tango. There are only 5 cars in this class, yes, but they know how to put on a show. The Nürburgring esports team will lead us to the green in class, with Fast Lane by Smilia Esports alongside Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing, along with the Kaufman Motorsports cars, round out the other 5 entries. And even though those margins maybe look relatively large, when qualifying's considered, let's not forget, they were sharing the track with 3 faster classes, and they were probably unlikely to get clean laps onto the board. So their times maybe not representative. Same thing could be said for some of the SP3Ts, but it's Team Hoisingveld that grabbed pole here with Impulse by GTU alongside Sim RC. No Corentin Gunes today. Instead, they'll be hoping for the likes of Nicholas Haida along with Daniel Sommer to lead them forward, especially with the success penalty they'll serve in their pit stop. Shera Esports, Carlar Esports, and then Pro Sport Sim Racing, along with simracers.de by Racing 77. We'll see the 7 Hyundai Veloster NTC machines all roll out in synchrony. So that's, of course, effectively SP3T class, and then you move forward to what will be your next class of competition, which does start to see a BOP brought into the mix, but also, of course, the slight mix of manufacturers when you talk about the SP10 category. This, of course, a GT4 spec category around the world, but in the nomenclature of the NLS, the Nürburgring Landstracken Series, dubbed as SP10. Door Esports and Mahler Racing Team, it's Aston Martin, Mercedes 1 and 2, and with 0.3 of a second splitting the 2 of them. Pro Sport and Frozen Speed by Grid and Go behind that number machine, really looking to start to put the championship hopes up for grabs. Sontec back in 5th alongside the Adrenaline Motorsports 190, with ATRS's Aston Martin alongside the X-Racer Mercedes at 172, and about 2.5 seconds covering the front 4 rows. So stick gap, all things considered, but ultimately we will probably see the draft play them quite closely. Adopt, don't shop. Great memo, great message there in that BMW alongside Nürburgring Esports' green and grey beast entry, and Leipert Esports down at the very back around 4 seconds in qualifying. So one more class to talk about before we can focus on on-track action again. In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, Apex Racing Team Michael Gianni on pole, with Shera Esports alongside, and only by about 1/10 of a second. Diogo Pinto qualifies the Team Redline car that he'll share with Sebastian Job again in 3rd position, with the WSR Esports team then that big gap behind in terms of time. Greiker Motorsports, Coanda Esports, the 2nd of the Shera Esports machines, the 115, then signs up in 7th. The Holder Motorsports car that we'll see solo driver attempt to do 3.5 hours. Mike Holder will hope that no such dramas befall him along the way. He'll be lining up on the outside of row number 4. You can see the SP9 stacked up and ready to go on the exit of pit lane. They are impatient to get their qualifying session underway. We have to finish reading through the running order for the rest of the Cup 2 class, because, of course, this is a relatively large class in terms of numbers. PB Performance will be down in 9th with the Avia W&S e-Motorsports car completing your top 10, and then I believe the Nürburgring Esports car 11th in the category. 6 seconds between the top 8 cars, though. Ewan, that's a pretty large margin.
It is, and that's what I was referencing earlier about being surprised by the margins. And look at the back row there as well. Door Esports and Kramer Racing have, 45 seconds away and more than. So it's some pretty big gaps here. The big surprise for me, though, is Shera being so far down. At least their second car was. Sherra Cup Esport Cup 2 down in 7th place, and that's a surprise given the fantastic showing they put on one race ago, with one of their cars winning and the other car probably should have got a better result than they did in the end as well, without the bit of bad luck towards the end of the race. So it's a surprise to see those two cars quite so far apart, but these things happen. And as you said, I think in the SB10s the draft is going to be very important here, and the qualifying results may be less so.
Yeah, and of course, first cycle through of traffic, when it does happen, such a large track, but we do have split starts, that always tends to break your fields up as well. You mentioned, by the way, Sherra, the 105, the 115, they've actually split victories so far. 105 winning the first round, 115 winning the second round. However, Apex Racing actually lead in that category by virtue of 2 second-place finishes. Just a reminder, consistency does help you win championships. Focus on SB9s, though, because at the top of this championship standings, it's so wild. 2 different teams have won races, BS Competition along with Team Redline. The other race, well, disaster. I think that's the only way to say it, Ewan. BS Competition got 1 point in the last race. They at least finished. Team Redline, though, in the opener, let's not forget, Rudy Van Buren tangled with the AMG Team MSI car down in through the foxhole, and no points for them on the board.
And it's one of the most bizarre situations I've seen for quite some time in terms of a championship. I know we're only 2 rounds in, but just to give some context to it, the amount of points you get for race wins is 15, and the best team currently, the top team in the point standings, currently has 16. So that gives you an idea of just what a wild season we've had so far. And as you say, it was important for BS Competition to at least finish the race last time out. That's what's given them the championship lead over Team Redline, because Redline didn't finish the opening race. You might remember their crash as they were going down the hill towards Adenauer Forst in the opening DNLS race of the season. That forced them to retire, and so they didn't get any points, whereas you do get a point for finishing the race. No matter where you finish, if you're outside the top 7, you will get a point for at least crossing the line. So that's what's given BS Competition the lead in a wild, wide open championship battle.
Yeah, the 3rd place team in the class, AMG Williams number 5, they finished off the podium in round 1, got onto the podium, but on the 3rd step, I think, in round, and so ultimately hoping to stay out of trouble. On board with Max Verstappen, we're heading down through the run-in towards Arenberg here, onto the brakes. This is where the Redline car got its retirement in round number 1. No dramas here with traffic and qualifying, though. This is the difference, though, in the Track and Series, in the digital Nürburgring Land Track and Series as well. You are able to take a shortcut on the Grand Prix loop. You don't have to do a full outlap on the Nordschleife. However, we did see this last time, split approaches, and it seems as though 4 or 5 cars effectively in a line now, winding out of Adenauer Forest and Ewan, setting up for what seems to be a pretty slow outlap.
It is a very slow outlap, and the danger as well, by the way, with doing the shortcut is that you can get it wrong, and that happened to at least one team during the previous qualifying session. Happened to one of the VT2 cars that will have to serve a drive-through penalty early on, and we'll go through some penalties later on once we actually start the race. But it's easy to get that wrong, I suppose, and I guess in some ways it's safer to go around. I can't really work out, though, from watching these opening races, really which one's better. There doesn't seem to be a consensus on which one is better to do, really.
I guess it kind of depends. Like, I wonder if some drivers, you know, because you have to qualify with your real-world driver in this SB9 category. The way this works, you either need a driver
if you have one.
You're meant to have one. The driver needs to have an FIA driver's license or have done a couple of VLN NLS races or competed in the Nürburgring 24-hour race. For some teams, Sindre Setsource as an example, he categorized himself, yes, as a real-world racer, but at the same time, very capable sim racing driver, and so, you know, he kind of straddles both camps. As you were alluding to, though, Ewan, there are plenty of teams over the course of this season who have not been able to put a real-world driver in, and one of the teams we're looking at right now, in fact, BS Plus Competition in that BMW, Niels is not a real-world driver. They're going to get a 60-second stop and hold penalty to serve during the first juncture of the race.
Yeah, and so are the 48 AMG Team Apex Racing car as well, but that's to be expected because that's happened to them every single round of the season so far. Gal Valero will qualify their car, and you would hope as well that given that they don't have any real-life drivers, they might make use of it in some way and at least get out front early on, but even that's not really happened to either of those teams so far, especially Apex here. You haven't really seen the front. I think they were in the top 3 when they came in for or the top 5 when they came in last round, but they certainly weren't leading at the time, so it does really, really hold them back, and there's just no way you make up 60 seconds stop and go. You're set back by 90 seconds immediately.
I do believe that they were scheduled to have a rear-wheel driver today, but I think scheduling conflicts have meant that Gael is going to potentially have to take that penalty by himself. Here's the Williams Esports number 50, though, 4th in the championship after Vasilius Belitsiotis and Fabio Rauergraud 2nd in round 1, then only 2 points for Belitsiotis alongside Wiltrud Goethe in the 2nd round of the championship. It's a 3rd different driver into the real-world seat of this car, but as far as I'm aware, we're still going to see Vasilios eyed in the number 50 entry, although it's number 50 in name. The actual number on the car, just to confirm, is actually the number 47. Other interesting additions to the entry list, if you're wondering, well, I know Ian Chan-Guven's going to be racing. I saw that Elvis Rankin's going to be jumping into one of the Coanda Esports cars. Pash Gergis is in there as well, but maybe the name that most stood out to me, I'm not sure if you caught this one, Ewan, but a certain Sebastian Weldon's going to be in that BS Plus competition car.
Yeah, and that's going to be good to see as well. Plenty of different names actually in qualifying this time around, or a few certainly out there. We've got some returning ones as well, though. The likes of Norby Kiss is in the number 9. The other BS competition car. Max Verstappen is qualifying for Team Redline, as some of you probably know. Sontec Racing have got Samuel Trogan qualifying for them, so we've got some returning names as well from sort of what we've come to expect from this season of the DNLS.
I've actually just realized as we watch Norby Kish running down in through the final part of the Nordschleife that in that BS competition number 7, so not the one that we're watching right now, Niels Cox doing the flying, but Sebastian Weldon would actually qualify as a rear-wheel driver. I'm guessing it's just scheduling commitments that have probably held them up there. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get you to realize, Ewan.
Oh, sorry, I didn't really realize that. Okay, well, that's especially odd.
Scheduling, man. Real-world scheduling.
Yeah, I guess so. But I don't know. Anyway, that doesn't make a lot of sense. But anyway, I guess that's the way it has to be, because otherwise they wouldn't do it. So I don't know. But there we are. They're going to be set back a long way, put it that way.
They're going to have a fun ride forward, I think, at point in the race. Also going to be a good opportunity, I think, for them to just get some experience. That's not the car that we're necessarily looking to challenge, despite the fact it is the BMW. Sami Matti Trogan in the Sontec Racing car in that Lamborghini. Let's not forget they started the championship as Ferrari. Round 2 switched over into this Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo, and so it's going to be interesting given that they are now finishing what I believe is the full formation lap. I'm not sure if these are the timed attempts, I'll be completely honest, Ewan.
Well, some of them are, some of them aren't. So Guven is on a timed attempt, so is Norby Kish, who we were following earlier on. Niels Koch is, Sindre Setsas is on a timed lap, Moshe Kotsky as well, who we spent a bit of time on board with, Marvin Dienst as well for Falcon, Tony Ferdi. Jan-Philipp Springhoff is also on a lap here, so there's a few of them, I believe anyway, who are coming up towards the end of a lap, and Sindre Setsas here is one of them.
Yeah, and we have seen, of course, Sindre has been quite competitive, not just as a real driver, in the sim as well. Champion in the Nürburgring Blind Tracking Series in the real world. 7:55.112 going to be the benchmark. I have no idea how that will stack up compared to those that are now coming across the line behind. I saw the Titian Mercedes, that would be Norby Kish that crossed the line. He's just set a 7:54.036. 1 full second quicker than Williams is the Falcon Sim Racing team, that 44 that slots into second. Yeah, nice time from Marvin Dienst. He's actually the last of 2 drivers to be quicker than the fastest Porsche time, so that just gives you an idea of the time that Michael Jani did earlier on. He's only a second off pole at the moment, as Norby Kish also
retains the lead. Sorry, Guven goes up to third, is what I was seeing there. He's also just under a second off of pole. Good to see the Porsches feeling a little bit more competitive early on here.
Yeah, I mean, BOP, hot button topic, whether you're in the real world or the virtual world. I've just, of course, been at the Daytona International Speedway the last couple of days and been enjoying the BOP conversation there as well. I can only imagine what these drivers have been off in the off-season testing and trying to figure out. RC Car Shop's Marcus Fischer onto the Dottinger Hoa. 9 drivers currently with times onto the board. Not sure if we're necessarily going to have to wait until after the checkered flag to see the likes of Verstappen and company to end up actually setting a time. The BMW comes up into the final run though, and you can see that speed starts to now increase as it plunges down the hill.
Yeah, we are going to have to wait, by the way, for Verstappen to set a time. He's just begun his lap, but Marcus Fischer is the final driver of those who took the shortcut, if you like, through the Grand Prix layout. So he's taken his time, I think it's fair to say, but he's now finally going to set a time to complete the 10 who have taken that short route to the line and put a time on the board early. It's a 57.7. and they go 9th, only ahead of Line GP for now. So that is it for Marcus Fischer on this opening lap, and it looks like we've even got traffic on this second one for Cal Valero.
Yeah, that's interesting. The fact, he, let's not forget, does have the qualifying, not qualifying, but the stop and hold penalty to serve for no real-world driver. Maybe he's just given a bit of a tow to the MSI, a sister car that's now running up in towards the Foxhole and up in towards Ardenau Forest. Maybe that's the bit of compromise that's happened between them. Of course, Kevin Ellis Jr., Elias Seppänen in that last round in the AMG Team MSI car still finished second despite the tangle on the second lap, final lap, excuse me. Kevin Ellis Jr. out, Alejandro Sanchez going to be back into that car, and he'll be alongside Seppänen in what is a mighty pairing. Have to see if they try to go just that little bit better. 20 seconds of success penalty, though, for them to factor things out. I saw Falcon Sim Racing rolling out of pit lane as well when we saw RC Car Shop coming to the line. So fresh set of boots for them. They'll be taking the shortcut to grab another lap in this qualifying session. We'll have to see how it works out for them.
They will have to, with only 2.5 minutes remaining, of course. Charlie Houghton is driving here for WS Racing as well in the BMW. So who's closest to setting the time here? I think it's going to be the likes of Verstappen and Valero and sort of that sort of clump of cars that we were just watching. Elias Seppänen was there as well. So that's what we're going to see first, I think, but they're still about half a lap away from setting times, and it's just the traditional amount of huge pressure on this qualifying session. It's not like the other 4 classes. You really only get one big shot at this in SB9, and it's coming up right now.
Yeah, the guys that have elected to go out there and do that full out lap on the Nordschleife will only get the 1 lap. There's no question about it. It's those drivers that have elected to use the shortcut that have maybe sacrificing a little bit of tire warm-up, tire preparation, and it's just set up though with 2 attempts to connect the lap together. It's a long lap, 170 odd corners, let's not forget, and connected with some very long straights in between them. Elias Seppänen in this number 49 machine rises up to the top of 5th gear and basically is very top of the rev range right now. There's no point in shifting up to 6th gear because you're still climbing up onto this run into the fast left-hander. Set up as far as to the right as you can. That seems pretty committed, almost flat to the floor.
Yeah, very committed around the McGurvner again. Same will be for this right-hander, and now on the brakes. Big stop down here, of course, for a slightly nicely looping hairpin, and then into the very famous carousel. He's got to be careful of towing too many people behind him. I know it's Cal Valero just behind, so that's not going to be too much of a worry, but there is a couple of others who are sort of trying to benefit from Apex working together here, which they'll not be best pleased with, but it's the perils of open qualifying we've got in the DNLS.
Yeah, but ultimately I think this is the part of the track where you get to now where draft doesn't make a difference. Top of the facility at Hoa Act, highest point, of course, of the track. It's Leon Erger in that Pro Sport sim racing car that's on the case just behind them in the another one of the many AMGs that we have out there in the field. You can see another one. I think that's an Apex Racing Team car that's running behind them as well. So 7:54, the benchmark to be. Going to have to wait probably another 2 minutes before we see what Sepänen's got in store. Let's not forget that Sontec Racing have been pretty quick as well in qualifying. Sami Matti Trogan has been able to connect it all together. I'll I'll put you on the spot, Ewan. Who comes out with pole in about 20 minutes time?
I think it's going to... I'm going to go for the obvious, boring choice of Max Verstappen here, I think. It's going to be close, of course, and we did see a bit of an upset in qualifying in round 2, but Verstappen has got a lot of pace. He's very accustomed to this circuit and his car now in the second round of the championship, and so surely it's going to be him on pole here, but it's one shot and you never know what could happen here.
Yeah. I think this is where the pressure does start to build for some of these drivers now, especially as you get to the end of the lap, down through the Stefan Belofesses. At this point, you've got, what, 3 real corners with which to navigate, maybe 4, factoring in that this counts as 2 separate corners. It's through the mini carousel where I always feel like you're the most stressed. It's a corner that's always trying to pop you out of it and into that Armco on the right-hand side. Erger navigates through it relatively successfully, and now through Galgenkopf, trying to clip as little of the inside curve, but right up to that white line as possible. Bring the car back over to the left, run the speed onto the Dottinger, because it starts downhill initially, but then it's a climb back up the hill on the run towards Tiergarten.
Yeah, and then you've got the bridge and then a plunge back down again. How much is Leon Erger benefiting from the couple of cars in front? You'd have to say pretty minimally from this distance, but he's been pretty smart to try and benefit from them at the very least. You can see him there on the left-hand side, and you can see that he's not got a whole lot to do at the moment. Now he will, though, under the Bilstein Bridge and into the Tiergarten. Well, all of a sudden he'll be very busy on the brakes down here.
How late do you want to go, though? There's an access road sometimes on the left that you will elect to use as your reference point. So we'll focus on Max Verstappen. There will be more times onto the board in front of him, of course, but we'll keep an eye on the Team Redline number 50. Keep an eye on the left-hand side of your screen, though, to see the times start to come onto the board. Where will Pex, where will Erger go? MSI go to the top. It's a 7:53.878. We knew Seppinen was going to be quick. Verstappen, though, 2 full seconds quicker. A 7:51.046.
Nearly 3 seconds quicker, in fact, there. Sontek are going to be towards the line very soon as well. I think Sami Trogan is the only driver who could really get anywhere near Max Verstappen here in qualifying, because as you can see, he's destroyed the field. A 51.0, 2.8 seconds ahead of anybody else in this session.
He's got a smile on his face as well. That was clearly a good lap.
It was, yeah. Well, at the very least, a good result at the end of the lap for Max Verstappen, who gives us a smile. You don't often see that, to be fair, from him. Maybe he's just chatting and laughing away, to be fair, but even so.
He's probably on the Team Redline stream right now. I'm pretty sure they're having a little bit of a watch party, so you can go and join them for the fun. Keep an eye on us as well with all the main action, but if you want to see the 3.5 hours from the Redline perspective, you do have a place to be able to go and follow it. Yeah, don't think that Sontek were able to end up challenging Verstappen's supremacy over the course of the lap, but yeah, 2.5 seconds almost to that MSI car, almost 3 full seconds. Boy, there are laps, and there are amazing laps. We're not done just yet, though, it would seem. Here comes the full sim racing team. Now, they're still heading in through the middle and final sectors of the Nordschleife loop itself, so I think we can ignore what the current lap says. Ewan, they still may have a chance to improve.
Yeah, this is the... that's not their current lap, I don't think. It could be. We are going to see those drivers who took the shortcut on the opening lap now come across the line pretty soon to complete their laps now as well, starting with these guys. Actually, these guys are the closest to the line. And I said earlier that Sami Trogan was the only driver who could get anywhere near Max Verstappen. Well, he got within a second at least, so I would describe that as fairly near around the Nordschleife. Not a bad lap time from Trogan at all, but it's still a big advantage for Team Redline heading into this one.
Just confirmation, by the way, I think checkered flag is officially out in the session, so don't be scared by the lack of a checkered flag on your screen, lack of a ping down. No, the session is basically done and dusted. We're waiting for the final times to come down onto the board. You're right, that 0.9 of a second, still a large margin. Sami Trogan definitely got the most of the Lamborghini. And then 2 seconds back from Trogan to the 49 goes to show that those two are maybe in a bit of a class of their own. Not just Falcon Sim Racing that are going to finish things up. Here come the M&J Downforce team through the Galgenkopf section as well.
such an important section of corners as well. We talk about Bergwerk and how crucial it is to get a good run out of there, but also getting Galvenkopf right is very important too. And it feels like, you know, it's difficult to manage as well. It's one of those blind corners where you can't really see where you're exiting and aiming for until you're absolutely there. So that makes it a little bit more difficult. You need a good run down the Dottingham, of course, because this is the longest straight in motorsport, probably.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Trying to think of any others, really.
Fuji's pretty long.
No, not as long as this, though.
Is there a longer straight than Fuji, though?
Yeah, this
I don't think so. Well, no. They always call Fuji one of the longest straights in motorsport, right? So I'm trying to think what else is up there. We'll get back to that during the 3.5 hours of racing. Don't worry, podcast time will come. Jan-Philipp bring up to the line and finds 0.6 of a second of improvement, and from 14th position see him improve. In fact, no, it does not. He stays exactly where he was. The number 50 AMG Team Williams car, that's the number 47 in the session. Yes, it's confusing. They've just jumped up to 6th. Coanda Esports by Manthey, Einchang Guven, the ever popular driver, Porsche factory driver, won to the line. Of course, he ran last year in DTM with Lauren Heinrich. Lauren's over in Daytona getting ready to go for the Rolex 24 today. I'm sure Guven will be cheering him on, and likewise Lauren probably cheering Guven on at the end of qualifying. It's going to be a decent lap, yes, 7:54, but good enough to jump to 4th. Still a ways behind your leader. Set Source will run to the line at 54.4 for him. Finds himself moving from 8th position forward, except that lap doesn't seem to have counted at the end.
That would have been 7th. He would have moved on to the other side of the row, swapped rows with his teammates there, but it clearly had an off-track within it. Was there some damage on that line GP car? Looked like it to me on the way in there, but they can't improve anyway. It's now up to BS Competition to try and infiltrate those first 2 rows.
I think there was a little bit of damage to the front of that Ferrari. Now, these 2 BS competitions that we see, the Mercedes in front of the BMW, look relatively clean. So Kish, master of truck racing, but also champion in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series in the past. What can he do? We know he's quick. He's not going to be a 7:51, that we know. 53, yes it can. Will it count? It will. BS Competition to 3rd. The other BS Competition car up to 8th as well. The BMW works its way forward.
Yeah, so 8th place for the best placed of the BMWs actually in the field. And BS Competition both on the first 4 rows, but the 4 of the manufacturers, I should say, involved in the top 5. Good variety in there with Ferrari, Lamborghini, Mercedes and Porsche all inside the top 5. That's encouraging, but how on earth is anyone going to beat Max Verstappen today? That's going to be the big question for everyone to solve.
Well, it helps that he's going to get whacked with a 30-second success penalty, and we're going to force him to sit in pit lane for a little bit of an extra time. So that is basically, I think, the hope for some. But if he's 2 seconds quicker than you in qualifying, and he's 2 seconds quicker than you in the race, that's about, what, 14 seconds per hour, Ewan? He makes up that 30 seconds within 2 hours.
Well, that's what I mean. And I was going to think of it sort of with more evidential basis than that, even, and say, look at the gap that Rudy Van Buren and Kevin Ayers Jr. had at the end of the race for their battle. They had a lot of space behind them, so much so that Kevin Ayers Jr. could spin around and still continue on in seconds. So that amount of time can be made up, indeed, with half an hour more than they had at round 2 as well.
The 3.5-hour race distance, though, does make the strategy a little bit more intriguing, opens it up just a little bit, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. Race control decisions from what I've been seeing in qualifying. There is a drive-through penalty for Lion GP Fenster. Redline got a warning, but outside of that, no real issues that we had to observe. And so that is qualifying done and dusted for round 3 of this 2023-2024 Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Let's run you down through their starting grid. Redline Verstappen on top, and after the victory at the end of 2023 for Van Buren and for Verstappen, they're looking to repass at the start of the new year. Sontec Racing, Sami-Matti Trojan will line up alongside, and just hoping to get a little bit more success onto the board. You'd have to assume has not been an easy campaign for Sontec by any means. BS Plus competition in that Mercedes alongside the AMG Team MSI car with Kevin Ellis Jr. instead Alejandro Sanchez alongside Elias Sepinen, and then Coanda Esports by Mantai. That's Ian Changuven alongside Pash Gergis. Falcon Sim Racing Team, of course, powered by Door Esports there. Number 44 machine, we'll see Marvin Dietz paired with Jan Turnak. 7th for the number 47 AMG Team Williams Esports car, Jan Mashalowski alongside Vasilius Belitz-Yotis, and then the best of the BMWs, as Ewan called out. BS competition in that entry, of course, that's the one where Niels Koch has just done the driving for qualifying. Sebastian Weldon, part of the Andretti development program, will do the second driving responsibilities. 3.5 seconds split the front 4 rows. But again, just to reiterate, it's only about 1.3 seconds that splits third from 8th. Max Verstappen with a flyer of a lap, and the number 5 machine of Sindre Setsource finds himself 4 seconds off. Shocked by that, all things considered. WS Racing, Harley Horden, one of the youngest to ever race at the Nordschleife in the real world, is on the outside of row number 5, with Leipert Esports Pro Sport Sim Racing, and then the AMG Team HRT by Ewa Wellcard, the number 4, alongside the AMG Team Apex Racing Team machine, that number 48 machine, that will have Gael Valero having to serve that 60-second penalty. M&J Downforce, and then RC Car Shops round out that top 16 as they run through the qualifying order. And the large gaps, yes, say a lot, but ultimately I think we are be pretty close come the race start, because Ewan starts here at the Nordschleife, always crazy, always chaotic, especially when we pack them into their starting groups.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting start, and as I mentioned earlier, I was surprised watching back in the highlights of the second race, just how chaotic the start was that we saw in the previous round. Hopefully we get a bit of a cleaner one than that on this occasion, because there were already a couple of cars in the wall before we'd even left the Grand Prix layout on the opening lap last time around. But hopefully it's a cleaner start on this occasion, and hopefully we've got a good race ahead of us.
I think we got a pretty intriguing race. Let's not forget Holden Motorsports Lion GP Fencer down the very back of the starting grid. 3.5 hours. We know that for the SB9 drivers, they have to do a minimum amount of laps. The rear-wheel driver in that car. What we saw in the first round of the championship, Ewan, was some drivers decided let's make that I think it's the 8-lap minimum into 2 4-lap stints. Some other teams decided their rear-wheel driver was also their fastest drivers. So they started, they did 7 laps, the second driver jumped in, and then the real driver got back in to push to the end.
Yeah, there's different philosophies with going for this, and it very much, as you say, depends on which team you're on. I think if you've just seen your primary driver, or your rear-wheel driver, I should say, qualify inside the top 5 or 6 or so, you might be tempted to leave them in for longer than 8 laps. If not, you might be wanting to get them out and get them through 2 4-lap stints, as you say. And there's a little bit more wiggle room with 3.5 hours than there was at the 3-hour race with that. But let's not forget, we haven't seen Team Redline, for example, do the whole of a 3.5-hour race yet. And Max Verstappen wasn't a part of the first round anyway. So how are they going to play it? It makes you wonder.
It's going to be fun. It will be a lot of fun. Wherever you're watching around the world, do let us know who you're cheering for, who you're rooting for, and where you're watching from, more importantly. I'm over here at Daytona, ready for the Rolex 24. In 3.5 hours' time, I will shut my laptop, head over to the track. I'm going to be loving it. Ewan, you're over in the UK. What's your plan for the weekend once you wrap up this?
I don't really have one, to be honest with you.
More broadcasts?
Not until Sunday night, actually. No one wants to broadcast over the Rolex 24, which is a strange coincidence. Wonder why.
It's going to be good. Qualifying, of course, last weekend for that Rolex 24. And we're looking forward to some real-world Nürburgring, Landstrack and Series racing this year as well, of course. To the schedule, yes, but hopefully same great racing to be expected in 2024, nonetheless, at this great racing facility. We're looking forward to kicking off what will be a blockbuster year. 3 more races in this Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series to crown our champions. And of course, about the SB9 category, how wild it's been, with 1 point between BS Competition and Redline at the top. If you go back to 6th position in the championship, it's 5 points total in SB9. To give you a counterpoint, Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, top 3 are split by 5 points there, and then 7 points back to the 4th place car. Apex Racing and Scherer Esports running away with the points lead.
Yeah, they are, but one of those Scherer cars, the number 2 car hasn't qualified very well for this race at all. Well, I say at all, they're still 7th, but, you know, it's not ideal at all. And there's success penalties, of course, to factor in as well. This round, the Scherer Cup number 2 will have 30 seconds to serve, Apex will have 20, and it will be Coanda with 10 seconds to serve at their first stop. So that's to factor in as well. And that's the games are going to start in the next round, round 4, as to how much of a points lead do you have, and sort of how many seconds of success penalty do you have to take in order to get that in a weird way, because it's a difficult equation to work out in that penultimate round where you want to be.
Yes, no. There are some strategic elements when it comes to success ballast and all those sorts of things. 3.5 hours onto the board, 3 hours, 30 minutes. We're pulling away down the Dottinger, and again, class by class, we will get underway. It's not until effectively the SP9s have gotten through the Hudson back, through the beginning of the Nordschleife loop effectively, that we'll see the second class go racing. And what it does mean, Ewan, is that the SP9s will catch up to the VT2s, the Toyota GR86s, within the first couple of laps of the race.
Yeah, they will. So it's going to be an interesting first couple of laps here. Looking forward to seeing how we settle in. Are we going to see quite such big gaps as we saw in qualifying, sort of written out for us in the race as well? How close are the other classes going to stay together? I've really enjoyed SP10 this season in how close they've stayed early on in these races. Is that going to remain the same? Are we going to see a bit of a different race this time around? Are we going to see a runaway leader? It's all to be seen, because you might think all the races are the same given that we're at the same circuit, but each one does have a different feel to it despite that.
Well, and storyline as well, you. And Max Verstappen's already won in a Mercedes this year on iRacing. He could win in a Ferrari again before he even wins in a Red Bull.
That is... that would be funny, wouldn't it? But I think today's race is going to be a bit more difficult. 30 seconds is a long way to set him back, even with his ability. So we'll see how much time they can make up before the end.
The jokes write themselves, but no joke comes to the on-track action. We're ready to go. What a blockbuster way we had to close 2023. One of the best digital Nürburgring Endurance Series races ever. To open up 2024 well, could we live up to the hype? We'll find out. Field onto the main straightaway, and now in control of the starter. Drivers waiting for the green flag. Verstappen a nose in front, and away we go for round 3 of the 2023-2024 Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Look at Norby Kish in the BS competition Mercedes. He makes it 3 wide. He's looking for second. He'll challenge Elias Seppin, and as down the hill they go, 4 wide behind. Around will go the AMG Team Williams car. Off the track goes Dor in the Falcon car. Slightly sideways for the Porsche, able to save the rear end and bring it back under control. It's through the Mercedes-Benz arena though. Verstappen leads, rest of the cars squabbling behind.
It was Jan Marszałkowski who's gone around there in the Mercedes. Robin Dienst was shoveled out wide as well. He's down to 17th. And the battles continue as well through the Mercedes arena for the first time. It's outside line for Ayrton Guber, looking to gain some of the places that he lost on the run down towards turn 1, where cars were passing him left and right.
That was the BMW for BS competition that got around him through that shortcut. Holds on for the time being, though. Already top 3, trying to take advantage to break away. Sindre Setsource is now up to 4th position. He will have an ear grin right now that he can try and hold on to the leaders, as through the fast chicane we will be side by side. That is the BS competition car alongside with one of the Mercedes. Oh, you got to be careful here. They give each other just enough room. BS competition squeezes the Mercedes onto the runoff curve on the outside. The AMG Team HRT machine backs out eventually through the Sabine Schmidt curve. We're onto the Nordschleife.
And down the inside goes Sam Messi-Trogan, who's also been shuffled a long way back as a result of the opening lap here past the Nürburgring eSports car. He goes, but what a dramatic start, and an ideal one as well for Max Verstappen, who still leads. And that could have got a lot worse for him, because there was a lot going on behind him, and he's got it wrong on the Hudson back, and he loses the lead.
One small mistake and a change at the front. Uncharacteristic for Max Verstappen to slip up like that, but no second invitation for a previous champion of the series to take advantage. Up towards Flugplatz, front end will jump up into the air as they rise, but here come Porsche Endurance Esports Trophy Nürburgring contenders. It's Michael Jani in the Apex Racing Team car on that left-hand side. The Scherer Esports machine alongside. WSR Esports butt kicker search up the middle. Not going to be 4 wide. Pinto backs out eventually. Here comes the 4 wide. It's 5 wide at the very back of the pack. Johnny's on the inside, holds on to the lead, going the long way around, trying to hold on to second spot. Will lose out on the run off the corner initially. Back up the inside, much tidier start for these Porsche 911 Cup cars. Diogo Pinto with the confidence to go up to second.
What a start that was from the Porsche guys there. Unbelievable. 5 wide in the background, 4 wide at the front of the field, and most of them made it through. Mark Bowser of Kremer Racing unfortunately got tipped around. Oh, and we've got a spin on the exit of the Mercedes arena as well. Unfortunately, it's a little bit of a messier start. Late on the brakes there from the 115 Scherer car, who initially got past Dory Sport and just handed them back, that position back again on the cut-through hairpin on the Grand Prix layout.
I'm pretty sure that was Tyler Hervius in the WSR butt kicker machine that went around. We'll try and get an update when we can. On towards the back straightaway. Slight right kink before they're into that chicane. It's Apex from Redline, and then the Scherer car in third. VRS Kawanda's purple and orange machine tucked into line, but Michael Jani has had a nice, tidy start. We'll want to now try and settle into the rhythm of the race, because let's not forget that one of these races all by himself. Down onto the Nordschleife loop they will go. Hopefully no slip-ups like we saw from Verstappen. I can already tell you that there's 2 different incidents that race control is looking into from the start. We can focus in though on the SP10s. It is the Door Esports car alongside Mahler. Aston Martin alongside Mercedes as into the starting zone they go, and underway SP10s will get frozen speed by Grid and Go, instantly jinked to the inside and now covered off by Door, who see them trying to work their way on forward. 4 wide for second indeed. Move from Sontec Racing around the outside. Mahler's going to make a bit of contact with one of those orange machines as Door will lead them off the corner. 3 wide for 4th position it is now. Sontec hold on to the inside. The Nürburgring Esports car gets tipped on the nose of Ruben Bonga's Mahler Racing Team entry down through the arena. Another crazy start. At least it's tidy.
Relatively so. It could have been a lot worse though. The Pro Sport Aston Martin that was very close to contact, they've finally been shuffled out by Sontec Racing, who hold on to 3rd position, or get up into 3rd position I should say, off of the start here in SP10. That's 4 wide in 3 classes now. I don't think we've ever seen one start go 4 wide this season yet, have we? We've seen 3 of them now.
You know what it is, Ewan? 2023 was the year of 3 wide. 2024 is the year of 4 wide.
I'm concerned about 2029 then.
Exactly. You saw exactly where I was going with that. Hopefully we don't have to worry about that for another 5 years or so, but at least in towards the chicane these SP10s will go. No side-by-side battles, quite intriguingly to note. So as the Door Esports Aston Martin will lead them through the Nürburgring Green, and being the beast just lurking in that mid-pack tucked up behind the Mahler Racing Team entry. It's the left again, and the run down to the Hudson back that these drivers now navigate their way on through. Nice tidy start again for 3 of the classes so far. We've still got SP3T, we've still got the VT2s to come, and those of course are some of the most intriguing classes. Here they come, in fact, going to start in one combined group given the slightly reduced numbers in the class. The Hyundais at the front getting ready to jump. Impulse alongside Team Hoisingveld. Hoisingveld, the technical pole position sitters, who will have the inside line down into the opening quarter. Sim Arcia getting a shove from Karlar, taking it 4 wide instantly. Can we fit 5 on the pit straight? The answer is no. Karlar have nowhere to go. Sim RC and Impulse in the middle of the sandwich have, I think, got to recognize discretion is the better part of valor. Hoisingveld's going to bully Impulses down through the opening corner. They go. That blue machine backed out of things and does not want to get involved. Impulse lunges up the inside, though, as they camber off of turn 2. Hoisingveld now on the outside, in a terrible place to be through this arena exit. Impulse have taken the lead on the start.
Yeah, so I'll say playing the championship game there in towards turn 1. I think they are in such a strong position, they can't afford to really lose out on it, and they can't afford to be involved in an accident. So they just backed out at the 4 wide moment there, and they go 3rd. Meanwhile, the VT2s are getting really disrupted by one of the SP10s that's or SP3T cars, sorry, that's getting in the way. It's the SimRacers.de car, the Racing Lounge 77 TCR, that is really in the way of them.
Yeah, and it'll be curious to see if that SP3T car is maybe having some technical issues at the start. So that's the gap that we were talking about. The SP3Ts are just leaving the Grand Prix section now. 10s are coming around to finish their opening lap, and it seems as though Verstappen has retaken the lead in the Team Redline entry. Norby Kish has dropped back to second, and Elias Seppinen is closing with a rate of speed. Girard plays its part up to the top of the tier cars, and they will come. Now, which way does Seppinen go? Does he wait? Does he want to hang around? No, he's not going to wait at all. He recognizes Verstappen may have a chance to break away, and Norby Kish on the inside, breathe off the throttle, dab onto the brake slightly earlier, and give up second spot as Verstappen tries to run away.
And he is managing to run away as well right now. The gap at the end of that lap is 1.6 seconds already, despite despite the fact he lost the lead on the Hatzenbach on the previous lap. He's still got a pretty big lead. Good start, by the way, from Leiper Esports to gain so many places. They were 5th briefly before Niels Kok got down the inside, and now he is in the top 5.
And that's a move not successfully made by the Porsche. BMW holding on to the position for the time being. Have to keep in mind that the way the BOP adjusts these cars will also adjust how they set them up. Sami Matti Trojan trying to recover after was an unfortunate start for him to 9th in front of the M&J downforce entry and winding back towards the right now. Sami Matti Trojan. I was actually chatting with a couple of guys last night that were former competitors of Sami in the iRacing Rallycross World Championship days, and it was quite remarkable. Even back then we were talking about Sami's ability to cross some different disciplines and stuff, and they have the Hybrid Racer logo on the side of the car. And Sami Matti Trojan continuing to exemplify the crossover nature of sim racing to real motorsports. Ian Changuven coming under pressure from the AMG team HRT by UOL. How many acronyms can you fit into a team name? Yes is the answer.
Not enough, clearly, for them. That's 3. So one more next season, maybe, I don't know. But that's, yeah, quite a lot. And one of the best liveries on the field, I've got to say. Really enjoy the yellow and blue, little bits of blue combination on this car. And usually does pretty well as well. They're currently 8th. I'm looking for a way past Aishan Guben, who is probably just slightly, well, recovering mentally from that opening lap where he did get boxed around a bit.
Just a little bit, but I think for Ian Changuven in the Commanda Esports by Manthey car, seems to have gotten away without any damage, and that's the main thing. Now, you said that yellow and blue car, one of the best liveries we have on the grid. We just have to make sure we point it out again. That silver, black, and red car, definitely not one of the best liveries we have in the grid. It's not a Coanda livery, it's not a Manthey livery, and it's not a cross in between, because I think if you mix purple and orange with Grello, I don't think you end up with that color.
You might do. I don't know what you would end up with.
Have to go figure that out. Here come the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy cars to the end of the lap, though. Apex Racing from Redline, then Scherer, and then Door, I do believe. Slight breakaway building down in towards turn number 1.
Yeah, we don't normally see trains like this forming very often in this class, but we have on this occasion top 4 staying together, and then there's a second group on the road. There's the battle for 5th place, headed by the other Cherry Sport Cup car, right the way down to 9th place. So it's, oh well, not anymore. A spin in the mid-pack, I'm afraid, for PB Performance. Marcus Deck has gone around at turn 1.
Yeah, he's shown some speed for sure as Marcus in that car, but not necessarily the consistency, and maybe that's what's going to be happening as well. Starting to see race control decisions, by the way, coming down for those start incidents. We'll keep you up to date with them as they come. From what I can tell, drive-through penalty for the AMG Team Williams Esports number 47, which, let's not forget, was the one that got the worst of the turn 1 drama.
So they must have turned across someone or something, because, I mean, we've only seen it once from the air, haven't we? So it's very hard for me to say anything about how just that is or not, because it's we didn't really see very much. But we'll have a look at the start again very soon.
Yeah, I'm hoping that our replay crew working hard on doing that. They also sometimes, our replay team, give us some great shots of, for example, fluke plots of Flats Garden, some of the jump moments, especially Porsche 911 GT3 Cup often find themselves going down through. Here's the entry into the Hatzenbach, though. It is still the Apex Racing Team machine that runs at the very front of the class. Here's the AMG Motorsports replay, though, and yes, again, they were 4, almost 5 wide. Guven has a big line hinge up the inside. The nose is there for the Williams eSports car, and Guven's contact is actually what spins him off into Sontec, to the Falcon car, and to so many more.
So I think the thinking there is the Mercedes is jamming it down the inside and sort of pushing everyone into everyone else on the outside, and the eventual driver who really gets a disadvantage from that is Marvin Dienst, who's now more than 30 seconds off the lead, and he's down in 18th place already in this one after being shoveled out at turn 1. So I guess that's the ruling from race control.
And now if there are any damages as a result of that, let's not forget you can get that damage repaired in your pit stops. If it's too much damage that you think you'll lose too much time repairing it, iRacing's fast repair system is in use, albeit with the penalty having to be served for using one of those fast repairs. So as we keep an eye on the SB10s, as mentioned, the draft train often quite significant when it comes to this class of competition. You can see a little bit of a battle behind as the Adopt Don't Shop car is up the inside of Leipert with some damage on the right side of their Mercedes. The BMW holds on, gets on through. Now, these cars are almost out of the drafting range of their rivals down the road, but leading the class right now is Dory's GT4. I do get the sneaking suspicion there's some fuel-saving games again at play here.
There may well be, and because I guess you don't get a train that large normally without any reason for it. Nearly the entire field is involved in that, the first 9 cars all in a row, so there could well be some games going on there, but it's not going to last all race long. You know, we're going to see 3 of them drop out as a result of success penalties that they've accumulated because of their results in the last race. Marla will have 30 seconds to be in pit lane, and I can't see the team that finished second at the moment. Not sure why.
Good point, actually.
On the results, why is there no one who finished second?
That's a good
or
point.
Third.
We'll see if we can get an update there. Here's a look, though, at SB3T. Because, of course, SB10 close, SB close as well. Impulse grabbed the lead, have held on from Hoisingfeld, from SimRC, and those behind. As mentioned as well, SimRC come into this race not just leading the points in SB3T, but leading the overall digital Nürburgring Landstracken Series points as well, and that is a big emphasis for this year with the way the point system works. No Corentin Gunes means that for SimRC, we know that Nicholas Haida and Daniel Sommer will be very capable in that car. The question is, with the 30-second success penalty, will they be able to get back up into a podium spot and get some great points onto the board?
Well, they did last time, of course. They had the very same penalty in round 2, still managed to take the win because their closest rivals also had 20 seconds to take on. So when you look at it that way, it's actually not as much of a penalty as it seems. The first team to not have a penalty, or the team that finished 4th last time, I should point out, were Impulse. Now they may be a challenger today because they won't have any seconds, as I mentioned, and they are quick.
Here come your leaders in SB9 once again. What's the gap to Max Verstappen, you're wondering? Well, just refreshing my timing screen to give you the latest update. Is 2.5 seconds now, 2 laps complete. Here comes a switchback, though. Norby Kish has sat behind Elias Seppänen for a lap or so. Clearly thinks he's maybe a bit faster. They're going to battle down in towards that final quarter. Seppänen gives up the ghost. I think we're playing a bit of swap drafting at this point.
Is it really benefiting them, though, compared to Max Verstappen? Well, they're still losing time on this one. That was side by side between 2 of the Porsches. Guven gets ahead of Robin Strajcek and the Leipert eSports Porsche, a car that made a great start but has only been going backwards since. I wonder whether their actual start has not lined up to their actual race pace they've got in this one.
Yeah, Max Verstappen, fastest lap of the race, by the way, 7:54.6. Not far off his qualifying benchmark. Let's just keep that in mind. So as they try and close behind, they've got a benchmark to hit. Another drive-through penalty, I think, has just come down for the Nürburgring eSports number 10 for something on the start, PB Performance. Another drive-through penalty for them for something on the start. So race control going to be busy today without a shadow of a doubt. Real drivers have to start these SB9s. We've mentioned it before. They also have to do a minimum number of laps over the course of the race.
They do, and it's about how you split that up between your drivers that we're going to be talking a lot about today. Some of the real-world drivers are going to go on for ages, and a lot past that, those 8 laps. Some of them are going to be begging to get out the car after shorter than 8 laps. That's just the way it goes with some of these pairings. So we'll see how that plays out, because it's been a little while since we had a 3.5-hour race now, and you don't see many of them. it's a bit of a different one strategically compared to the sort of races that are always on the dot with an hour, and you know almost exactly how long they're going to be.
Yeah, it's a 3-hour race next in the penultimate round of the championship. 4 hours for the final round of the championship. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Here's the look on board with one of the Lamborghini. Sami Trogan in the AMG is chasing down the AMG Team HRT machine as they run down and towards the Hadzenbach.
A great view on board here with the Lamborghini. Trogan's such a fantastic driver, of course, and he's going to have to find his way through these 3 cars in front. Slaloming his way through onto the Hadzenbach now, through the left-hander, get up over the curb here on the right. Uses a bit more than those in front, in fact. Don't use the one on the left, but you can get onto the exit curb there. And now another really important corner on this circuit. Just hook the car around through the final part of Hohenheim there, and then you've got the very long run up to Flugplatz, but this is not a braking zone by any means, unless you've got slower traffic in front of you, which Sami Trogan does. They will have to just dip round this now, and this would mean an end to the overtaking as they go past the VT2 machinery. First lappery on the Nordschleife happening, and it's presented an opportunity ahead of us here. The HRT by UL car goes right on the outside, very nearly at Schradenkreuz, but decides to back out of that slightly brave move, let's say.
Slightly brave, but as you take a look on board with Sami Matti, the thing that you always note from these drivers, calm, how composed, how collected they seem to be with the stress that sometimes they're going through. You can see they're passing 2 of those GR86s just before they're at the very bottom of that compression, rising up towards enough force. So for the Sontag Racing cars down in 9th position, I think any chance of the victory probably a little bit far away, but we'll see how we can push on from here, sharing the number 22 machine here today with his teammate Dominic Stabe. And speaking of teammates, I did want to give a bit of a shout out. Max Verstappen not actually paired up with Rudy Van Buren today. Rudy steps aside, and instead Max Weining, for the first time in I think 3 full years, is competing at a top level sim racing competition again. It's going to be great to see him back out in force, I think.
Yeah, and we'll see just what effect that has on the sort of balance of the team and how long they'll leave Verstappen in, because even when Rudy Van Buren was there, Rudy was only in for the last stint of the race. Can't remember how long it was. It was probably the almost minimum he could have done, though, and eventually got into the car. I wonder whether that's something similar we're going to see here today. Are we going to see Verstappen do nearly 3 full stints at the start of this one? I suspect maybe we will.
Ultimately, Verstappen is the driver that has to do 8 laps, but you probably want to leave him in for a few more if you can. There's no minimum drive time as far as I can remember for the second driver. It's all just about that main driver. Daniel Muth leads in the VT2 class, the Toyota GR86 spec class effectively. Fast lane by Smilia behind, and now 2 cars starting to break away from those behind. Traffic, these SP9s are wrecking a bit of havoc on the class.
They have done, but they were splitting apart a little bit before that, actually. It wasn't quite as close as we've seen in some of the other races this season. So Nürburgring Esports and fast lane by Smilia have gotten away, but in terms of their success penalties, Nürburgring Esports will have 20 seconds to serve, whereas the 477 trailing won't have any seconds, so you can sort of put them as the net race leaders, if you like, given they're only 1.5 seconds down.
Yep. These drivers, of course, do have their success penalties too, so we'll get to that at some point in time. Probably get to the pit stop mark around 2 hours and 40-ish minutes left in the race. That's when we would expect to see first drivers down into pit lane. Now, both of our races in 2023, the VT2s, Ewan, have had some pretty great racing.
Yeah, especially early on. I think what I'm hoping to see here today is the racing sort of continue on for a little bit longer than the first half hour or so, because that's generally what we've had from the VT2s. Good start to the race, things stay close, and then it gets very spread out, whereas some of the other classes, like this one, have stayed close throughout, and hopefully the VT2s can join them in that this time.
Yeah, we tend to see SP10 only split up after the pit stops, with success penalties, but also different strategies somewhat taking center stage. And so, you know, you look at this train and you think, oh, Mahler's in the middle of it, you know, ATRS behind them, Door leading, who's in a great spot? They're all in a great spot. As long as you're saving enough fuel and you're running to the strategy that you want. SP10s, as I mentioned at the start, can do this race as a solo driver, if you elect to have a joker. However, no one, as far as I'm aware, is doing it by themselves. One team is doing it with 3 drivers, so that's going to be quite fun to watch.
It is unusual, unconventional for this series as well, especially because of the shortness of the race, and not necessarily because of the series, but just the length of the race, really. Why would you want to, interrupt the rhythm like that? I guess it would. You can split it into 3/3 a little bit easier than 2 halves a race like this, but even so, it's an odd call.
We mentioned drive-through penalties for AMG Williams as number 47, for the Nürburgring Esports number 10, and Ewan. They've been joined by a 3rd drive-through penalty in the SP9 class for the Pro Sport Sim Racing SP9. 4 total drive-through penalties for the start. 1, of course, in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring Class 2.
And pretty much all of the penalties that have been given out so far during the race have been for causing a collision. Now, PB Performance have also got a drive-through penalty, even despite spinning in the Porsche class. So it's all been going on down here as well. And it's side-by-side now for 3rd place. Dorr and Scherer going for this, and Scherer Sport playing the championship game again by backing out on the way to the Mutkirche.
And that's the 105 that's backed out. Let's not forget the sister car had the poor effort in qualifying that I think is going to very much compromise them over the course of this race. And
well, they're there though. Look, they're on the back of this train already, so they've poor qualifying, but very good race so far.
Yes, but that's where the 2nd penalty. We know the 105 is probably around the same pace as the 115. I think the 105 is in a great spot here. Round didn't necessarily go their way, but they could definitely find themselves in a good spot. It's Dorr Esports, though, that really need to use this race, Ewan, as a bit of a springboard. I think it's fair to say that for Tim Yarshell, along with Jonas Wanner, first 2 rounds of the season haven't necessarily gone the way they wanted.
Only 2 points so far, because they've merely finished the first races, not been in the top 7 so far. That's what you need to score more than a singular point. It's 2 points for 7th in this Porsche class, so that just shows you where they've been so far, not especially towards the front of the field, but as you say, they can use this as a springboard. They're not that far away from the title even now, only 20 points behind, with a maximum 45 still on the table, so everybody is still more than involved at this early stage.
And never trust a commentator's math when it comes to championship points. When we get to that final round of the season, hopefully we will have figured out the scenarios that we need to be tracking and measuring. Just to know, Elias Seppänen is it's very wishful. Elias Seppänen is losing a lot of time right now, not just to Norby Kish, but has been passed by Sindre Setsos as well. So Max Verstappen continues to lead at the front of the class. You check out the likes of the HRT by UOL car being hunted down by Sontec Racing, by Sami Matti Trogan. Max Verstappen's lead now with 3 laps complete, and it's already up to 5.2 seconds.
And he's doing absolutely what he has to at this stage in the race. There's not a lot you can do about the success penalty, of course, but you can try and mitigate its impact as best as you possibly can. And right now, he's already stretched enough of a margin to come out ahead of about 1/3 of the SP9 field already. And that doesn't factor in the other 2 teams who have success penalty as well, who he might well come out ahead of. So that's just the job that Max Verstappen has been doing so far. It's a very, very good start. A dream start, you could say, for Redline after that brief mistake at the Hatzenbach on the opening lap.
Now, are they going to be smiling as much in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy category? Because there comes Dorr to the outside, giving a bit of room to Diogo Pinto, not wanting to get involved in side drafting right now. You can see that Pinto, the Redline car, has the draft of the Apex machine, and so he's going to pull back clear into a 2nd spot. And, well, then on the run to the braking zone, all Constantine is back up, and Pinto decides that, you know what, if you want to have 2nd, you're welcome to have 2nd. And the Dorr 121 slots in to that 2nd spot. 5 cars at the front starting to break away now from those behind. And this Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, let's just remember, the Porsche Cup cars do have BS and traction control available in some series around the world, not here in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series.
Oh dear, this is busy. These guys, of course, coming through the TCRs for the first time, the SP3Ts on the way up towards Adenauer Forest here. Good dive down the inside there from Niels Kogge, who absolutely needed to do that. But I'm glad to report that so far it's been clean in traffic, and the VT2s, like they were in the first race, haven't been completely decimated by the SP9's first time round.
No, at least just yet. He's had these little gaps break up before they even got to the traffic, which has kind of helped. That's a dive up the inside from the BMW BS competition, just trying to take advantage. I've got to say, by the way, don't forget, even though this car does have a 60-second penalty for no real-world driver, quote-unquote, being categorized in the car, that's showing a clear amount of speed for a BMW that has not necessarily been so favored in regards to BOP over the first 2 rounds of the championship.
Yeah, they've been good so far, the BS competition. And if there's any team who can drag this BMW to any sort of result in any series, it is BS competition, synonymous with this manufacturer. Done so much driving, I'm sure, over the course of their time in the BMW M4 GT3. He's got being one of them, of course. One of those drivers who's done so much for them over the years, and he is dragging them to a top 5 at the moment. It's going to be so difficult, though, to finish even inside the top 10, I think, with the sizable penalty that they've got.
Just to mention, by the way, Niels is in a BMW, but actually works for another one of the German auto manufacturers. We won't mention which one, but Niels, allegiances, BMW. Anyway, out of Nürburgring they come. Corner, of course, you want to get onto the power as early as possible. That climb up just continues, and you can see that effectively you're waiting to get to a point in the rev range that it makes sense to shift. You don't want to shift too early here, drop out of the peak performance band. So you hear it in the engine right now as Niels is rising up towards the mud curve, stays in gear, doesn't go up to 6th. It's in the only time really you'll actually go up to 6th gear at this track in GT3 machines is sometimes in draft down to the Dottinger Hoa. Interesting sometimes to think about the different ways that drivers have their cars set up. But one thing that you're always trying to do here, and we talk about it so often, balance between the corners and the straight lines. Whether in a GT3, whether in this Porsche Cup car, you need to be fast and slippery to go down the straights, but you want to be able to turn as well.
It's a bit of a conundrum at the Nürburgring, because as you said, there's some very long straights around here, but some very high speed and technical sections as well. Big differences you can sometimes get in these car setups in terms of aerodynamics and just the thinking that goes forward towards these cars. So that's all have been done, of course, that's said and done. However, they've got to race with it now, and same goes down here in SP10 as well. Still close for the lead here. Dory Sports still leading the way, but a noticeably smaller group at the front.
Yeah, has slightly broken up with the Mahler Mercedes at the back of the crane, finding itself spot. Of course, Mahler switched from BMW in the last season of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series over to the Mercedes for this campaign, and some of the other teams going the opposite direction. Quite interesting to see the decisions made by some of the different drivers about what they want to compete in. So we focus back in for SP3T for just a second. Sim RC have been dropped by those top 2, I'm pretty sure, as the Harley Horton-powered BMW tries to carve its way through traffic without running into the back of anyone. This is the nervousness that sometimes you have. Harley had a bit of a gap to the BMW behind. Now it's suddenly shrunk. It will grow again, though, with the SP3T and in front of the car behind.
And this is not going to be nice as 2 SP9s get down the inside of the Scherer TCR. Scherer Esport TCR, that's 4th place for them right now. And Sim RC, you're right, have been just detached from those top 2 positions. So it's Team Huizingrove leading by around a second, and then Impulse Racing, then Sim RC a couple of seconds further back from that. But Impulse are in such a strong position with no success penalty.
Yeah, they really have a golden opportunity here to really shake up the championship order, you would have to assume. See if they are able to convert and to take advantage of that. So as we work our way in towards the mini carousel, the corner that I mentioned earlier is always trying to just slightly spit you off and into the Armco. There was Scherer going very wide, but able to over to the left just in the nick of time. It's still a pretty close battle between these 4 TCR machines in this SP3T category, working out on towards the Dottinger Hoa. The one thing about the SP3Ts, of course, though, that we haven't touched on just yet, Ewan, front-wheel drive cars, the way they make their speed, very different to the GT machines.
And indeed, any other machine on the field here today, they're the only front-wheel drive machines that you can see in the DNLS, and so that makes them drive pretty differently, and that causes problems in traffic, certainly. Things you can get away with in rear-wheel drive that you can't in front-wheel drive and vice versa. So that's all to be thought about as you're lapping traffic. It is sometimes thought as well, that especially in SB9, that all the traffic's the same. It's all slower traffic. I've got to overtake it the same, but you do have to think about it slightly differently when you're wondering what class it is, although not often do you see much regard shown for the slower classes anyway. It's just about getting through.
Yes, you said it, not me, at the end of the day. So as SB3T sees VT2 left further and further behind, top two, they're the ones starting to break away again. You can see the margin to the back of the shop pretty large through Flansgaard, and these two continue to run. I think maybe what has happened, by the way, in the SB10 category is a potential issue for the ATRS Aston Martin. Not sure what's happened to that on the timing screen, but it's run slightly down the order as a result, and so I'll see if maybe that was related at some point in time. But through the Stefan Bell officers, Daniel Muth continuing to lead in the Nürburgring esports machine. Fast lane just tucked in behind. And officially now, with more than 30 minutes complete, less than 3 hours to go in this race, that awkward stint length has now been gone. Effectively, we now have the regular race distance with which to run, albeit now with slightly offset pit sequences, I think, for the drivers to be contending with. What's the margin to those behind in this VT2 class, Ewan?
It's large, is what it is. At last lap, they lost about 6 seconds, did these guys. I'm not actually seeing an interval gap at the moment for some reason, like I normally do, so I don't know what's up with that, but they lost 6 seconds on the last lap, to put it into perspective, and you can't see them come around that corner, so I'm willing to bet it's well over 10 seconds.
That is basically why I was asking you, because I'm also not seeing a gap, so I wasn't entirely sure. On board we jump with that car, though, and you can just see you're tucked in behind you. You're not even bump drafting like we were doing at Daytona, in the iRacing Daytona 24 a week ago. They're just pushing the air, they're not trying to get in trouble, and stay out of trouble, fight towards the end. I guess that's the philosophy.
Well, they're not even going to be fighting towards the end, are they? Because Nürburgring Esports have got a bigger pit stop to come in the first stops. So where is this battle going to come from? It's going to be two separate races. It's such a strong position for the 477 behind of Fastlane and Liam Harhoff at the moment. You know, sitting behind, saving fuel, and well, just avoiding Porsches will be the next job.
Yep, here come the next round of traffic as the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring drivers, led of course by Door Esports, now at the very front of the field, up to work their way down into turn one. I feel as though the Door Esports car is actually trying to pull away slightly at this point, doesn't want to try and tow the drivers around. As we take a look at the AMG replay, this is the SB10 category, and ATRS look up the inside of the Nürburgring Esports car and lose the rear end.
How everyone avoided there, though, and avoided the walls as well. They didn't. Oh, dear. That was an unsafe rejoin, if ever I've seen one. I did wonder what was being investigated down there, and it was that. ATRS have got a drive-through penalty for that rejoin right there.
Well, not surprised. That's pretty poor in terms of the rejoin and the adopter shop car that unfortunately gets shopped into the wall. So that's the SB10 category now, with a little bit of chaos to add into the mix, but still most of the contenders out there and running. Michael Johnny and the Apex Racing Team 119, by the way. That gap up to the Door Esports car, larger than I'd be comfortable with right now.
Yeah, it's concerning, but, you know, not... they've got the whole Nürburgring to make it up, really. There's not too much chance to slipstream before then. There's little bits here and there, but you really want to be there by the back straight again, and I'd imagine they will get there, because first of all as well, the SB3Ts can't be that far up the road.
Yes. What's the lap times difference between an SB3T and a VT2, actually?
VT2 is doing about a 9.5 minute lap, 45 seconds quicker or so for the SimRC, the SB3T SimRC as well, but SB3T cars. So, well, we've had about 4 laps now, haven't we? So maybe that's a bigger gap than I thought.
Yeah, so give it maybe a lap and they'll be onto the back of them. So it's as large as maybe you were thinking just then, but you're right that it is going to be a factor sooner rather than later. Sontek and Sammy Matty Trogan, I've got to say, he's been stuck behind Lucy Trevs in that AMG Team HRT by UOL car, and he's, I don't think, going to get frustrated. That's probably the wrong thing to say, but I wonder if this is now a bit of a gambit on strategy.
Well, yeah, I mean, you say it's not that frustrating, but I think it is for him at the moment. It's important to keep moving through the field, and I reckon if he was in second place, the gap for the lead between himself and Max Verstappen would be a lot smaller, but He's just had a terrible start, got overtaken by everybody, nearly, and that's embedded him within traffic through the first 40 minutes of this race very nearly. So I think it is frustrating. It is taking their opportunities away from trying to win here.
So, as that little gaggle that got separated out, the Nürburgring esports machine being pushed by X-Racer in their quest to try and close back up, and now X-Racer pops out, in fact, and it's going to swap things around and try and close up to the tail end of the SP10s. Cars popping out of line, working together. Pro Sport, I think, feeding some draft to Adrenaline Motorsport behind, as Mahler Racing Team under pressure down into the Tiergarten. Fabian Hari not able to slide his way on through. These are, I gotta say, nervy moments in this category, because you know that you're saving fuel, you're waiting for that pit stop's time to come, and when you're in pit lane, that's when the gaps will begin to build. Further back in line, the more fuel you'll save, but of course, there's no guarantee that you're gonna find yourself saving the most amount of fuel, because you and I think back to yesterday in some Michelin Pilot Challenge in Daytona in the real world, drivers were going, I kid you not, 4 seconds a lap slower to save the amount of fuel they needed to.
So, was that situation brought about by a caution or something?
How did you guess?
Because that's just abnormal, really. Any circuit, never mind Daytona, which is about 1.5 minutes anyway.
Daytona's a special case, right? Because Daytona, you spend so much of that lap full throttle as well.
Yeah, exactly. So to lose 4.5 seconds is crazy. I know it wouldn't be a pit lane strategy from anyone at the start of the race.
I think there were like 7 or 8 teams that all attempted it. One driver had to come in on the penultimate lap of the race, coming to the white flag, and then because, you know, cars don't work like sim racing cars, then you need actually to have fuel in the collector. The fuel didn't get into the collector, and so they actually had to shake the car while they were driving down pit lane after putting the fuel in to get the fuel flowing through the car. These are all the unique things that real drivers often have to think about, and here in the sim racing world we're rather spoiled and don't have to contend with. Pit stops though, Ewan, we're 40 minutes into this race, not far away from the first cycle of pit stops.
Not very far away at all. Looking forward to it as well, because it's going to sort of spread the fields apart a little bit and give us a better idea as to where everybody actually stands in this race. We've been speaking a lot about the success penalty so far and who's going to be where afterwards, but we're going to see it in reality in about half an hour's time for all of the classes. So looking forward to that. Looking forward to seeing where we'll be with regards to that. Max Verstappen not slowing down though by any means. He's come to the end of lap 5 now of this race. A couple more on the menu for him.
Yeah, remember, minimum lap count for the real driver in your car is 8 laps, so expect Max Verstappen to probably just come and do a couple of stints at the start and then hand over to Max Weining at the end. You'd assume that would probably be the most likely scenario in terms of strategy for the team, but could also be slightly different, and they could mix it up and get Max Weining in for the middle, Max Verstappen back in at the end, just because maybe Max a little bit rusty in terms of racecraft. So I've got to be honest, I don't know what to expect from Max. We know he's quick. We're probably going to expect him to be on pace. Question is, when he comes to dealing with traffic and all of that stuff, how up to speed is he? Really looking forward to seeing him back behind the wheel of the car. Expectations, no pressure. He's just with Max Verstappen, multiple-time Formula 1 world champion.
That doesn't help you, does it? Well, it wouldn't help me if I was, finding my feet again in that car. That's going to be a very interesting stint to watch a little bit later. But as I said earlier, I really don't think we'll see him again for another couple of hours. I really don't. I don't know what the minimum is for driving, but Rudy Van Buren got in very late last race.
I think, man,
it's just our racing fair share, I think.
Yeah, I think that's what we figured out, and basically it's pretty simple. So not necessarily too worried in terms of drivers missing that strategy. The question is more in terms of fuel. What's the most optimum? Because, you know, something that bugs us to no end, you need to change fuel and tires at the same time. That's something that impacts as well how you do your driver and tire changes. If you're going to do that half stint potentially and do 4 and 4 for your real world driver. Carlar giving a shove to the back of Scherer Esports. Top 2 in the SP3Ts, increasingly breaking away.
Yeah, they are. And that is sort of halting Sim RC somewhat. They're towing along Scherer and Carlar at the moment, whereas earlier they were actually just giving chase on their own. They weren't actually towing anybody around. But now that they are in front of a couple of other teams,
Toyota tractor might be actually quite fast, all things considered. Don't go anywhere though here for round 3 of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. It's the 3.5-hour race. Max Verstappen leads at the Green Hell to kick off 2024. We'll be right back here at the Nürburgring.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Welcome back along to the Green Hell to round 3 of the Digital Nürburgring Landstrack Series. Arjuna Kankipati on hand alongside with Ewan O'Leary with 2 hours and 45 minutes to go. Thrilling race shaping up for us. Max Verstappen leads in the SP9 category, yes, but in the other categories, it's still close between some of the contenders. As much as Max Verstappen, Ewan is making it look quite pedestrian at the front.
He's making it look easy. There's his gap. 8 seconds at the front of the field, and you can see it almost personified on your screen right there.
Yeah, you see the rest of the gaps. It's you have Mercedes that tucked in behind the BS competition car, about 8 seconds off. 13 seconds then to the Williams number 5, Verstappen in behind, chasing Sindre Setsos down. BS competition's number 7, the best of the BMWs, runs in the 5th position, while Kawanda Esports by Mantai Ayan Changuban entered in that number 18 is 20 seconds off of Verstappen, with Leipert Esports and Sontec Racing having to work their way on forward after being involved in some of the drama. Lots of lap 1, turn 1 chaos. AMG Team MSI have just gone up to 3rd position, by the way, so we are starting to see a bit more urgency as we enter into what will actually be a pretty important pit stop window. With the real-world drivers starting the car in SP9, they are required to do a minimum of 8 laps. They will all be thinking about how exactly they want to end up breaking it up. In the rest of the SP9 category, it's of course one of the biggest categories that we have in terms of the car count. Running down outside of the top 8 is the AMG Team HRT by UOL car. They're in 9th. Apex Racing Team, they're in 10th with Tom Callender. And then M&J Downforce, RC Car Shop, and then WS Racing by Pure Sims will make up the rest of the top 13 in the class of this SP9 category. Though at least Ewan, for the time being, by the Mercedes at the front.
Yeah, that's the way that it's been throughout a lot of this season. There's the rest of the, or the next 8, if you like. Big gaps starting to form as well now. Nearly a minute covers the, well, in fact, over a minute covers the next 8, and that just shows you what a sort of gap that the likes of Verstappen is going to slot into. And that shows you what a job he's done so far. You caught a glimpse of him there. He has done a very good job so far in this race, and there's going to be some big gaps of clean air he can get into here.
Yeah, the big gaps, all what they are looking for. You can see that with these drivers now being separated out slightly as well, traffic is also a little bit easier for them to navigate their way through, and counter to that for the other classes, going to be pretty easy for them to manage the T3s as well. Usually not too much consternation when it comes to the battling in this class. You can see Holder, Falcon Sim Racing, and then the Lion GP Fenster teams, the final 3 on that board, but all involved in their own little bit of chaos and down the back of the field. In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy category, well, Dora Esports are leading, but it was the 119 Apex Racing car that on pole and led at the start of the race. Team Redline, Diego Pinto sit in 3rd with Scherer's 105 and 115. both running in the drafting train, albeit with the 115 having the 30-second success penalty looming over their heads. The 118 Coanda Esports machine then runs in the 6th position. They are sitting around 5 seconds behind this grouping of cars that we continue to keep an eye on. They're being followed by their sister car, the 108 Coanda Esports machine, that was actually barred from qualifying for not following the qualifying rules appropriately. And then Kramer Racing Esports, Mark Bolzer in the 112 car is down in 8th position, around 20 seconds off of your leader as it stands right now. Only about 6 seconds in a raise to the cars in front, to close to the Coanda Esports drivers. Behind them, Avia WNSE Motorsports, the Holder Motorsports car, and then WS Esports butt kicker, Greiker Motorsports, Nürburgring Esports, and PB Performance. We saw them with a little bit of a spin as Door Esports, not saving fuel, into pit lane first of them all.
They've been towing everyone around all day long, and so they're into pit lane, but most of the others are as well. I'm seeing a lot of people having come in pit lane here, but that can't be true, can it? I'm not sure what's happening to my screen at the moment, but anyway, Door Esports then into the pit lane, so they're going to drop a long way back here as a result. Yeah, and not many of those around them really came into the pit lane at all there, so that's interesting to note. I mean, I'm surprised they've had to come in a whole lap earlier. Surely that's got to be tactical.
Maybe it is also just the recognition that for them, they think that they are better off being at the front of that group and not wanting to run down the back. I think there are also preferences, right? Some drivers like to push hard and maybe save a little less fuel, but maybe it comes back to them towards the end. SB10, now that the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy class are beginning their pit stop cycles, let's talk about the GT4s, where Door Esport lead here as well. I'm not sure they're going to be down onto pit lane this time by, though, so they'll lead at least at the line probably. Frozen Speedway Grid and Go behind them with the Sontec Racing 188, then 3rd. Pro Sports Aston Martin tucked up behind them in 4th, with Mahler Racing Team, the Adrenaline Motorsports 190, and then X-Racer, along with the Nürburgring 187, all still technically in this leading train. You can see the green and grey machine at the very back of the shot. That is the Nürburgring Esports entry. Rest of the class as it runs right now, it's only Leipzig Esports Yellow, Adopt Don't Shop, and then ATRS Esports that are at the back. And of course, Ewan, they've all had their own little bits of drama.
They have, and so they're not involved in this group. It's really about the top 8 that you can see there on your screen, all still involved in the slipstreaming, although Door Esports are beginning to just hint at slipping away now. A second maybe at the front of the field for them. And there's some of the gaps that we've got further back. It's really between the top 8 here. That's not factoring in, of course, success penalties, which is once again going to change this race here today when they make their first pit stops, which are very soon.
I think for these SB10s in particular as well, we're going to get a real sense for how much they split up. That's what we've been kind of waiting for. SB3T, Team Hoisingveld lead, and now by almost 3 seconds over Impulse, but of course with the success penalties to come, likely to see Impulse grab the advantage back. SimRC have closed on the 822, maybe late run speed in these front wheel drive machines, costing Impulse slightly, but Carlar, Scherer, Pro Sport Sim Racing, and then simracers.de by Racing 77 down at the very back and effectively running, unfortunately, by themselves. Maybe some technical issues have been interrupting their progress through the course of the day. You see Carlar towing around the Scherer 816, the Pro Sport A17. But realistically, these drivers, I think, find themselves still in fights for podium spots. If Hoisingveld and SimRC's success penalty see them drop back and down, just that little bit much in this SB3T category where they're all competing in identical Hyundai Veloster TC entries. And of course, championship leaders in this one, SimRC, sit in 3rd position.
Yeah, with the big penalty to hang over them with that success penalty, so they'll be set back a little bit. Can they come back to win a 3rd race in a row? I think the odds are stacked against them.
So 2 hours and 35 minutes. Let's check out the VT2s, where 20 seconds has been pulled by these top 2. Daniel Muth and the Slain by Smilia Esports car just continuing to break away. Kaufman are 3rd and 4th, and then Wolf Motorspec, unfortunately. So that is unfortunate to see exactly the way this is split up, because yeah, we've got 1 hour into these DNLS races in the past. We've had all the GR86s on top of one another, and it's been great to see 3-4 wide on occasion. Playing by Smilia know that the success penalty will give them the spot back, but Still a ways to go before I think the GR86s find their way down to pit lane. So that's a rundown through the ordering then of all 5 of our classes. Crazy to think now here on iRacing we're capable of hosting classes here in this DNLS series and enjoying pretty good racing amongst all of it. So Arjuna Kankipati alongside Ewan O'Leary, and while we've been focusing on all of that with Door Esports down in pit lane, here comes the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy drivers up towards Bravery.
The race has been sort of changed really by the fact that Door Esports have come in quite so early. The first team to actually make a stop here this afternoon. They're now down to 14th place, a long way back from the rest of the field, of course. It's going to keep them into clean air for a little while, by the way, which is probably good news. However, how will it affect them being so far behind everybody else? Maybe this is why they came in. Door Esports knew that SB3T traffic was soon on the horizon, and they've avoided it, at least for now. These guys are going to have to pass it now, come into the pit lane, and probably pass it again later.
Well, that is a good point. If they do, ultimately, is the time they lose in traffic worth a couple of seconds that maybe Door Esports will have to put of extra fuel in at the end? That's the gamble that we're talking about. Here come your SB9s, though, by the way, seemingly en masse into the pit lane. You already see some cars up on the jacks and getting tires replaced. Sontec hit the mark. There comes Max Verstappen. What happened? What has happened there?
No, he served it. He served the penalty, of course.
Oh, that's right. You have to serve your success penalty at the start of pit lane.
Yeah, you're not doing it in the box. You've got to do it at the start of pit lane. So they'll just be around Sontec then as they come out. So that means Verstappen will be 9th, although that doesn't account for the other 2 who have success penalty, which might promote him to 7th place.
It's something we'll have to look at on the merge on pit exit. So was able to get past Carlisle relatively easily. That's allowed him to hold on to that spot, but Michael Johnny's broken away. Here are your Toyota GR86. They're still running by themselves as the GT3 pit stops are underway. Not sure if Verstappen has already finished up the box, if he's going to be able to roll off and away in clean air, but we'll have to wait and see. Into the middle part of the loop on the Nordschleife, these GR86s are going to run. And again, remember, with 20 seconds of those behind.
Long way behind, and it's a good fight between these 2, but there's really not a lot happening between them. They're following one another really at this stage, and not really looking for a way through either on one of the very Nürburgring Esports pretty happy to lead. 477 team happy for them to do that for now, and that will stay like this until these 2 have to come down pit lane.
Yep. These cars, of course, going to then be split up with that success penalty for your race-leading machine, but maybe we'll come back towards the end if traffic plays itself out. Trying to work out what's happening with SB9s. There are the drivers off and away. Verstappen is behind the AMG Team MSI car, and so I believe the running order for them now, Sebastian Weldon has taken over the BMW for BS competition from Niels Koch, but I think Norby Kish ended up staying in the car. Here comes Verstappen on the back of the AMG Team MSI car. It's Elias Sepinen still in. Verstappen up the inside on the entry down through the Sabine Schmidt curve. Contact, a little bit of rubbing doors between those that really put on a show in the final round of 2023. Verstappen on through.
Well, if there's one word that can be used to describe that overstake, it is Verstappen, I think. A big dive down the inside when it was probably slightly, well, getting close towards too late, and then almost no space given to the Mercedes at all on the exit. That was classic Verstappen, really.
And he got through. They sorted it all out. Race leader now has 10 seconds of an advantage. Norby Kish with, not sure exactly how long the pit stop time for him was over the rest of the field, but Sebastian Weldon 10 seconds back in the second VS competition car. Guven's only 3 seconds off of Weldon. Lucy Treves in the AMG Team HRT by UOL car then rides just behind Guven. We look off the back of Robin Strychek in the Leipzig Esports car. This is 20 seconds off of your leader, Sami Matti Trogan, now in front of Team Redline and Max Verstappen. If Kevin Ellis Jr. and Rudy Van Buren was a good fight, why do I get the sneaking suspicion that Sami Matti Trogan versus Max Verstappen could be just as good, if not maybe even better?
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic to watch if indeed Trogan can start finding his way through some traffic. is Verstappen going to find it quite as difficult as Trojan has over the course of the race? Because if not, then it could be a battle that's over very quickly, and I hope that that is not the case. I hope that this will continue on for quite some time. The other teams, by the way, that had success penalty to serve were the Team Williams number 5 car. That has come out ahead of Verstappen. And then the other one, the MSI car, the MG Team MSI car, Seppinen, who Max Verstappen just overtook there.
So, success penalties done for the SB9s. Now we wait to see the shake-up in ordering in the other classes from the combined 60 seconds that go to the podium from the previous race. Source not hanging around. The M&J downforce car, I believe that was, with the run down in towards now miss hit miss on board with M&J downforce and Jan-Philipp Springhob. Nordschleife's the slowest part of the track as well. You often get the left front locking up on you as it departs from the surface because the road drops away from you. Not actually a problem, just more something you have to get used to. It's here though, in towards the Niki Lauda S section, and of course that run towards Bergwerk, where the drivers going to keep real focus on some of their exits, real focus on trying to get the runs. And in case of Max Verstappen, looking in the rearview mirror, more just thinking now about focusing forward and being able to one by one dispatch of these cars. Verstappen, like you said with that move, was a little bit late maybe, yes, but he's going to have to do that to all the cars in front of you, and if he doesn't want to lose too much time.
Yeah, and that's going to be easier said than done for sure. And that's what makes this race different to the one that Team Redline won in round 2. They didn't have to overtake nearly as many cars. Of course, that big battle was towards the end with the MSI car. However, it was by no means similar to this, where they've got to come through a lot of different cars in one. So how quickly is Max Verstappen going to be able to do this? I think that early pass on Seppinen has shown that he's going to be very assertive in his moves that are coming up right now.
So, 2 hours and 28 minutes to go. Officially burned through 1 hour of this 3.5-hour race, the 2023-2024 Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. And Robin Strycek is being a bit of a cork in the bottle. Sami Trojan is on the lights. He's flashing them. Get out of my way. Let me go. Verstappen, Seppinen, they're coming as well. Through the carousel, Verstappen within half a car length of the Sontec Lamborghini.
And Seppinen there as well, so this is big pressure now on Robin Strycek of the Leipa Esports Porsche team. How quickly can Trojan find his way through? Because if he doesn't do it quickly, Verstappen's going to get there first before him. Even at Horakti, you'd already be worried about Verstappen diving down the inside. What's he going to do here? Where is he going to try and overtake me? Because you know it's going to be somewhere. Trojan knows it as well. He flashes the lights as we go through this technical section now.
Look how much of the curve that Trojan feels confident in using. He switched, the Sontec team switched away from the Ferrari to the Lamborghini for round 2. So it is clearly a recognition that they think they have more speed through the double left-hander, through the compression. Sontec were nowhere to go, and Trojan going half defensive just to show himself in the mirrors of the Strycek car, Strycek-driven car, but also just to cover off Verstappen from being able to go for anything. The Leipa Esports car is all over the road, runs a little bit wide on the entry down in towards the jump here at Flansgarden, but the road's not wide enough to have a move take place. Into the Stefan Bellof S's will be 4 cars effectively on top of each other.
Absolutely fantastic racing. And what is going to happen in towards the Tiergarten is my next concern here, because there's 4 cars covered by a blanket and all of them want to get through on Leipa Esports. Is the Porsche's weakness in the straight line going to be exposed as Trojan defends aggressively from Verstappen, who's not able to find a way through, or is he? Wow, that was close. He looked up the inside. There was not quite the room.
I'm pretty sure there maybe was a moment of contact, but that's okay. All's fair in love and war. Leipzig's GT4 machine now off to the right out of that mini carousel and allows these drivers unfettered access to the Dottinger Hoa. Here we go. Maximum draft on display. Let's get a sense for A, B, O, P, which car has got the grunt, and then B, which car has got the top end speed, which one has been set up to be slippery in a straight line and to go as fast as possible to take advantage. That Porsche actually holds pretty strong, but it's around here, halfway down the straight, where you begin to climb up once again, and you'll start to hear the engine start to sing Verstappen's already alongside from Trojan. There's nothing the Sontec car can do. Ferrari, OP power. Verstappen's looking for the 2-in-1 as Sontec go nowhere, trying to get to the inside of Robin Strycek now. Verstappen is through. Seppinen trying to follow as well. If he can follow the line of Sami-Matti Trojan. The Lamborghini on the outside on the run into the final corner. Strycek gives him the cold shoulder and goes nowhere.
And he has to get through right now. He has to get through. He can't afford to let Verstappen get away, and Verstappen knows it as well. He's giving the maximum slipstream to Robin Strycek here because he realises the importance of this. Here goes Seppinen on the very outside as well. We're 3 wide towards turn 1, and through the middle goes Sami-Matti Trojan, and he should have the place as long as he doesn't get too wide. He has done, and he's barely alongside for turn 2. Here he goes at the Mercedes arena. He will be down the inside for 3, and he will eventually have the place. That took a lot longer than it should have done, and Verstappen has already stolen the march as a result.
And Seppinen goes around the outside of Strycek, takes it off track, yes, but all's fair in love and war. You're allowed to run yourself off through. So down they go in towards the shortcut. Both drivers now getting on through. Verstappen able to blast on clear, and we'll see if there's a bit of a top-end straight advantage as they begin to work towards the Nordschleife. I did see SP10s roll out of pit lane, so I think we're into the pit stop cycle for them as well.
It would make sense at this stage in the race, the SP10s. Porsche's not having been in just yet, of course. We're still waiting for those since they can run a little bit longer on the fuel, or have they been in? No, we're waiting for the end of this lap for them. They've not been past the pit lane yet, so the SP10s have been in. Tory Sports have returned to the front as well, but the field is a lot more spread out than it was previously.
Is as we expected. The pit lane cycle that often starts to spread these cars out, not just with success penalties. We talk so much about them, yes, because it's an integral part of winning a championship in this series, but ultimately just the traffic part plays its factor as well. On board with Verstappen. Is he going to be aggressive this time on the exit of the Hudson back? No mistake this time, at least. Uncharacteristic mistake for Verstappen on the opening lap of the race, let's not forget.
I'm trying to trace back the last time I saw Verstappen make a mistake. Can't really think of one for the moment.
Some people are going to claim Silverstone, some people are going to claim Monza, but those will be Lewis Hamilton fans.
The most recent one, that was 3 years ago. That's not most recent.
I know, that's my point.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, I see what you mean. Good point. I don't know, but anyway, it's not affected him too much. That was brave and very nearly an accident, but thankfully they both hang on, and Verstappen stays 7th.
Holds on, but I think he's getting a little bit hung up behind this Mercedes here. Where are the drivers behind? Where would Seppinen and the rest be? Like you mentioned there, Ewan got slightly surprised by the traffic, but here in iRacing you have that relative box, so you're always trying to just keep an eye on who's in front of you. That Mercedes in front is running some defensive lines right now. Verstappen is all over the rear wing.
By the way, that's exactly, you call that exactly right. That's exactly what I was reacting to. I was surprised by the Toyota, but they've negotiated that. Verstappen's got the run out of Adenauer first, and he's going to go through here, surely. Is he? Yes, he is far enough alongside and far enough ahead, indeed, on the way towards the left-hander at Metzgersfeld. So Max Verstappen up to 6th place now, and through on the Toyotas as well. Down the inside for the next right-hander. And Trojan and Seppinen all of a sudden are starting to see that Ferrari very distant in the front windscreen.
Yeah, this is not good. It's not good if you're Sami-Matti Trojan, but in the margin in qualifying, I think we kind of expected that it was red lines to lose, even with that success penalty hanging over their shoulders. Down through Nordschleife. Look how tidy Verstappen is. I've got to say, you talk about not seeing many mistakes from Max Verstappen, and as much as people often talk about, you know, that Red Bull Formula One car is set up in a very aggressive way. Max likes an aggressive car. If you like an aggressive car, but you can be consistent with an aggressive car, boy, are you going to be in for a really good career. And that's where Verstappen, I think, has made his mark, right? Is being able to take what sometimes would be a bucking Bronco of a machine that some others would probably not want to go racing with, and say, you know what, I can make the most out of it, and it works for me as well. Out of Bergwerk, he exits and begins that climb up. And you can already see the margin behind building as that Mercedes tries to use the draft. Where's Trojan and Elias Seppänen going to be? Not even close enough to have a look alongside.
Not up here into the mud curve, but I think this Lamborghini is a little bit struggling for straight line speed at the moment. We saw it on the Dottinger last time around that, oh dear, he was struggling to get alongside. He very nearly turned across Seppänen there, and that would have been a monumental accident, but thankfully Seppänen backed out of that one. Didn't force the issue on the way towards the mud curve there, but Trogan nowhere near close enough for a move to 7th, and Verstappen's only going to get further away. They're only going to be held up more by that BMW GT4 through the carousel that time.
Yeah, the traffic management as well. We mentioned it for Max Weinig, right? The maybe rust that he's got in terms of not having as many laps. Some of these drivers are, you know, Nordschleife experts. That's the great thing about both the real world and the virtual world. You know, there's so many who adore the Nürburgring in the real world and, you know, have their passes and go do thousands of laps at the track. And in the sim, we do that as well, albeit with less cost, less fear, and less worry about your car. Cooled off as well in qualifying at one point. We had 31 degrees Celsius track temperature. Now that's down to 23 degrees Celsius.
I guess it really is January, isn't it? That's a remarkably small difference between air temperature and track temperature to note there. 23 on the road is very cold. Well, not cold, but well, not warm either. It's fine, absolutely fine for this time of year and this circuit. So ideal conditions that you said that, as you said at the start of the broadcast, very ideal conditions, in fact, for driving here this afternoon. We're watching the Porsches, by the way, at the moment, and there's been quite a shake-up in terms of different pit stops here. Lots of different pit lengths, different tyres being taken on, different amounts of fuel probably as well. It's an odd race to try and strategise your way through in this class.
Yeah, and again, remember that with this class, because the tyres are not done at the same time as the fuel, if I'm thinking clearly, there is a bit more in terms of strategic decisions that have to be made, and a full pit stop service is what, going on almost 70 full seconds for these cars. You see them slightly having to change up the thing. So as they continue to work, it's the Avia WNS car that now is going to find itself with a look to the inside, I think, on the Scherer car through Bergwerk. That's going to now compromise it. It's difficult to get on power, but he commits, he sends it through, and Kramer Racing, Mark Balzer, not able to get onto the power earlier enough.
Not quite. It's a very important corner, Bergwerk, as we've talked about again and again. But if you get it wrong, you're certainly not going to be making any moves past the SP3Ts as well through a very fast left-hander, and that was going to sort itself out at the front. But in SP9, we've got a great battle for second place. Arjen Guben has gotten recently ahead, actually, of Sebastian Weldon in that Coanda car. So the Porsche up to second position now.
Yeah, and Guben, I think, starting to get more and more confident, I think, as he just takes the laps away as well. You can see a look up the inside by the AMG Team HRT machine. Sebastian Weldon covers the door, but half-heartedly, I will say, and slides on through. And again, we mentioned this, Sebastian Weldon here for a bit of experience to get to grips with a bit more GT racing. He's joined up with the BS Colts program, which is what BS competition is calling their academy lineup. And so looking forward to seeing the Andretti driver, of course, son of the great Lionheart, Dan Weldon, continue to just improve and hopefully make his way into the ladders and rungs of Rio Motorsport as well. Now, was that a slowdown for the number 4?
Yeah, it was Lucy Treves out of the Mercedes arena, which I'd imagine is exactly where he got a slowdown, and so had to give up third place and BS competition back onto the podium again, almost as quickly as they lost it.
Yeah. By the way, I just noted there are lots of gravel marks on that sand trap on the outside of that straightaway on the Grand Prix section. Not necessarily sure if drivers have actually been in there, or iRacing actually puts them there for you. A little nice touch just to think about as Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. That's Door Esports trying to carve their way on through. And of course, let's not forget they came into pit lane slightly earlier than the rest. The 115, the driver, they They now have to work their way on through as in towards Flansgarden. They'll have a little bit of a jump.
There's something we don't know about here in the Porsches, because Door Esports pitted or were stopped in the box for 55 seconds, which is nearly double more than anyone else. So something's gone on here that we don't know about. I'm quite sure of it.
That's what I was just saying, where that is probably more close to they've probably taken tyres, whereas the drivers that have gone for the shorter pit stop have not taken tyres. So maybe that's... Yeah, maybe that's the gamble. Maybe that's the gamble that we're talking about with these lower track conditions. We'll have to wait and see. Here's the onboard with Tim Yarshell, though, as you just ride through that mini carousel. I've got to say, if you do have tyres, you've got to try and take advantage of it.
That's a stark difference. A big... I mean, I expected to see some games between 4 tyres and 2, or no tyres and 2, but between no tyres and 4 seems very extreme.
No. They didn't take 4, Ewan, they took 2. That's what I was saying. A full pit stop for the Porsche Esports cars, closer to around 70 seconds if they're taking 4 tyres.
I thought so. So,
yes.
So clearly Redline haven't even filled up all the way, have they? Because they've been in the pit lane for 20 seconds.
No, that's definitely not a pit stop. Yeah, that's definitely a shorter pit stop.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I've just sent a message over to Sebastian Job asking what the strategy is for today, so hopefully he can give us a bit of a clue.
Did you word it, what the hell is going on? Because I don't really understand. That's what I mean. The difference between pit stops is wild.
Yes, and again, 3.5 hours of racing leads to some unpredictability. Hoisingveld off to the pit lane in the SP3T category, and they have, of course, come in from the lead of the class as well. So they will serve their success penalty, so will SimRC, and I believe Ewan as Impulse Racing are also down to the pit lane. It's time for the 822 to take back the lead.
Yeah, they will, you'd imagine. Team Hoisingveld and SimRC will already be stopped in the early part of the lane, and it's going to be pretty obvious who will emerge first. So Impulse will lead there. I think the next real job is to figure out whether they will hang on to that lead or not, but that's all to come over the course of the next just over 2 hours. I think they're one of the only classes as well, by the way, who are going to make it on 2 stops, whereas the others are mainly going to have to do 3.
I think you are correct there. So, I wonder if there are going to also then be, when you have fewer pit stops, there's also a little bit less variation in how much difference you can have on terms of strategy. So maybe that slightly reduces some of the windows that drivers will be thinking about. So are seeing some driver changes in the SP3T class, I can let you know. So SimRC are going to put Nicholas Hyder in. Patrick Kubinji's in that Team Hoisingveld car, who is just left in the lead of the SP3T class, with Karlar then in second and Pro Sport in third. We'll get the gap for Hoisingveld, for SimRC and for Scherer Esports with their success penalties in a few moments' time. But that's what we're talking about in terms of the changing of the order. And now 2 hours and 12 minutes to go for Impulse to hold on, for Hoisingveld, for Scherer, for SimRC to try and push back to the front.
Yeah, very interesting race coming up in SP3T. SimRC still haven't got out the pit lane yet. Now they finally do. Their pit stop wasn't long, by the way. It just takes a long time, doesn't it, to lose half a minute in one go. So they're down to 6th place now. And as you say, a lot of work to do. We'll hopefully check in with them a little bit later, see how it's going there. I'm envisioning a very engaging race in SP3T this time around, actually. After 2 fairly clear-cut races, I think we're in for a good one this time.
It had to come good eventually. Eventually it would come good. Looking backwards from Sindre Setstall's former champion of the Nürburgring Landstracken Series in the real world, being hunted down by Max Verstappen. Max has closed that gap at a rate of knots, and I don't think Max is going to get past before the Dottinger, but there's almost a certainty, I can promise you, Max will be in 5th position at the end of this lap.
I think so. I think he's going to give it a go as well, by the way, before the end. Or before they get onto the back straight, I should say. He's getting closer as we turn through here left and right, this probably most technical section of the Nordschleife, right towards the very end. It's going to sort of level out a little bit and get a little bit faster very soon. Sort of a medium speed section here, there through Brunchen. And now as we go through the left-hander, we're going to take a big dip downhill very soon through Flansgarden, and then it will be high speed from there on in. I think Verstappen's going to have a look even before the back straight. Maybe not here, but maybe somewhere towards Schaubenschanz, towards the Kleine Carousel, maybe there'll be a look.
I think maybe on a slower driver you'd have a chance, but Sindri's set source is no slouch, and so I think he's not going to really have the chance, and so maybe a better idea anyway to try and get a bit of a slingshot to bridge the gap to the car they're chasing just down the road in front of them. So onto the brakes once again, down a couple of gears, onto the power you roll, a couple more gears into that mini carousel, and you can see in front, oh, that's Sebastian Weldon that seems to be struggling just a little bit. He's in front of the AMG Team HRT by UOL machine, but here we come onto the Dottinger out of Galgenkopf with one Mercedes on the charge, another one now having to defend. You can see it. I think we'll get a pretty good sense for the BOP once again here.
I think we're going to see the Ferrari very quick in a straight line again, even with Setsas getting a pretty faint slipstream. It's not going to matter, as there the Mercedes on the one hand making the overtake, getting overtaken on the other. Verstappen really getting chased over to the other side of the road. Well, I don't know why he's in the grass, but anyway, he pulls back in front of Setsas, and that was fairly easy in the end. I think before the end of the next lap, he could be in third.
You know, they say touch grass, and so that's what they're doing right now. They're just making sure they get their bit of grass in. Also saw Sebastian Weldon drop behind the AMG Team HRT by UOL entry, so a little bit of a change around there. 2 hours and 10 minutes still left to run. Race is starting to flick on by, albeit just more now because we're into that where strategy has impact, and we're starting to figure out just a little bit more about it. Down and through turn one once again. Verstappen's in a very, very comfortable position. What's the margin, though, to Norby Kish at the very front of the field? That's probably a pretty important question. Max is having to, you know, work his way through a couple of cars and probably cost a bit of time in some of these. He's only 20 seconds behind Norby Kish, though, so I'm pretty sure he's actually not lost any time since coming out of pit lane.
No, he's not lost any time, but also he's not gained any. So I wonder how much of that is down to the traffic that he's in, and how much of that is at the pace of Norby Kish at the moment. I think the traffic certainly is slowing him down, but with just over 2 hours to go, is there going to be enough time to close that kind of a margin? We'll wait and see, and I think it will become more clear once he's gotten into second place, because not only has he got these two right in front of him to close in, but also that Porsche in the distance of Arjen Guven, who recently got up into second place.
Well, I've just gotten a message from Sebastian Joe. Oh, because it's so cold, the tires aren't being used as much. So Sebastian's saying that double stint the tires. So what they're doing with Diogo is just getting a bit of free track position here. They wanted to get out of some of the draft games, and I've got to say, very smart idea. In Diogo Pinto and Sebastian Job, you're talking about two of the very best drivers in this car across of the entire world.
You say double stinting. I mean, it's stint and a halving, really, isn't it? With the amount of fuel they put in, they're not going to do another full stint. I guess they might do, half of the race on this set of tyres and then the other half on the next set of tyres. So maybe they'll be out there for another 20 minutes or so. Then they'll be in at the halfway stage and back out again to complete the race on the next set of tyres. But the main thing that surprises me there, and the main reason why I'm questioning it so much, is the amount of fuel they put in. Not necessarily the double stinting of tyres, that makes sense, but the lack of fuel they put in is remarkable, really.
Well, I guess it goes again to show how important they think track position is going to be. Maybe it was also related. You remember you were mentioning Dorr maybe came in a lap early because they saw a bunch of traffic. Maybe it's something similar for Redline, where they weren't necessarily sure and wanted to keep an eye out. Here comes Verstappen, though, up the inside of Sebastian Weldon. Last ditch move there from the Redline driver. And as much as the BS Competition driver wanted to defend at the last minute, has to give up the ghost and flashes the light. Sebastian Weldon, welcome to the sim racing world.
He had to steer out of Nürburgring there. He had to be he was very nice to Verstappen, actually. Not so nice afterwards with the flashing of the lights, but nevertheless, he had to steer out of the corner there, no doubt, as Verstappen was barreling down the inside. He ended up on the curve on the outside as well, and I don't think Weldon was really expecting that.
Sebastian Weldon did, of course, finish quite well in the Skip Barber iRacing Formula Series. I think that's his full and proper title. So he has sim racing experience, yes, but this is his first race for BS Competition. His first race, I would argue, and forward at this level of competition. In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, though, as couple more drivers come back on towards pit lane, side by side between Scherer's at 1:15 as they head down through the arena section. Inside line for the red and black car, long way around for Scherer, and finally just runs out of room, holds it there though, back up the inside. Great racing in the category.
Yeah, it's going to prevail for Scherer here though on the inside of the hairpin. There's going to be no way around the outside there. That's the nature of that corner. In fact, it goes downhill in the way that it does. So position there for Scherer in the Porsche category, and now they're running second with the one car and with the 105 probably, and the 115 now running 7th place after getting past Kramer Racing. So that's where the two of them run at the moment, the 115 being the one second in the championship, of course.
Second in championship, but championship hard to really talk about, I think, in that Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy class, because of how the success penalties are working. Apex and Scherer have just been able so far to stay out of trouble the most, and the next few rounds of the championship are really going to determine who are the players in that final 4-hour race. Verstappen looking for one more, passes Lucy Treves in the AMG Team HRT by UOL car as easy as you'd like, and in the blink of an eye, Verstappen back up, I think, into a podium spot.
He is now on the podium, 3rd place, and 21 seconds now behind Norby Kish. 3.5 seconds behind Guven as well, who's clearly been getting away from these guys while they've been battling. But it'll be interesting to see for this final section now. Verstappen has got clean air for the most technical part of the Nordschleife. So how much of that gap can he close? Is he going to really lay down a marker in terms of time gaps, as if to say, we're going to win this race as well?
Yeah, you called that Max was going to get the pole in qualifying by a large margin. I think then it became a pretty obvious call that it was going to be difficult to beat them, especially after Sontek's slight worries at the start of the race, and Sam Matty Trogan still trying to somewhat recover at this juncture. So well done net, not feeling the pressure from Andre Setsource in the Williams Esports car. And that Williams Esports car, the one that's actually nestled in 3rd in the championship. So, you know, realistically, we're at this point of the season where it's an inflection point. Max Verstappen raced in the 2nd round of the season, raced in the 3rd round of the season. We're not sure, though, Ewan, if he's going to be free for the next 2 races, because, of course, Formula One's going to start picking up.
Yeah.
You know, Max is very committed to sim racing, but who knows if he'll have the time. And Max is flying, that is for sure. But who knows what could happen in terms of momentum when we get another driver into the car.
Yeah, I think it could be very different indeed. And if I obviously don't know, and maybe he doesn't know yet, but I'd be willing to speculate that he won't be there for the final 2 rounds, especially not the last one, which I think comes, is it the same weekend or the weekend after the opening round of Formula 1 this season, because it's so early? I think testing will be not far around the corner as well by the time of the 4th round, the penultimate round. So I would be willing to speculate that this is his last round, but hopefully not.
Hopefully not, because we always enjoy having Max in the field, and he does seem to enjoy his fair share of racing at the Nordschleife now. That was Door Esports, by the way, who got their way on forward, I think on the Greico Motorsports car. So Tim Yarshell making moves and slicing and dicing his way on forward. 2 and a bit hours still left to go in this race. We're about to come to the 90-minute mark, having been complete. And I don't think any of the GT3 SP9 teams are doing the 4 and 4 in terms of their real driver. They're leaving them all out there just for a little bit longer at this stage of the race. We'll keep an eye on when they get out of the car. Next target for Max Verstappen is going to be Ian Chen Guben, just down the road in front of him.
How much does he close that gap over the course of the section, or the technical section? It's now down to about 2.3 as opposed to 3.5 that it was. So he's gained about a second just in that last section of the track alone. He's done the same to Norby Kish. So I reckon, by not the end of this stint, but maybe the end of the next one, Verstappen will be right there for the race lead, and he's going to be difficult to hold back.
Yeah, I also wonder at what point does Max Weinig get into the car. You know, if we expect Verstappen into pit lane, what, 20-odd minutes from now? Something like that. Maybe leave him in for another stint, and then Max Weinig jumps in for another 40 minutes. By the way, we have 2 hours, Ewan, to come up with a catchy nickname for the pairing of Max and Max. Don't say Max squared. Don't you say Max squared.
Well, I wasn't thinking like that because I'm not obsessed with maths. But
It's also very boring.
I don't know. There's something in there, but I can't think what it is at the moment.
Right, we'll get there. We will workshop this idea over the next 2 hours. So at the end, we have a nickname for the fantastic pairing of Max and Max. Yeah, that's one thing, Ewan, that, you know, in the world of motorsports, we don't have enough of. You know how Kimi Räikkönen was known as the Iceman?
Yes.
Max is the Lion, right? That's his name?
Is it?
I think so. Like, at least that's his logo, is the Lion.
Okay. Has he given himself that nickname?
But that's not a nickname you can give yourself. No. Yeah, someone else has to call you a Lion, yes.
That's what I mean. Well, that's what I'm concerned about. Has he just done that to himself?
Yeah. I enjoy a good nickname. The best ones are always the ones that come out of randomnesses. So, apparently in Redline, Silly Lully is what we're meant to call Chris Lullum. We talked about this last time on DNLS, didn't we? Gianni Vecchio, the nickname for him. Grandma Gianni.
I don't think we did talk about this last round. No, I don't remember hearing that.
We did.
Oh, did we?
No, we did.
I don't remember this.
Well, because we were trying to come up with a nickname for Max, don't you remember?
No.
Clearly not. For good reason, because none of our ideas were very good. Anyway, back on the action as Sebastian Weldon continues to ride behind a set source. You can see Brennan's not actually closing on him, so kudos to Seb, you know. Passed by Max, yes, passed by Lucy, passed by the Williams eSports car, but able to hold on to the gap in front and be able to pull in that margin as well as they work through into Nordschleife and Crowns and Arenberg. Now, this is not only Seb's first race for BS competition, but you and I'm pretty sure this is probably the first time he's ever actually had to race at the Nordschleife.
It might be. Well, it does take a lot of... I mean, I'd be surprised if he doesn't know the way around, as in when you're supposed to go left and when you're supposed to go right, in that respect. You know, it might well be, but in terms of actual track knowledge, I think his track knowledge is going to be decent, but it's always a case of, no matter how much practice you've done, if you haven't done the right amount of racing or haven't got the experience of those around you in terms of racing around here, then it's very difficult to catch up or very difficult to even be level with them. So that's probably what's going to hold those back at the moment and just sort of hinder them slightly over the course of the day, because, as I say, that you can't be experienced and you can't get experience without doing it.
Yeah, it's what do you call it? Dichotomy? Is that English? This is the problem. Like, you know, we're apparently commentators, but I got a C+ in my GCSE for English. I'm not very good at it.
I didn't get letters. But
oh, wow, because you have fake grades. That's right.
I have. For whatever reason, they decided to change numbers for one set of classifications, but also not change it for the other one. So I've got a set of numbers and a set of letters.
Yeah. Do you understand what either of those mean?
I do, yeah, because it was pretty drilled into us quite well.
Education. Education by race car is my preferred topic this day. Idea that I've been thinking about. How can you educate people about different topics about racing? You know, we're here at the Nordschleife. We want to show people all the different corners, the type of racing. Well, how do we do that? Through things like this, through the digital Nürburgring endurance series. We can mix the real drivers with the sim racing drivers together and have a really fun series with, of course, live race control, keeping the drivers on their toes. We have just under 2 hours to go, though, in this third round of the digital Nürburgring endurance series, a 3.5-hour race. Don't go anywhere. We'll continue with our start to 2024. Coming up next.
Jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Welcome back along to the Green Hell, to the Nordschleife. We are live for the third round of the 2023-2024 Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series 3.5-hour race. Arjuna Kankiparty alongside with Ewan O'Leary as we watch some great racing action. 90 minutes done and dusted. Still over 90 minutes left to go, of course. And Max Verstappen slicing and dicing his way through the SP9 category. He started on pole, blew the field away in qualifying as well. 30-second success penalty for winning the previous round of the championship. Ewan could not stop him from working his way back forward.
He's already nearly recovered all of those places that he lost in the pit stop cycle. He actually came out in 10th position initially, but already up to third. Ayhan Guven now trying to stop him from getting to second. It will be a special move to go round the outside there. He's probably going to wait for the back straight again, where the Ferrari power will overpower the Porsche.
Yes, and we made the joke at the start. Max Verstappen's already won a race this year in a Mercedes. Now he might do it in a Ferrari. When will he get to do it in a Red Bull? Well, probably the first race of the Formula One season, whenever it rolls around. But that's a topic for another day. An hour and 54 minutes left in this one. For us not to get involved in Formula One wars, we can focus instead on some of that great racing that we've got. And here comes the prancing horse, just closing the draft, ready to pop out to the right-hand side, and finally does so. Gives a wide berth to Guven as well. Almost into the grass, mainly just trying to avoid a side draft. Does not want to allow that Porsche to slow effectively the Ferrari down by manipulating the air itself. And down into Tiergarten, move officially done.
That was pretty slam dunk for Max Verstappen. Not surprised to see, and almost no emotion on his face. He knew the job that was at hand there. Knew exactly what he had to do, and he's done it pretty convincingly as well. So that is second place for Max Verstappen. He is 18 seconds behind Nürburgring now in the lead of this race. He closed a couple of seconds on that last lap. From what I can see on my screen, anyway, it's actually up to 19 seconds, so he's gained a second on this last lap, which is still not bad. And so, yeah, he's going to have the opportunity now to chase down Nürburgring for the race lead. He's got nearly 2 hours to do it as well. So, yeah, 1 hour 53 remaining, and Max Verstappen now has the objective right in front of him. In SP10, we've got interesting battles going on as well. Dory Sports still leading there in the Aston Martin. Sontec Racing currently in second position, with X-Racer rounding out the top three. And there you can see the third place X-Racer car, with Pro Sport and Frozen Speed by Grid and Go just in behind on the back straight as well. So the podium place is being fought over in SP10. On the way down towards Tiergarten. Arjuna's finally going to join me. That'd be nice.
Just getting my internet, I think, resolved. I was just seeing a bit of issues here and there. I didn't want to break into the party. What I was thinking, though, is that for Max Verstappen, he set the fastest lap on the race the last time by. It was about 2 seconds off of his qualifying time, which around a lap like this, that's pretty good. To be only 2 seconds off of your qualifying time. So pretty storming lap. But in this SP10 category, we mentioned, of course, that the first stint's all about the fuel saving and the draft. And now that it's split up and we've started to see the cars with the success penalties drop back, those without the success penalties rising up towards the front of the class, it is still Dory Sports that leads. It's Sontec second, X-Racer third. But if you're in any of these cars, we necessarily have thought of them at the start of this season as being the fastest ones. Some bad luck, to be fair to them, and would have wanted a bit more, I think, in this SP10 category.
Very possible. It's been a difficult season for some. Pro Sport are in fifth in the standings. They're the best placed of these three right now, so that they've done all right, and but they've not been, on the podium yet in this season so far. X-Racer and Frozen Speed by Grid and Go at 9th and 11th respectively in the championship. So that shows you the kind of season they've been having, and the fact that they're all inside the top 5 here is a good result. But it is somewhat down to those who have spent a long time in the pit lane. Marla Racing Team down to 8th place as a result of spending 30 seconds longer in the pit lane, and that's sort of promoted everybody up and given everyone a chance here to close on them as they have a 6-point lead at the start of the day.
Yeah, and of course the race winners from last time, the BS competition drivers, so it's the 30-second success penalty just coming back to bite them. Bobby Zelensky in the 118 Coanda Esports car is in front of Greica Motorsports and Bruno Heinrich, but now behind Door Esports and Tim Yarshell, who's made yet another pass as there's a Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy driver off and on towards the pit lane. Seemingly more pit stops begin once again. Door Esports back up into 3rd. They've had a really remarkable drive to be able to climb their way back on forward after what was an early pit stop for them. And as they are in pit lane, I think, by the way, I've just seen potentially the Apex Racing Team are down on pit lane for a driver change.
So are Scherer, Scherer are changing drivers as well, aren't they? So 2 driver changes down on pit lane. Luca Kita making his DNLS debut, I think, in the Apex Racing Team. He has raced for them previously, but obviously new recruit for them, and so he'll be making his way out there with Fabian Hofstadter as well. Looks like 4 tyres and fuel for everybody this time, and the only tyre change maybe of the race.
Yeah, no, it seems as though in that Porsche class, especially if the others don't change, strategy somewhat sort of locked in for them to try and minimize stationary time. Luca Kita, I'm pretty sure this is the debut for him in DNLS for the Apex Racing Team, but we of course have seen him for Mercedes Urano going back to that previous season, so good to see him back into the fold. Sindre Setsal's close on Lucy Treves in the AMG Team HRT by UOL. Again, how many acronyms can he fit into a team name? The answer is yes. Not going to get the move done just yet. How big is the gap up to Max Verstappen now? Because Sindre Setsal's would have been thinking, you know, maybe I could have followed Max on forward.
Well, he's 6 seconds behind now, so
wow,
he'd do a very good job to cling on at this point. I mean, Gubin's nearly 2 seconds behind already, and he was only overtaken 5 minutes ago.
That's crazy. It's crazy, isn't it?
Absolutely crazy. I mean, it's you know, someone who's not even a full-time sim racer either. It kind of goes back to your long-held theory. Is it your long-held theory or someone else's that he could be the best sim racing driver in the world if he was, you know, full-time professional at it?
If anyone's going to claim that is their theory, that's wrong, because I think that's the most obvious statement in the world. Oh no, I've probably said that, but I'm not going to claim that's my, you know, opinion. I'm just going to say, yeah, that seems like a statement of fact to me, you know?
Does it? I don't know about, a statement of fact.
If Max is this good with this, I'm not going to say little practice, but, you know, restricted amount of practice, I can only imagine what he would be like if he was a sim racing gremlin like the rest of us. Here goes Sammy Matty Trogan up the insides of one of those Toyotas as he hunts down Sebastian Weldon in that BS Plus competition car. Yeah. I think I probably said that to you, Ewan. I was definitely not the first person to say it. I will not be the last person to say it. I think yes.
I think it counts as a theory because it's something that's not happened yet, and that is a theory. Or that we don't know has happened, I guess.
Do we have a best driver in sim racing though? Like, is there one best driver?
We could spend the rest of this race and longer talking about that.
Good point. So let's not. Let's instead focus on who is actually in this race, because some of the people that we might talk about in that conversation aren't actually out on track. Gaio Valero, Vasilia Speliziotis, surprising to see them down for 10th and 11th positions.
Yeah, their pit stops, sorry, not pit stops, their penalties, I should say, have very much shaped their race. Speliziotis wasn't the one to make the move down the inside at turn 1, but he has certainly felt the effects of the penalty. They got for it, and Gaio Valero, of course, had the penalty for having no real-life driver in the Apex Racing car again, the number 48. So that leaves them fighting for 10th and 11th here now. They're 40 seconds off of the lead, though, so that's actually a bit closer than maybe you'd expect at this stage.
Yeah, that's a car that, you know, we've seen a couple of different drivers rotate through in the Apex Racing camp, and it's been one where I think they're just building some experience as well. Not to say that they don't have speed. I mean, look at the AMG Team MSI car, which of course is run by the Apex Racing Team. They clearly have good setups and good speed. It's more just the consistency, lap on lap on lap on being able to do against the plan. Popping out of the toe is the number 47, as it now pulls all the way to the right-hand side, tries to avoid giving too much draft to the car behind, because now as you continue to climb, the car in front going to start slowing down, and maybe that This car could have another look at trying to repass eventually, but will be in the future. Meanwhile, SP10's Pro Sport starting to look back and increasingly see frozen speed fill the rear view mirrors, and the X-Racer Mercedes, I wouldn't say in danger of pulling away, but is getting slightly bigger in front, I would say.
I think that gap was fairly similar to what we saw before, because Victor Brill wasn't right on the back of Hacker Leo before, was he? He was a little bit further adrift, and actually, to my timing screen, he was more than a second behind, but now he's within a second, so it's very slightly changed, if it has at all, but it's, you know, not a gap that I think is going to grow much larger than this one, unless, of course, traffic gets involved. The Nürburgring Esports SB9 car is not going to get involved with these guys on this occasion through the end of the lap, so that's good news for everybody. But yeah, these three have stayed at roughly the same distance they were before. It's just hard to know where this race is going to go from here in SP10, because the field has been decimated by the success penalties in the first round of pit stops. Yeah.
Typical SP10 story, though, and now as the GT3 machine is going to slip its way on through, will duck in and out, gets its draft, will feed it to those behind as well. Will the X-Racer Mercedes be closed on as they begin to now climb back up to the top of the end of the straight? Just see how much faster those GT3 machines are in terms of a raw top-end speed. Now running into that draft, in towards the Tiergarten section. Yeah, that gap definitely did close as a result of that. Maybe not by much, but definitely by a bit. There's one of our SP3T teams, by the way, the 5-car class that we said you only need 2 to tango, but if you're running by yourself, I guess you're just hoping to stay out of trouble. That is the 515, the 5th place car with Merlin Mark Wolf behind the wheel.
Yeah, the last car to have not received big damage in this race, the Sherry Sport TCR, by the way, has clearly had some big contact along the way, because they're even behind these cars in VT2 for whatever reason. They've in fact just been passed as the Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing car has made its way past right now. So they're in 5th, looking to chase down those in front, and may well be able to over the course of the next laps. They really need to start finishing ahead of Nürburgring Esports if they're going to win the VT2 title this season.
Yeah, that championship, of course, with just the 5 teams means that it's quite easy to still rack up points, right? The minimum number of points you will get for finishing the race is 3. So yeah, you've got to keep that in mind. Most points you can get for winning because of the smaller number of cars as well. Factoring in the Nürburgring scoring system is only 8. So only a maximum hypothetical difference of 5. If you are consistent, you can potentially run your way on through. Here's that entry into Flugplatz. I'm now taking a look behind. We often get to do this with drivers' webcams. I see a Nürburgring 24-hour hat. Is that a watermelon cushion pillow thingy that he's got on?
I don't think it's quite a watermelon, but it's something cushion-like, I'm going to say. I can't really tell. You've got a very much better view for some reason of these webcams and what's in the background than I have. You're always letting me know things, as that was very close, but that was the life of VT2 driver.
Now that is the typical life of traffic at the Nordschleife. You see a GT3 SP9 car, expect to be pushed slightly wide. I just am very fascinated what is behind the webcam for drivers, because it's a race in my living room when I had my sim racing set up. Fortunately, I used to live by myself, but we've commentated on drivers in the past. You know, Dane Warren used to live when he was in Australia, and you know, recently moved to Germany, but he used to share a sim racing room with his brother Ethan Warren, and I can only imagine what that's like in terms of distraction. Less distraction equals more better. Although, didn't we have a webcam at the first race of the season where there was a driver with like a party going on behind it?
Yeah, that does ring a bell. I'm not sure who, I can't remember who it was now, but there was someone with a whole group of people behind. Didn't seem to be focusing on the race at all. They seem to be doing something entirely different, although I don't know what it was. So, yeah, I can't remember who that was or where they've gone. Yeah,
where have they gone? Where have all those people disappeared to? Seems see if I can get a word from our producer to try and give me the word, because it's been a long time since our first round of the season. How many races we've had since then for these drivers? It is a never-ending cycle of practice, setup work for a lot of them. And so, you know, last weekend, iRacing Daytona 24 hours, for many of the drivers, they would have done thousands of laps between practice and the race itself. And then, well, it's back over to this and full focus on the third round of the digital Nürburgring endurance series. There's the 49 car, Elias Seppinen, now trying to work past the lap machine.
This is pretty disruptive for them in that case. Where is the? There's nobody lapped involved here, is there? In that battle?
There was a car that said 13 on the position plate.
But they were. I don't know why, because they were involved there. That was the three-car battle for 10th place. For Jimmy Antunes, Leo Nerger and Alejandro Sanchez, if that's what we were seeing. That was a three-car battle for that position, despite, I don't know what the number was saying, or why it was saying 13, because they're 10th.
Because we've just seen pit stops, because Jimmy Antunes has just jumped into the AMG HRT by UOL car.
Yes, okay, that makes a lot more sense. Yes, and Alejandro Sanchez has just been in, MJ Downfall's also just been in, so that's why that makes a lot more sense now. So those three are running around together, and Sanchez really needs to get past Erger pretty quickly, because, well, I guess it's not that urgent, because Erger will be in at the end of this lap anyway, but even so, we have to clear that car.
Yeah, and I wonder if he wants to clear his teammate Jimmy Antunes, who's, of course, the Unicorns of Love that partnered up with Haupt Racing Team to enter the HRT by UOL team. Well, Unicorns of Love also have a partnership with Apex Racing, which last year saw Alejandro Sanchez jump into that car. This year, it's going to be, of course, the introduction of Jimmy Antunes into that machine. Jimmy, by the way, drives a BMW in the real world, enjoys a BMW in the scene too, but is of course competing in that Mercedes here today. For Marcus Deck in that PB Performance car, I'm pretty sure he has also got to come down to Sebastian Job in front of him, has taken over from Diogo Pinto.
Yeah, so important pit stops start to happen now in this category, and the strategies are all over the place. Again, Marcus Deck is on his 6th lap of the stint, which means he can go quite a bit further here. He can go for another couple of laps after this one. But Sebastian Job just into the car right now. That was a full service for him, nearly a minute stopped in the box actually, and so he will be on those tyres to the end, you'd imagine, for Team Redline.
I think that's the plan, though never trust a commentator. Maybe we've been fed false information. Don't think Seb would do that. Seb's pretty good about feeding us the good information. My suspicion, though, is that it's all going to depend on the temperature, Ewan, right? Because qualifying was, what, 31 degrees. The race has dropped off slightly. If the temperature starts to rise again, teams might have to react to that.
Yeah, but based on what I'm seeing, the sunlight levels, I know this is not a great way to measure temperature, but the sunlight levels, to me, to my eye, seem to be going down. I'm not sure whether we're heading towards a later afternoon situation at the moment, but it seems to me as if, I don't think anyway, the temperature is going to go up enough to affect those cars. I think those who are just doing one tyre change may be okay, as Pro Sport are now past. Alejandro Sanchez makes his way past them, although Leo Nerger should be in the pit lane right now anyway, as the leaders are, including Max Verstappen.
Not sure if Max will get out and hand it over to Max, or if Max will stay in the car and Max will get in later, but we're about to find out which Max will leave in the Redline machine. So here come the Mercedes for the Pro Sport crew down to the box. There's the number 50, already off and away. The Coanda by Manthey car, as well as Williams' number 5, going to come out in front of Sanchez and Antunes, although the 49 now a lot closer back to a podium spot than it has been for quite a while. Back out front, though, it is once again Team Redline that have the lead, have the advantage, and looking at my timing screen, as far as I can tell, Max Verstappen staying in that car.
Yeah, he is. They don't have the lead, of course. They've got the advantage, the upper hand in this race, I suppose. 15.5 seconds BS competition ahead of them. So Nordic is clearly quite willing to go deep into this race, as well as Niels Koch as well. So those three drivers look like they're going to do most of this race before handing over as late as they possibly can to their teammates.
Yeah, Max whining as well. Just again, I'll remind you, we haven't seen him for quite a while. Looking forward to getting him back in the car and really pushing out on track. There is Norby Kish. Last lap time, 7:59. Best lap time of a 7:55. I mean, to give him some credit, he's only lost about 5 seconds to Max Verstappen since the pit stop cycle where Verstappen dropped backwards. So, Norby Kish, like we mentioned, that, you know, previous champion of the series, he's been flying.
I think that was 3 laps maybe he withstood Verstappen's pace for. So to lose 5 seconds over 3 laps is okay, but that's still 5 seconds every half an hour, and with 2 hours to go to close 20 seconds, that's exactly what you have to do. So that's still of somewhat concern. The only problem is the differences between the skill or the speed of 2 different drivers in each car in the DNLS is a little bit larger than most of the other events at this level of sim racing. So we don't really know what's going to happen. And you mentioned the sort of ambiguity, I guess, with the other Max. We don't know what's going to happen there. There's a lot of unknowns going into the last 90 minutes here.
One certainty is we'll have a winner in about 90 minutes time.
As we tend to.
Fingers crossed, hopefully.
Well, I'm hoping it's not going to be a tie. What will we do then?
Oh, can you... Has there actually ever been a tie in motorsports?
Probably in the days where the
timing systems weren't accurate
consisted
enough.
of someone just watching. Yeah.
Right, yeah. Because I've got to assume that, yeah, they're... Like, you know what Monster Jam is, right?
Yes.
Monster trucks, yeah. So some of the RaceSpot crew, Evan Pasoko, Josh Lee, they work at Monster Jam. They have some really cool slow motion cameras that cost a lot of money. I wonder if, you know, every racing series now kind of relies on that, because what would happen if the timing, if the transponders crossed identical times, does that mean the transponders were in the same place in the car? Yeah, then you have to start having some technical discussions. Well,
but also, with the problem with the cameras is that, and this has happened in other sports sometimes, where you've got a similar situation, it's actually not even seeable by the eye, and not even when you draw the lines in a photo finish either. I've seen some, very close finishes on occasion of races of any kind of race, really, that you can pick out, and it's not really very watchable by the eye, even on a photo.
No, I've commentated on a finish 1,000th of a second, had no idea who won it, still don't think I have any idea who actually won at the line. Here comes battle in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, the Coanda versus Scherer. That's the Greike car that I think is tucked in behind, and as the 118 slithers into the braking zone, a little bit unsteady there on the transition onto the brakes. They hold on, they exit the corner, as is for the time being. David Williams has got Fabian Hochstadter in front of him, Adrian Greike behind him, as David gets say welcome back to the Nordschleife. He'll look to the inside, offensive, more defensive.
It's sort of a bit of both, wasn't it? If he was late enough on the brakes there, sort of by accident, then he probably would have gone for that, but in the end he just did want to just protect his own position as well, protect his place inside the top 10, and that's his first lap out of the pit lane complete, and now he's on to the first flying lap of the race for him. This 115 car, though, still embedded down in 9th position with their teammates out in the lead at the moment. This is going to be a very important day for both of those Scherer cars and the Apex Racing Team car, which is just up the road in 8th place as well. But most of those, or those 3, of course, are the top 3 in a very, very close championship.
Just looking through the drivers that we've had in the Scherer Racing cars, there's Adrian Greike, who's looking quite animated right now. A little bit of a sigh of breath there, just saws at the wheel as he brings it through the corner and then onto the clutch to save a bunch of fuel. So you can clearly hear that there is a bit of strategy that is taking center stage and center of mind for these drivers. But in terms of the Scherer Racing Team, they've had a pretty stable lineup, of course, with Julian Reimer, Fabian Hochstadter in the 115, Raphael Renhofer, Luca Alper in the 105. Ewan, is it a benefit, in your opinion, to have a solid, steady crew of one or two drivers over the course of an entire season, or like Apex, where they've been mixing up a little bit more. Michael Gianni, and then Quinton Violate round one, just Michael Gianni in round two, and now Luca Kita joins in round three. Do you think there's a benefit to having new drivers come in and potentially find a little bit more speed?
It somewhat depends on what team you're on. I think for Apex it's fine to do that because a lot of those drivers are very well versed in this car already. They'll know this circuit as well. This track, of course, was in Pest last year, for example. It's a circuit they'll know well. It's a car they know very well, so it doesn't necessarily matter that you're switching out very much. But if you're a team that doesn't do so much Porsche Cup racing, or indeed whichever class you're in, if you're a team that is not particularly well versed in that category, or the car that you're using is very much better to get used to that car together, get a setup for it together, and do the whole season together, because you don't want to be switching out people and sort of getting someone up to speed, because that costs you a lot of time, of course. And as I said earlier, you can never beat experience. The driver who's done the first two races, for example, is always going to be stronger and more confident than the one who's jumping in for round three as his first event.
Yes, you, especially in a series like this, right, where you're so reliant on traffic management, there is that familiarity that builds up. You'll see certain teams that you recognize that you're going to have no problems with in traffic, and you know that they will pull aside and get out of the way for you. And there's other teams where they're not going to stop you from passing, but they'll do what you're told to as a slower class. Run your line and make the faster class pass you. Which is definitely something you have to keep in mind. Pash Gergis is now going to have to watch, though, as the right side mirrors get filled and then emptied as the Williams Esports car charges on forward. As easy as you'd like. The Greek driver doesn't even have a chance to get back into the draft just yet. Will finally slide across as they get past one of the Toyotas that's almost standing, as Carl Janssen now up into a podium spot.
Pretty easy pass in the end. Guven has sort of, well, it's not Guven anymore, sorry, it's Gergis now is at the wheel. Sort of slowly been losing places as that Porsche over the course of the race, really, especially since they got up into second place. They were briefly just 18 seconds behind the race lead, but now they're 23 back, and in the next 10 seconds or so there's 4 cars queuing up behind them. I fear that they could lose out on all of those places before the end.
Pash has been doing a lot more of the managing side of the team. So it's good to see him back behind the wheel and not responsible for some of his drivers instead. Here's the look through the carousel. Is that PB performance that we see from up above? Indeed, they've got Sebastian Joe behind them. So interestingly, I thought that PB performance car owed us a pit stop, but Marcus Deck is in front of Sebastian Joe, and last time was almost 0.7 of a second faster.
Yeah, so how has that really taken place? I guess PB Performance might be lighter on fuel at the moment. That's the only explanation, really. Yeah, not really sure. Other than that, oh yeah, sorry, they are very light on fuel. They're on the 7th lap of the stint, so that's why. Sebastian Job only on his 2nd lap. He'll have probably 3/4 of a tank left in that at the moment, probably more. So that's probably one of the reasons why PB Performance are a little bit quicker. No disrespect to them, but that would be a surprise to see on a regular day.
Yeah, no disrespect, but Marcus has, shown some speed, but again, it goes back to that consistency of being able to put it together, and you're competing against someone like Sebastian Job, right? We're talking a world champion here on iRacing, so it goes to show that Marcus has definitely got the speed and hopefully gives him a confidence boost. And yeah, as I mentioned earlier, you look at that Redline lineup in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, and, well, Diogo Pinto, Sebastian Job, the two of the most recent World Championship winners, the Porsche Esports Super Cup, that bodes pretty well. Oh, and don't forget, last round, they also had Enzo Benito in the mix.
It just shows you the sort of drivers they've got at their disposal now at Team Redline, especially with signings of the likes of Sebastian Job, who's now joined them. Gustavo Ariel has joined them for 2024 as well. He was put to good use at Daytona last weekend as well. They've got so many assets at their disposal, and as I said earlier, that a lot of those drivers are very used to that car, and that's where it's not a problem to switch out drivers. You can place your trust in those drivers to do well because they're well versed in the car, but if it was another team than Redline, you wouldn't like them particularly switching quite so often.
In Enzo Benito's case as well, right? Like, we've seen him win in the Sports Racing League. Doesn't matter what sim, what car, what track, he's always up there in the mix.
I always rate drivers more highly in that way as well, if they are able to do that. Sometimes you get drivers who are literally only good at one car on iRacing or one car on wherever else. But I always respect drivers a lot more when they go to different simulators and they're just quick anyway, because it sort of makes you wonder what they would do in real life as well. I know it's a different prospect as well, but that counts for me as more ability than just learning one car very well.
Like the sound of that personally. Here's a whop around as that's Luca Kita, I do believe, that's just been passed by Mike Holder in the Holder Motorsports 107. Of course, Mike's doing this race all by his lonesome, so expect him at some point to probably be quite fatigued at the end of this race. He is going to probably be drenched in sweat right now. He'll be in tension because Luca Kita wasn't willing to let the place hang about, gets past on the run in towards the final corner, and now I think you should expect potentially Holder off to the right. No, he stays out on track. PB Performance have come into Pockesdeck out, Tom Osterman in. I think we're now at the end, Ewan, of the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy pit stop cycle.
You say that, but we do have WSR Esports Bookkicker to come in. They're not realistically third. They're on their 8th lap of their stint, and Holder Motorsport are also on the 8th lap of their stint here, so we nearly are, and Holder Motorsport are not quite giving up with Apex yet. This is not good news for Luca Kita.
No, he's been passed into turn 1, and that 107 is putting on a bit of a show for us. Luca Kita did his first race for his new team last week, 54 Hours of Daytona. Didn't necessarily go according to plan. I'm not sure if Luca, by the way, is still actually racing from the Apex Racing Team facility in Corby, but I do know Elias Seppin and Alejandro Sanchez in the AMG Team MSI car are both racing from Corby. Great for Alejandro to be able to go over and get a bit of that face-to-face time with the rest of his. Bottom of your screen, quickly, it showed an update for your GT3 SP9 lead. Gap between Verstappen and Norby Kish at the front of the field. Ewan is still around 12 seconds or so. Gap's coming down, but Norby can to hold it off.
He is, and is doing a good job as well. Not just the best he can, but the best he can manage is a very good job at the moment. So encouraging signs for BS Competition to still be 13 seconds away. And it's not as if Verstappen has slowed down at all. Verstappen is now 10 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. That shows you what a pace he's going at, but also sort of puts into perspective the job that Norby Kiss is doing at the same time.
And we haven't seen Norby hand the car over to his teammate yet either, have we?
No. So they're going for the same strategy, I would imagine. Identical strategies, in fact. Just the fact that BS didn't have the success penalty to serve.
Well, and this is what I will say. I think a lot of people know the name Max Weinig. Yes, he's maybe not raced recently, but you go back 3-4 years, familiar name at the top level of endurance racing. Lucas Herrmann was a name that was used to us in the first round of this 2023-2024 Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, and we saw a sterling job in his stint in the first round that effectively took BS to the win. I'm not saying that Max Verstappen has got to close the gap, but I don't think that you can rely on Lucas Herrmann allowing Max Weinig an opportunity to close that gap unless Max is just as fast as the other Max in his car. And so maybe there is a bit more urgency, Ewan, given that the pit stop window is only around 30 minutes away from opening.
I mean, yeah, I think they've still got a chance in this race. BS Competition, there's absolutely no doubt about that. They've got a chance in this one, and it's sort of maybe shaping the rest of the season as well. The top 3 in the championship right now are the top 3 on the road as we're looking at it, 1, 2 and 3 in the correct order as well. So it's very much a look as to what we might see throughout the remainder of the season as well, which makes it very interesting indeed. Although maybe gives Redline the slight upper hand given that they've come from so far behind. But anyway, it's a great position for BS Competition to be in. At least they're in the lead in this race. At least they're not the ones behind right now, hoping that Weinig is not going to be quite as quick as Max Verstappen, because that's always wishful thinking, isn't it? You never wanting to be behind and hoping for stuff to go wrong ahead.
Yeah, no, you can't rely on that either, right? So you've always got to try and figure out what you can do to take full advantage of it. Luca Kita still on the back of Mike Hall. corner as we watch this fight for what is 5th in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class. Of course, a bit of extra stakes with this class carrying over from the real world into the virtual. Great to see it make its appearance in this 2023-2024 Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, because this class is one that, well, the top ranks of Porsche drivers in the future will probably end up coming from Porsche Carrera Cups from around the world. You look at yesterday in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, where Riley Dickinson, along with the Kalimos racing crew, were able to take advantage. And as now we have SP10s blocking the road in front, it's frozen speed by Grid and Go alongside the Pro Sport car. And you can see the frustration for Luca Kita. There's not much he can do. He's not going to get too aggravated, though. He's just going to say a few angry choice words and get on through.
If my lip reading is correct, I heard him say, or I saw him say "why" 3 times, as if, well, I don't. It's not their fault, is it? But maybe that's not what he was saying. He probably wasn't even speaking English, was he? But anyway, that's my reading of the thought bubbles. Anyway, just really frustrated. And by the way, the reason why I exclaimed initially was because the car in front, Mike Holder there, very nearly got it very wrong as he was going around the outside. He very nearly clipped one of the GT4s. And that would have been a humongous accident as well at that speed.
Yes, no, especially on the run up in towards the mud curve, right? That could have been a bit hellacious to try and contend with. And so as Luca Kita now tries to bridge that gap back up, it's going to take some work for him to do so. And we'll just keep an eye on where exactly they're going to end up faring out. I was going to mention, by the way, in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, not only do the race winners grab trophies, but of course there's the prize money that comes with it, as well as an award ceremony. That's going to be really cool for whoever gets to be a part of that, so that's going to be pretty exciting to see. When it comes to those sort of traffic moments, though, you were doing a bit of lip reading there, Ewan, it's where it's helpful for the bigger teams that they have someone in the ear of the driver calming them down and saying, to go back to a very famous quote from Formula One, Felipe, baby, it's okay.
I remember that, wow. What a throwback that is. About 14 years ago, that, by the way.
Is it? Oh, wow.
I think so, yeah.
You're making me feel old now.
Maybe 15. It makes you feel better, I remember it too, so anyway. Although you were probably, I don't know, in school or something when I was a child.
2009, Felipe, baby, stay cool. Wow.
Yeah, I remember it. It's about 15 years ago. There you go. Great times. But anyway, back when Formula One was a proper sport. Joke. That's a joke, by the way. Anyway, where were we? Oh yeah, bigger teams. I mean, yeah, it is always helpful. I mean, and not only in terms of that as well, not in terms of the psychological training almost that you're doing there, but also in terms of you've got so-and-so coming up and whatever, because I know you've got the relative there, but it's nice to hear from someone as well just about what's going on up ahead of you, especially when things are going a bit wrong for someone ahead of you, because a relative can only tell you so much.
Yeah, especially at a track like this, where the relative system works, is iRacing's, of course, trying to track it across of the lap, and different corners, you know, you're traveling around at different speeds, so it's not necessarily always going to give you the exact same numbers, so interpreting that can be an art form in and of itself. I actually think the job of the engineer in sim racing is especially difficult, because I feel like in the real world, you know, in IndyCar, in endurance racing, you can turn on a scanner and go and listen, and you often won't hear the driver saying too much, whereas I feel like often we look at the webcams, Ewan, and we try and do the lip reading, and we see a lot of activity from the drivers behind the wheel.
Yeah, there is on occasion, and it's great to see. I always love events like this where we get so much access to see what's happening with the drivers. It's something you get in real life, but we very rarely see in sim, so it's great to see the actual people behind these things and see what's going on for them personally. As frozen speed by Grid and Go come into the pit lane, this is a bit short of a final stop in SP10.
Yeah, not ideal for them. I think they have been trying to do a bit of fuel saving. Jesse Tekela, the one that dived on in. Benedict Hitz and Tatu Siepel in the Sontec and Dora Esports cars are running 1 and 2. And, well, I was saying that for Dora Esports earlier, I don't think they've had necessarily the success that they would have wanted. But what I really meant by that is genuinely, end of last season, they were showing themselves as potential championship contenders going into this season. Had a win taken away from them for technical issues, no fault of their own. They grabbed second in race 1, off the podium in race number 2. Now Lucas Müller and Benedict Hitt started this race off at the front to the field once again. And that's what I was saying, Ewan, is I'm not saying that low by any means, but sometimes you just click with a car and with a series, and they clearly have come into this season feeling confident about their chances.
Yeah, clearly, and so that's it always sort of gives you a head start almost, doesn't it, if you're feeling that way. There would have been a lot of people on the same, or in the same position, feeling quite apprehensive about the season ahead, so it gives you that little step ahead of the field before you've even begun. Right now we've got a very interesting race in this class. Nose to tail almost for the leads here between Dory Sports and Sontec, but how are they going to play the pit stops? Where are the final ones going to be taken? These guys are on their third lap of the stint right now. Imagine their next stop will be the final one, but how many tyres do you take on? How much fuel do you put in? All those kind of things are still to be confirmed.
Well, the answer on the tyre question, Ewan, is 4 tyres. You know why?
They do at the same time.
Yeah.
I know, but I'm thinking, how short is the field going to be? So, you know, how much can they get away with?
If they're 3 laps in, they're probably around halfway through, maybe a little bit more on the run, so maybe a slightly shorter stop, but it's not going to be too much shorter. I think this 3.5 hour time window really makes a quite fascinating race distance, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. But what I mean is, I'm sure maybe you understood this already, but I'll say it anyway. Will the tyres sort of be holding them up at the end? Will they be done with fueling and they're still putting the last tyres on at the end of the stop? Or you know, will it all be done before they filled it up? So that's what will they be covered by fuel if they change tyres?
I think they'll probably be in maybe 50-odd minutes to go, if I've done the rough estimation correctly, which I would suspect.
Soon? Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
If they're on the 3rd lap now, then yes, then they're probably already halfway through the run.
Oh,
so
yeah. They do 7, don't they? So I'm imagining 8. No, they do 7. So yeah, probably, okay.
So, I don't know. I would suspect 4 tyres for them. Although with cold temperatures, maybe they're not so worried about it and they'll just change as many as they can. It's that Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy where that question really has to be thought of, right? Like, do you want tyres or not?
And it's such a mess in that class with regards to finding out who is where and who really should be where and what they're going to do next. Because the top 4, for example, are all on different laps of their stint. Dory Sports are on the 3rd lap with Redline on the 4th, and I'm not going over it all, but it's all very different. Their last stops were wildly different as well.
There's a pass with 2 wheels on the grass. Alejandro Sanchez on Carl Jansen. Sorry, Ewan, but I saw the grass get kicked up and I was like, whoa, something bad might happen.
It's not over yet either. It's not over. Sanchez did not get a good run out of the corner there at all. And so it'll be side by side again, and Jansen's going to go straight back through. The run was so bad that Sanchez has been overtaken.
Ooh.
He's almost on the offensive again.
The track chinks back to the right, and Jansen was coming back over to the left to try and open up the corner. Sanchez tries the switchback, nothing doing through the Mercedes-Benz Arena. 2 of the AMG customer teams bumper to bumper and banging with one another. And look at how defensive Jansen is going.
Yeah, the narrow exit off of turn 2 there really surprised Sanchez almost by the looks of things. Got right in the way of him, and he's going to do it again here off of 4. Into the hairpin they go. Sanchez will have to stay behind, and it might be a frustrating lap spent behind because he did the hard work. He got through, but then broke too late for the Tiergarten and lost the place again immediately.
Well, maybe he only got through because he broke so late as well, right? Maybe that was part of it, and fortunately he was able to wind it up in time. Now, these drivers finding themselves very much separated from those in front. I don't think they're going to be thinking, how much time can we close to Kawanda, to the Redline car. The question, well, they've already passed the Kawanda car, just to clarify. The 15-second margin that they have to Verstappen, and then the extra 10 seconds to Norby Kish. I wonder if they've already kind of given up on getting up to maybe net second.
Maybe. Well, yeah, maybe. It's hard to tell. I think it's maybe slightly on the early side for giving up in that respect. There's still a 3rd of this race to go after all, with an hour and 11 minutes remaining, so I wouldn't be giving up just yet, but you know, there's certainly not that long remaining in the race, as this battle's rather crept up on me, I've got to say. Hoistingveld catching up to Impulse.
Yeah, we kind of thought that the success penalties was mean that this wasn't going to close up. Impulse still have a very, very solid chance of grabbing in. But Patrick Kabinji has been able to bridge, what was it, the 20-second success penalty gap that they had to close?
Yeah, I think it was 20 seconds that they had to close at the start of the day, or after the first pit stops. It was indeed. They've been second twice in a row now, and it makes you wonder how far away SimRC are at this stage in the race in SB3T. Still down in 5th place is the answer, although in regards to time, they're not too far away. So it's all a pretty close race in SB3T, and it might get closer if these two fight.
Yeah, and you can see that Kabinji had a look to the inside, down on the entry into the left, but couldn't really go for it, and so in the Hoistingveld 801, stuck behind, and now running down through the Hudson back and showing himself in the mirrors. Sun continuing to set. Ewan pointed out that maybe is cooling down the temperature. You see the line from Kabinji. I'm convinced there's some traffic behind as well. There's some traffic. Indeed there is. There's a Porsche Cup car.
Well, I thought he was going to let the Coanda car sort of go around the outside of him through the left-hander to dive at the inside of the right, but clearly he just didn't want him to overtake at all.
Yeah, well, I think it's more just recognizing that's not necessarily a place. I can speak from personal experience there. Looking rearwards there from Dominic Stave, taken over from Sami Matti Trogan, and in front of Niels Koch in the BS Plus competition car, who's replaced Sebastian Weldon after a stint behind the wheel.
Yeah, and so slightly rare double driver change in the race today for BS competition. These two teams having found each other after rather similar days. I wonder if they'll be able to get any further up the field than this. It's going to be difficult at this stage, with everybody starting to level out. The differences between cars and paces getting smaller as the gaps start to normalise now.
We're almost into the final hour of this one. The first race in 2024 at Virtual Green Hell, the Nürburgring Landstracken Series Digital. Don't go anywhere. We're continuing to close on final pit stops on our run to the checkered flag. We're only about 70 minutes away from finding out who enters 2024 as winners in the series.
Jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Welcome back to the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. 3.5 hours of racing on the clock when we started. Now to just 70 minutes left to go. Still, with BS Plus competition leading the way in the SB9 category, let's run you down through how they stand. It is the Mercedes that is at the front, albeit now with the gap to Team Redline having been cut in half. Max Verstappen has been pushing. He will have to give the car over to Max Weining in about 30-odd minutes' time. Mandatory driver change incoming. We'll see how that fares out, that battle for the lead. We've been tracking the battle for third, though, because Williams in third position with Carl Janssen frustrating Alejandro Sanchez. They're not really pulling away from Pash Gergis in the Coanda Esports by Manthey car. Sits behind them, only 3 seconds down the road. The number 4 AMG Team HRT by UOL car, that is then also scored inside of the top 10 in the class, running down through the rest of the order. Sontec and BS competition through top 8, and then Williams, Apex in 10, M&J Downforce, Leipzig Esports, WS Racing, Pro Sport, Falcon, and the Nürburgring Esports teams through the top 16, and just RC Car Shops and Lion GP Fenster through the top 18. Arjuna Kankipati alongside with Ewan O'Leary. Ewan, SP9 category is still looking very spicy.
It is very engaging as well, and we're still waiting to see with regards to the overall race win and how that's going to pan out. what is the pace of these final two drivers going to look like? That's what's going to decide this one. It's not going to be in the hands of Max Verstappen or Nürburgring, who both drove brilliantly today, or driven brilliantly, I should say. It's not going to be in their hands. It's down to the teammates, and there are many unknowns when it comes to that. When they get into their respective cars in at least a lap, probably a little bit longer time than that.
Yeah, I would suspect they're not going to want to try and bring these drivers in any sooner than they absolutely have to. That they're both doing pretty good jobs out there on track. And if Max Verstappen's teammate, Max Weining, is even within a second, there is still a chance for them to close that gap. Although Nürburgring is going to be replaced by Lucas Herrmann, that's also going to be very interesting. Holder Motorsports in this SP9 category, the only one of the retirees so far, as we see the move coming once again. Alejandro Sanchez alongside of Carl Janssen, and this time a little bit more in front, not even going to have to go into the grass to try and attempt this part. What's it going to be? Last of the late breakers. Mercedes on Mercedes. AMG Clive versus AMG Team Williams. Sanchez through, and this time will he get a slightly better drive off the corner? Will he be able to lead it the line and in towards turn number one? He's jinking back and forth, sliding like it's Indianapolis. I think that shows he feels confident.
It's better, but Janssen's still got a chance here. If he wants to have a go, he can at turn one. And he looks to the inside. Is he late enough, convinced enough? He wasn't very late on the brakes, but didn't need to be. He had the inside line of turn one there, and they will run side by side. And right round the outside of turn two, he'll go. This will be once again the outside through turn three, but he's giving this a very good go. Sanchez is going to try and push him as much as he can. They get connected. Janssen's still on the inside. That's unbelievable.
Deja vu to what we saw between that MSI car and Redline in the previous round of the championship. Fortunately, neither of them got spun around after they got glued together with one another. Janssen on the outside now for the next left-hander. It leads them onto the back straightaway. Sanchez going to try and run the road again, squeeze Janssen out of room. Janssen's a truck driver. He knows exactly how much room he needs. More contact on the exit and on the back straightaway. Sanchez will be on the outside and get the drive off the corner.
He'll be through now. There won't be any move into the past chicane. You wouldn't imagine it would be nearly suicidal for Janssen to go for that, and there'll be nose to tail now onto the Nordschleife again. And so Sanchez finally has made that work, and they will have lost a lot of time to those behind them, but at least he is now into third place.
Yep, and I think, again, this is all that they're necessarily hoping for. Those gaps up front maybe just that little bit too large to be able to bridge. Let's talk about Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy then, because we're still in the midst of understanding what strategy is doing. Cold temperatures have meant that double stinting tyres has been a distinct possibility, but for Tim Yarshell, currently behind the Door Esports car, all that he's been trying to do is push as much as possible and stay out of trouble. It's worked decently well for him. It's about 4 seconds clear of Sebastian Job in that Team Redline car that's in second. Scherer Esports, the 105 is in third, with Apex's 119 and Luca Kita losing out in traffic and now down in fourth spot. But in front of the second Scherer car, the 115, which had a 30-second success penalty after winning the previous round of the championship. Sports Coanda's 118 and Kramer Racing Esports, the rest of the top 8 in this Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class. Down in 9th in this category behind the Kramer Racing team is WSR Esports Butt Kicker, and then PB Performance Sports, the Nürburgring Esports team, along with Avia WNS and Coanda's 108, also out there on the leading lap. And of course, this is where we're still trying to figure out what's going to happen in terms of tires for the drivers of that last pit stop.
Absolutely. What are they going to do in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring? That's the big question here. We're not too far away from those stops starting to transpire as well. The Apex Racing team and the 115 Scherer car are only two laps away from pitting at the end of this one. Now we're watching Halder Motorsport, who are 2 minutes off the lead at the moment, so the actual lead is quite a long way closer to the start-finish line, and almost in exactly 15-16 minutes time the first Porsches will be in for the final time in the race. As you say, the big question being, how many tyres are they going to take, if any?
The other classes, of course, are also trying to figure out where the overall leader is in comparison to them, how many laps they need to fuel, so some extra complications. But at the front of SP10, where Door and Sontec run 1 and 2, it's Aston Martin and BMW, and then 22 seconds to the X-Racer Mercedes in third. Adrenaline Motorsports 4th, Marla 5th, Pro Sport, Nürburgring Esports, and the Leipzig Esports teams rounding out the rest of the top 8. And as you scramble down through the rest of the class behind the Leipzig Esports machine, Adopt Don't Shop, ATRS, those are the final running cars, because they believe Frozen Speeding by Grid and Go might be sat on pit lane after what has been a difficult day for them. Between Dor and Sontec, though, this is a surprise, Ewan. We thought they'd get split up for the pit stop cycles.
Well, we did, and often it has happened this season, but we've still got nose to tail for the lead here. We've still got other contenders who could, well, make an appearance here as well, which is encouraging. X-Racer are on the same strategy though, and so are Adrenaline and Marla of these guys. So how easy is it going to be for them to cross those 20 seconds? You'd have to suspect pretty difficult, in fact, but these two will be closely matched to the end of the race. Oh dear, and nearly very much too closely matched actually into turn one there. Sontec had to swerve to avoid the Aston Martin in front.
But you get away without any damage. That's all you can really hope for. Into the final hour of this one then. Pit stop window should officially be open at this point in time, but good advantage to make their pit stops. Frozen Speed by Grid and Go officially 1 lap down based on that timing. Remember, at one point they were sitting in a podium spot and still waiting for luck to go in their way. But sometimes you can't buy luck. Seemingly that seems to be the season that they're having so far. SB3T then, well, Team Hoisingfeld have been able to run away from Impulse Racing. Even a 20-second success penalty was not able to stop them. It's Patrick Kabinji at the wheel now, 4 seconds clear of those behind, with Pro Sport Sim Racing and then Sim RC and then SimRacers.de, the final of the running cars, because Ewan, Scherer and the 816 have officially retired here.
Yes, they have. That happened quite a while ago. Well, to be fair, I saw them in the pit lane for a long time a while ago. I guess they must have, they did retire as a result of that. So that happened a good hour ago, at least, for Treera, and that's a shame to see. They were running inside the top 5 earlier on. They were doing all right, but are now out of the race, and a difficult season for them has gotten even more difficult. I know they're third, having finished third twice, but you know, in terms of pace, they've been nowhere near the top 2, and well, they're nowhere near anyone now out of the race.
Again, not being near the speed of a Sim RC is not necessarily a bad thing. It just means that you're probably above average. Sim RC, alien pace usually in terms of the SB3Ts. VT2s, well, fast lane by Smilia taking advantage of some of the others and needing to take their success penalties to jump to the lead. Kaufman second, Nürburgring Esports in third, and then the second Kaufman car in front of Wolf Motorsport. Now, have we missed something that's happened to the 487? Because Ewan, we were talking about in the first hour of the race how the Nürburgring Esports team and Fastlane Smilia, who were running together, would be separated, but only by 30 seconds as a cause of the penalties.
Yes, so we're expecting that gap to be about half of what it is at the moment. So, and I can't really give you an answer as to why it is such a large gap between them. I had to scroll through with penalties and stuff earlier on. There was an incident between Kaufman's 509 and the 408, but that wasn't contact related. I think it was in the pit lane, someone complaining about someone else, or they may have broken the rules. As it turned out, Nürburgring only got a warning, but I can't really see anything with regards to contact and the penalties. I'll have another look, but I can't see anything.
No, I think you're right. I've been keeping an eye on that as well and just trying to keep abreast of everything that's happening. I've also been keeping an eye on the gap out front where BS Plus competition, Norby Kish, now only 8.5 seconds clear of Max Verstappen of Team Redline. The gap is closing. It's not closing that fast. Lucas Herman, Max Weining. Oh, it's going to be a great fight between those two.
Well, we hope so. Are they even going to be together by the end of the race? So that's my concern, as the fight for 5th position, as it is now, really starts to heat up. It's Pascal Skirg is trying to hold on from Jimmy Antunes, who's giving absolutely everything to the Porsche, and that was quite a lot of contact there from Antunes.
Two veterans of the sim racing world going wheel to wheel with one another as the lights flash from the driver behind. Maybe not the most thrilled.
Not sure what he's not thrilled about, though. He was the one doing the pushing.
The lights flash have many different meanings. It could be, oh, I'm here. It could be, I'm not going to pass you. It could be, I'm going to pass you. It could be, why are you irritating me? Why are you being so nice to me? How many other dichotomies can we throw into the mix?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's difficult to read, but it looked to me, the body language of that one looked like a, what were you doing there? Kind of flash of the lights, which I don't really understand, because, as I say, he was the one doing the contact. But I could be reading that all wrong, in which case, fair enough. But he's not through to 5th place at the moment, and that's the bottom line of it for Jimmy Antunes. He'll have to wait a little while for another chance to do that. Maybe in the traffic, which I just saw come around this corner a couple of moments ago, he will get a chance.
Yeah, but I do think, by the way, when it comes to those drivers, they got to be careful, because Ciotis and Dominic Stabe are closing. So, the Lamborghini, the Mercedes running down through the Hudson back, and relatively strong right now, I would say, given the races that they've had. Ciotis, of course, a penalty for the 47, dropped it back, and as well the spin and through turn 1. And so ultimately, if they can still recover a top 5 finish, they'll be quite happy with this and keep themselves within touching distance of the championship lead. Next time we go racing, if you're wondering when that is, well, 17th of February, so it's only a couple of weeks away. That's our 3-hour race. Finale, Ewan, 2nd of March. So we're really only about a month away from getting our champions crowned.
Yeah, 4 weeks or so, is it? 5 weeks until we'll have our season champions. So it'll be pretty thick and fast at the end of the season after quite a leisurely start with the first 3 rounds, quite spaced out. We'll be rattling through them at the end. So it looks like Jimmy Antunes has finally found his way through. Not sure when that was entirely straight points and outside of Nürburgring. It would be impressive if it was.
Ultimately, I think now we're going to see how much speed the Coanda Esports by Manthey car has. Can Pash Gerges hold to the back, or is it a bit of a case where the Mercedes grunt's going to allow it to drive away and the Porsche doesn't have the ability through the infield to put enough pressure onto the back? You can see as well the Mercedes and the Lamborghini just in the background of the shot behind these two for a moment at points in time. They jink past one more of those Toyotas. It's always a bit scary when we ride with these onboard cameras, because we don't get any sort of perspective and we don't get the F3 box that the drivers have. Yeah,
it's especially scary when we're looking sort of not in the direction where it's appearing from, and then the closing speed just surprises me every time, and they just blast past one of the Toyotas. It's the only class where it really happens, but also, to be fair, the NLS in the real world is only one of the only series in the world where that kind of thing happens too.
Especially at this scale, I guess, with the amount of cars that they have on track. Here's that sun poking as well from beyond the clouds. That's something that in the virtual world you do have to deal with as well. It isn't necessarily as blinding to the eyes as it is in the real world if you get sun directly exposed to you, but it's irritating. It can block some of your reference points and changing markers to deal with. Passing an SP10 car come the Williams and the Sontec machine. They're only about, a second or two now off the back of the Coanda by Manthey car. It's 2.8 seconds, I think, at the last timing beam between those two. Big charge now coming from these cars to try and close up to a top 5 spot. With the championship coming into its closing stages, you mentioned the next round, Ewan, is going to be about setting up for the finale, right? If you win the race and you're in the championship fight, now you have 30 seconds of a penalty to serve in that first hour of the race.
Absolutely, in the first pit stop that you are going to end up taking. I think of all the races to win as well, this is potentially one of the most hurtful at round 3, because we are getting towards that stage in the season. Yes, you're going to get 15 points, but you've only got 3 hours to make up a 30-second deficit. And for example, right now, Redline would just not be able to make up that amount of time in what would be 21 minutes remaining. I know that the strategies would be different, and different drivers, in fact, would be in those cars right now anyway, but we can sort of take that theory forward anyway. The gap would be nearly 9 seconds, and they just wouldn't have the time to close it. The fact we've got this extra half an hour today means that there is a bit more chance for that.
Yeah, that is actually a very, very valid point. And I guess maybe that's also where that 4-hour race, if you do have the penalty, you have a bit more time. But a 4-hour race, strategy is a little bit more equalized than normal. It's a bit more of a 4 hours is the standard Nürburgring land track and race length in the real world. So, you know, it's pretty normal.
Yes, but in this race, they're not doing anything different with the penalties because they have them. They're doing, I know everyone's sort of on a slightly different way of going around this, but they are all, you know, the penalty doesn't mean that they have to do anything different anyway. So it's only purely down to choice. I mean, put it this way, if the teams that had penalties today didn't have them, then they would still be doing the same strategy that they are right now. It doesn't affect them too much in terms of that sense.
So 50 minutes or so now to go. We're probably at that time where we're going to expect the pit stops sooner rather than later. The scream of the Lamborghini V10 engine resonates as we jump on board with Dominic Stave. Just hear it through the Stefan Belloff S's, the level of commitment from these drivers. I mean, that is foot to the floor, pinned as well as the track rises and falls away from you. A little bit of a lift there before he's onto the brakes into this right-hander that leads you to number left. Don't clip the inside curb, it will push you onto the outside curb and off into the gravel. And you want to make sure you're in the correct position to then enter into that Kleiner carousel. Nice tidy exit for both cars, I've got to say. It's clear that they're not trying to fight with one another. They need to. They recognize they want cars in front. So onto the Dodge they come. In the draft they sit. And they'll close, they'll close, they'll close. It was 2.8 seconds a couple of moments ago. According to my timing screen, it's now down to 2.
Let's see if this Lamborghini is going to get anywhere in the slipstream here, because that's been a struggle so far today. We haven't seen Dominic Stave able to get anywhere close to Bellotti so far on the run up the hill. Can he get there by the Bilstein Bridge maybe? It flashes the lights, and so does Bellotti to the Toyota in front. They're both going to be flashing the lights here. They're going to nip down the inside just in time here. But there's the show of why the Lamborghini is not quite the ideal car to have in traffic. It's a good car in qualifying, and if you stay out front, it's a good car as well. But in traffic, you're just always going to be in the or in trouble, if you like.
So this is, I believe, not a replay. This is a replay of SP10 leaders tangling. Sontec and Door come to blows, and it's the Door car that gets the worst of it. We'll spool it back and watch it once again. In towards turn number 1. It was a big send from behind by the Door Esports Aston Martin.
It's a very big send from behind, but Sontec turn across the Door car there and send it out into the weeds on the outside. So that could be an interesting one to figure out for race control.
Yeah, I'm not sure if necessarily the Door car maybe slightly ran wide, but maybe there was also a little bit of that glue that we've been talking about with the cars getting stuck together. And so now, SP10 drama, Sontec lead there. Is that going to bring the X-Racer Mercedes slightly closer into play? There was a good 20+ seconds back, though, so likely you would have to assume Dominic Stave looking aggressive on the back of the 47. There is Pash Gerges, by the way, who has been dropped by the cars in front now. Very much going to be watching behind. And like you were saying, Ewan, maybe just not having rhythm of Iron Chan Guven in that first into the race.
No, possibly not. Guven was able to take that car up to second place in the race earlier on. He did lose a couple of places himself, but Gerges also has been struggling a bit here. And I think it's somewhat a legacy of what the Porsche is able to do in this field. Unfortunately, it's just not so strong. They are by far the best of the Porsches in the field right now, nearly a minute ahead of, or about 3/4 of a minute, I should say, ahead of the next closest to them. That just shows you what a struggle that they've had this season in that Porsche, and not only Coanda, but every team using it.
Yeah. It's one of those things where the teams chose their cars at the start of the season. They were locked into them as well. And so Manthey, of course, always going to be in a Porsche along with Coanda. And you've got to then build around the car. The DNLS series organizers do have a custom BOP that is applied on top of that. A standard BOP that then gets adjusted from race to race as well. So there is full effort from the series organizers to ensure that the cars are kept as close as possible. least the initial BOP if you're curious. I'm not bulletin with the latest BOP in front of me, but the GT3 cars all get a slight hit in fuel capacity to make it slightly more interesting, and then there's power adjustments and weight across the board. No weights in terms of waiting for fighting. WS Racing, Nürburgring Esports team, Gregor Krinsky and Konstantin Stolzenberg doing the battle here. It's BMW versus Mercedes, and it's for 15th position.
Yeah, Nürburgring Esports not having quite the race that they've had on occasion previously this season. Remember at round one they did a fantastic job to finish, I think it was 5th place in the end for them in the field on that day. And yeah, not such a good time this time around, but if you get to the end, you're outside the top 7, but if you get to the end, you do score a point at least for that. So this is a fight for pride almost than anything else. I think these guys are about a minute off of getting anything else other than this.
Something like that, and Harley Horden started that WS Racing car. Andy Goulden was in the Nürburgring Esports car, of course, the head driving instructor at the Nürburgring. So two very strong drivers started off, but unfortunately didn't go off on the right foot for them by any means. So down the back, continuing to fight, but albeit now with a ways to go to the end. So 45 minutes for them. So 45 minutes of battling probably amongst them. Haven't seen any SP9s down to pit lane for their final pit stops just yet. See that quite soon though, especially up front where Norby Kish as well as Max Verstappen do have, of course, to do their driver change. Most recent update in terms of gap though, Norby Kish has actually established it slightly larger. It's at 8.5 seconds. So Norby Kish is doing exactly what he needs to in order to give Lucas Herrmann the best chance possible to hold on to a second win this season.
And we don't have very long to wait before we find out what's going to happen there, because these top 9 cars anyway are on the last lap of their stint here, the penultimate stint of this race. So they'll put in about 6 laps of fuel probably, maybe 5, and we'll go to the end from there. The guys probably going to do 6 laps at the end of this one, and that's the time they'll be into the pit lane. So those that pitted on the previous lap will be okay to make it as well, and that includes Dimi Antunes and Alejandro Sanchez, who were the first drivers to make their final pit stops. Other than that, we're waiting for everybody to come in, and we're waiting for the important ones with regards to the race win to come in as well.
Indeed, so as we watch the X-Racer and Adrenaline Motorsports cars, Atu Hakaleto and Fabian Hari battle, now using the Lion GP car as a bit of draft in toward the final corner. It's with bated breath that we wait for SP9 pit stops to cycle on out. Max Verstappen has again done a sterling job to hand the car over to his teammate in the best possible, and Rudy Van Buren was able to step up to the task, step up to the plate last time out. Will we see that again? Here come the SP10s into the pit lane though. So Atu Hakaleto followed in by Fabian Hari. I was a bit off in terms of the pit stops. I thought maybe they'd come in about 7 minutes earlier, but you can see a couple of the SP10s behind them already in pit lane, up on the jacks, including the Door Esports car. So Ewan, to your point, clearly they're able to get tyres on without sacrificing some time in the pit lane.
And they will, well, yeah, absolutely. So that's that means everyone will be doing pretty much the same thing here. Interestingly as well, no further action given for the incident between Sontek and Door Esports, which of course which Sontek and Door are going to be pretty unhappy about. Mainly Door Esports, I would imagine, since they were the ones turned around to the outside of the corner. Sontek, of course, the beneficiaries of it, not intentional, of course, but they did benefit from it, and Door Esports are not going to be pleased with the outcome of that.
Yeah, and again, from the angle that we saw, it looked as though, hard to tell, it did look as though Door went a little bit straight through the corner instead of actually making the corner. And so that's maybe where I was not 100% sure where incident responsibility would lie. Race control has made the determination that no further action, and so now it's going to be on the Door Esports car to try and close the gap. Remember, those tyres will have been coming in agony, so it's a pretty nice time to being able to come and get them replaced. I wonder what the gap's going to be once they cycle out back onto track. Pash Gergis has now got some company, as I think they're getting ready to cycle back onto the Dottinger. Vasilius Belitsiotis and Dominic Stave are behind Dave in that Lamborghini, not as close. Belliciotis is going to be able to breeze on past, you'd have to assume.
Yeah, the Porsche not able to stand up to much punishment in terms of straight line speed. It is a little bit better these days than when it was introduced, of course, to the service, but even so, it's not going to be able to hold back a Mercedes in full flight with slipstream as well. And so that is going to be one of the easier passes of the day made by Vassilios Belliciotis, who's now up to 4th place. And he'll be diving into the pit lane as well. So I guess that's the hope for Coanda, that maybe they can re-overtake with a shorter stop.
We'll see who peels off to the left this time. Here we go. Both, as expected, dive on in. So, as they roll into the box, the klaxons go off. It's going to be important now to see who out front ends up emerging in the lead. So Max Weinig, Lucas Herrmann in. Both now off of the jacks and waiting to be released. It's Herrmann first. How large will the gap be, though? That's the question we are really waiting to answer. Gerges into the box. Sontek into the box as well. Weinig released instantly as he reaches the cones. Back out onto track in iRacing competition. It is great to see. And with what is going to be about an 8-second advantage to try and close down.
What a big job on his return for Maximilian Weinig there as part of Team Redline. A 1/10 of a second longer that stop, by the way. Lucas Herrmann still ahead, of course, by a very similar margin as a result. And now 40 minutes to close that gap. And I believe, by the way, we are going to get 6 laps remaining in this race. We are going to cross the line with about, well, less than a minute remaining as far as I can work out on that 5th lap. And so there will be 6 to go, including the one that we've just begun.
Well, it's great to see Max Weinig in camera right now. It's been a long time coming. Focused. He looks quite composed, although there's a slight mistake there. I've got to say, I can't imagine how nervous he must be feeling right now. Back into the sim and paired up with Verstappen with a win on the line. One mistake like that's not going to cost him the chance of the win, but he's got to get settled into that rhythm pretty quickly.
He does. Doesn't look particularly nervous either here. Looks absolutely fine, but just has to get settled early on. And that's important in any stint, of course, but there's also very little time to get settled here. Just 40 minutes remaining in the race, and the chance of a race win is on the line as we speak. We've also got to think about Lucas Herrmann here. He's only just gotten into this car. It's not exactly like, we've seen him very much this time around. And if indeed they had a bit more faith in these two, then they probably would have got in earlier on in the race. But the fact is, they're not quite as quick as their co-drivers. They've got to get up to speed as best they can, as quickly as they can. And it's pressure time on this outlap, especially for both of them.
Max Weinig being kicked into gear up the inside of the Lippert Mercedes in the SP10 category and towards the Flugplatz, nice and tidy. One small mistake from each of the Redline drivers that we've seen. Verstappen on the opening lap of the race through the Hadsenbach, Weinig through the opening section of the Grand Prix loop. Now, hopefully, they can put that all to bed. So, margin up front. Let's just make sure we're keeping an eye on it and keeping an eye on Lucas Herrmann as well, because he now has got the weight of the zebras hanging on him. 6.8 seconds was the margin at the last timing beam.
So which way? Well, it's going the right way at the moment for Team Redline, but is that just a case of people getting settled in at this stage? Difficult to know as the final stints for the Porsches also begin. Door Esports have made their final stop. They're a long way back now. Apex Racing Team are 5th place, having made their last stop. Redline have made their last one as well. They're only 30 seconds behind Scherer.
There is a lot going on in terms of that strategy, and it's all coming into this crucial time as well, where if you're in the pit lane, don't make a mistake. Don't speed, either on entry or exit. Don't slide through your box. These are all those crucial decisions and mistakes that you want to try and avoid making. Luca Kita, Jonas van Druyten, Apex Racing Team versus Kramer Racing Esports. So much fighting still left to come, but we're in the final hour of this 3.5-hour race, round 3 of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series for 2023 and 2024. The field, a monster fight on display for us as Max Weinig as well as Lucas Herrmann do battle. Field, more to watch as well, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with a run to the checkered flag to open up 2024 and the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Minutes to go in this 3.5-hour race, the third round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Norby Kish has handed over the PS competition car to Lucas Herrmann in the lead of the race. Max Verstappen has handed over his Redline Ferrari to Max Weinig in second place. The margin between them, about 6 seconds or so. And 35 minutes to decide who will become the first two-time winner in this season of the DNLS. Championship stakes, Ewan, cannot be underemphasized because with just 2 races left to go after this, we're into the crunch time of the championship.
We certainly are, and the top 3 in the race right now, in fact the top 4 in the race right now are the top 4 in the championship in the right order as well. PS Competition, Team Redline, Team Williams, 1, 2 and 3 in the standings, and that very much shapes what we're going to see throughout these final 3 rounds. This battle here for 5th position is a little bit removed from that, but it's still an interesting one, and there's all of the things to think about in the Porsche Cup category as well, with some final pit stops finishing there. Still a couple of laps until we see that order shaked out properly as well.
Yeah, we'll try and keep an eye on those drivers because I think Team Redline are in a spot where maybe they can jump towards the front. But in this fight for P5, we should note that there's been some driver changes across the board. Jan Mashalowski's gotten back into the AMG Team Williams number 47. Coanda Esports by Mantai, Ian Changuben has taken back over from Pash Gergis. And in the Sontec Racing Lamborghini, Sami Matti Trogan back in to replace Dominic Stave. So in all 3 of the cases, they've gotten their real-world driver back in. And I'm not sure if that was, in some cases, maybe drive time persuaded. But in the case of Guven and Sontec, I know for sure they had done more than 8 laps before they handed over the car. So they just thought it was better to get them back in for the end of the race. And you would push to the very end. Yeah, that's all you can do at this stage in the race. 33 and a bit minutes remaining. There's no conserving from this point. It's all about going absolutely hell for leather until the end of this race, no matter where you are in the field at this stage. And we'll see where it gets you at the end. In SP9, by the way, all of the pit stops have been completed, so this battle is going to be one that we see to the end. And for SP9, in terms of, as we talked as well, of course, about the lead, and we'll keep an eye on it, but there are some other drivers still keeping an eye on potential points up for grabs. And so down through the field, some drivers on recovery drives hoping to hold on. That was Guven getting very wide out of the Kleiner carousel, able to hold on, but now through the long right-hander that is Galgenkopf, you almost clipped the grass through the middle part of it, just trying to touch the apex of the corner. The only benefit that Guven has here is that Ewan, we're pretty sure the Lamborghini struggles in a straight line. Oh, it struggles so much. Look at the amount of slipstream it's getting at the moment. Double slipstream, double toe from the cars in front, and it's losing speed. It's losing ground on those in front. That's how much they're struggling in this car at the moment. It's quite unbelievable. And it goes back to what I said earlier. Good qualifying car. Good car if you're out front early. But if you get embedded in the traffic as a result of a lap 1 incident, as these guys did, you can just never really recover from it. And now, if you are Sami Matti Trogan, how aggressive are you going to need to be in this infield where maybe you have a bit more grip than through the slippery sections on the Nordschleife itself. He's close, but not close enough, I think, for a lunge. The Williams Esports car goes defensive. Guven goes aggressive. Oh, goodness. There was no stopping Guven from going for the move there. Mashalowski gives him just enough room. We fan out 3 wide on a run through the Mercedes-Benz arena. Guven gives the cold shoulder then to Sami Trogan, who tried to cut back underneath. No change for position. What a dive that was.
Yeah, and you've got to give credit to Marshalkowski as well there, and maybe here too. He's been giving the room to Gergis wherever he's wanted to place the car. And you've got to give him credit for that, because he could easily have turned across there and caused a bit of an incident, but he's been giving the room. He's been very courteous to Pascal Gergis, who's been very aggressive. Excuse me, Artin Guven, who's back in the car, who's been very aggressive in trying to make these moves.
30 minutes to go, and now Guven had to defend from the look from Trogan. This is where you can tell as well, these are real-world drivers, because they're not waiting around like sim racers would often do. They're going for it. Guven not close enough into the chicane, and Sontek not going to have the straight line speed to be able to take advantage, and so they'll re-enter the Nordschleife as they are, but with some traffic to come across as well. That's the Lippert GT4 entry in the SP10 category. So as they head towards the left-hander that brings them towards the Hudson back, they're going to encounter that car in a rather uncomfortable place.
Are they going to grab it before the Hudson back or not? Probably not, given the fact it's the GT4. It's almost as quick as that. Well, not almost as quick, but it is relatively quick, certainly quicker than the Toyotas that they probably would have been able to get before the Hudson back there, but they will now be slowed down by this. It's going to be about where you try and overtake from here and how you try and take advantage of that if you're Guven. And the Mercedes in front knows it as well by just defending on the way into that right-hander there, and it probably helped everybody, really.
Yep, and I think we're actually going to be pretty simple in terms of passing around the outside on the entry up the hill into Flugplatz. So no major worries in the end of for these major contenders, but still, as they continue just to track on forward, it's more traffic that potentially will have the spotters keeping an eye on the gaps in front. Speaking of gaps up towards the front, well, for the lead between Lucas Herrmann and Max Weining, it's now down to 6 seconds, so another half a second has been cut away since the last time we were talking about it. Weining's on a charge.
He absolutely is. And did seem to take a little bit of a moment to get settled, but he is starting to close in the gap now. My only fear here is that gap coming down quickly enough at this stage? There isn't that long to go.
Yeah, if he's cutting out, what, a second a lap, there's, what, 3-4 laps left at most? No, he's going to need a little bit more, and it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass, especially if Hermann's as stout a defender as I think the pace maybe suggests, because he's definitely got the speed. The question's going to be, if Weining closes, does he have the ability to hold him off? SP10, what's happening there, Ewan? Give us an update on the gap.
SP10, we've still got the same gaps from after that incident, of course, which saw Sontek Racing tip around Door Esports at the moment, although Door Esports are catching. They certainly did last time around as a result of the pit stops and everything that went on there, so they're slightly closer than before, but it's not realistically coming down loads, and there is no, as we spoke about earlier, no penalty dished out for either of them for that incident. So that is the race to the flag. Adrenaline Motorsport have gone into the top 3 as well, by the way, by leaping over X-Race and Marlon Racing Team, Nürburgring Esports and Pro Sports Sim Racing somehow in the last hour. Not sure how, though.
Not sure if it was pit stop related or not, but we are done with pit stops for most of the drivers at this point in time, so we're only really expecting passes out on track in these closing 27 minutes. What a camera angle that is, though. That just shows the nature of this track, carved through the tree line, elevation change, a little bit of everything for everyone. Up through Bergrup they will go. Long run here, and if there's any place that potentially we'll see the Porsche be able to close, with the climb up the hill and the chance to use that slipstream, but it stays pretty equal between the Porsche and the Lamborghini. The Porsche slowly closing now on the Williams Mercedes up front.
No, it's not closing quickly enough. Need a better run than that out of Bergberg, and ideally you need to be closer on the way into Bergberg as well if you're going to make it work. And so he'll just have to follow through the McCurver again, and it will be nose to tail. as they make their way towards the carousel. I just don't see how anybody, either of these two, can get past the Mercedes at the moment. Just in what way can they work this to get through? Because even if they do, then surely on the last lap, or the next lap indeed, on the back straight, the Mercedes will go back through again. It's not that much slower than these guys through the corners.
No, I think I agree with you there. I don't know. This is where, you know, sometimes in motorsport, you have to have conversations where you're not always guaranteed to have a chance of winning. And so sometimes you have to go into a weekend knowing, okay, a good result for me might be a top 5. Maybe that's all that I can maybe hope for. Then, if you get above 5th position, it's a great result. If you get 5th, you match your expectations. If you were below 5th, pointed yourself, at least relative to where you think the performance of the car should be. If you are Sami Trogan, you said, for example, the Lamborghini was great in qualifying, maybe not such a great race car, even putting aside the lap 1 incident that Trogan had no control over, really. You can see him still keeping up with some of those faster cars. Maybe he can still be happy with the performance they've had today.
I think the overall result is sort of going to overtake all that in the memory, really, because I think they had the pace to be on the podium today and maybe even challenge Redline. I think that's maybe a long slot, but they were a lot closer to Redline than any other team at the end of the day. So, sorry, at the start of the day during qualifying. And maybe they could have been up there fighting for that win if they'd have stayed at the front. But of course, that's all part of it. They've got to stay at the front from the very start, and right from hitting the gas for the first time as the green flag flew, they just weren't quite, you know, it's that split second that Trogan missed out on, and, you know, he got overtaken by about 4 people already into turn 1.
Again, bit of a crazy start. If you haven't seen it, go back and scroll to the start and maybe quickly look at it and then come back here, because we've still got some action. Felix Kornbach to the inside of Alexia Loma in the X-Racer machine, and a little bit too deep, allows the opportunity for a Loma to try and go around the outside through turn number 2, but it's a long distance around that falls away from you as well as you crest over the exit, and so back into line. The Mahler car gets the move done and dusted, but in this SP10 category, the Mahler Racing team came into this round of the championship in terms of the points, probably thinking that, you know what, all we should really need to be thinking about is staying out of trouble, and all things considered, that's what they've done today.
I think so. That's it's been all right, but I've just had a bit of a theory about why they're not in such a good place, championship-wise, if they're willing to hear it. But as Guven's got through, I'll go back to that, because Guven has finally managed to find a way through.
He's found a way to pass the Williams Mercedes, so clearly the draft worked nicely, and maybe there was a poor run because Sontek and Trogan quite close as well, and so across the pit straight, Guven now is going to watch as the Mercedes doesn't get the chance to go to the inside because Guven's aggressive enough to shut the door before it's even opened. Where does Trogan place his car? Not sure if the inside or the outside was a place to be, and as the Williams Esports car gets bullied into submission, Trogan now, I think, sees his opportunity. Tried to go the long way around on the exit of turn number 2 of road, ran out of room, just a little bit late to try and recognize that.
And couldn't go down the inside either at the very end, so he's not able to benefit, and I still don't see where he can make up these places. Maybe now at the hairpin it will be a late one, and he is given the room by Moshokowski, so he did have the avenue to go down there, but couldn't quite execute it. And actually what he's done is just helped Guven, because that was the big quest now for the Coanda driver. Get away and get out of reach from that Mercedes, because it will pass you again if it's close enough.
So, see if the Porsche can start to pull away, if Guven's going to push on the Nordschleife as they get ready to wrap around to that again. Ewan, I think I understand what you were saying, though, by the way, about the Mahler Racing team. The reason why you think they're not in a great position is because they'll go into the next round with no success penalty, therefore setting themselves up probably to be on the podium, and therefore go into the final round of the championship with a championship on the line, with success penalties looming over them.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So the problem, the thing you've got with 5 races is ideally you want to do well in races 1, 3 and 5, and take the pain through 2 and 4. If you do well on 2 and 4, then you have the pain through 3 and 5, which is, I understand, it's the same amount of races, and indeed you've got more time to make up the space on round 5. But if you have a bound round 1, traditionally it means you've lost a lot of points initially, and because you've had a problem. For example, if you're winning round 2 and you haven't done any success penalty, you've probably had issues on round 1. And so that's where the problem is going to lie for Marler Racing Team, I think. Although they didn't necessarily have problems in race 1, and they still won with 10 seconds worth of success penalty in round 2. I do think that could be a problem for them at the final rounds when they, have probably 30 seconds of penalties. If I'm willing to put out a guess, they'll probably win the next round. Can they come back from half a minute back to retain that championship lead that they'll probably have at the time? It's very difficult to do that.
It is asking for a lot. It's one of those things where you can't, I think, you have to be aware of the success penalties, but you can't worry too much about them, I guess. You've got to just run your own race and do what you need to do. But yes, like you say, it's one of those complexions that changes the nature of the championship, and maybe it is more ideal to get the penalties, the success penalties rather, in specific races than others. Sun continues to set, by the way. These are some spectacular. So the Nordschleife with the sun just continuing to descend below the horizon, on board with the Apex Racing Team driver Luca Kita behind Jonas van Druyten.
Yeah, because Jarrett Esport are in from the lead for the final stop, and Kremer Racing are going to come in ahead of Luca Kita here for their final stop of the day. So this is the important moment now in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Can Luca Kita go through anyway? He's going to benefit really nicely from a lot of slipstream here. Even though the overtake won't matter in the long run, he will get up into the podium places. Will they climb to seconds? The answer's no to that, because Scherer have already made their way out, and they're right behind Team Redline for the lead and the win in this category.
So, final pit stop cycle comes to an end for those out front in this Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. Margin between Sebastian Job and Raphael Renhoff are going to be tagged at around 1.3 seconds or so, as into the pit lane with Van Druyten. Kita now sits in third position in the Apex Racing 119. There's a look at the leader, though. Sebastian Joe, Raphael Renhofer, 1 second splitting the two of them. That's through the shortcut, through the right. They work down, then back up through the compression. Remember that we expect that in terms of the tires, that both of them probably have got double stinted tires for the end of this race. And so therefore, going to need to just be that much more conservative. No ABS, no traction control, and therefore very, very easy to make mistakes. I'm not speaking from experience, definitely not.
I can't speak from experience, so I'll leave you to that.
Are you too scared to drive the car? I don't blame you.
I haven't bought it, so that's one reason.
Don't blame me. Too scary.
Okay. Yeah, it's not something I'll try in that case then. Battle for third place looks like it's sort of cropping up now, as we're waiting for that one for the lead, which may well be a battle towards the end. 3.5 seconds between the top two with 3 laps to go. I reckon we could get one there, but for now we will have to make do with third place.
I think we are going to get one. It's just, when does it happen? Does Weinig get to the rear end of Lucas Herrmann in the BS competition car with a lap to go? Does that happen with half a lap to go, 2 laps to go? It will all then depend on how aggressive Weinig is going to be. And you have to assume, to some degree, there's probably, if you're Max Weinig, there's two trains of thought circling in your mind, right? One is, I haven't been on track for a long time. I really just want to finish this race and finish well. The second one is, I haven't been in the car for a long time. You know what would be great? To come back and to win. So it's the devil, right? That's lurking over every racing driver. The one that tells you if you're a racing driver and you don't go for a gap, you're not a racing driver anymore.
Yeah, I don't think for a moment that Weinig is thinking he doesn't want to win this race for a second. He'll be doing absolutely everything he can, whether it's his first race back or his 100th. He will want to win this by almost any means. So he will be absolutely going for this. I'm very sure of that. It looks like Sontec Racing have finally gone for a move on Marszałkowski and got it done there as well.
Yeah, maybe Marszałkowski just a little bit slower than Vasilius Belitsiotis. Not a bad thing. Belitsiotis has been one of the quickest drivers in this series since jumping into it. And so they maybe needed to get their driver requirement time done, and so Marszałkowski brings the Williams Esports car to the end of the race. Hopefully we'll be able to maybe grab a look at what happened there between the two drivers in that pass, but maybe after we see what happens here down the Dottinger, because with now no draft being fed in front of Guven, is the Lamborghini going to be basically moving in slow motion again? Is the Porsche just going to stretch its legs and walk away? It's hard to tell from the start of the straight, but right now it seems as though Porsche is pulling.
Yeah, exactly. I can't think that that's going to make much difference at all. The fact that I don't think Guven was staying ahead purely because he had the slipstream with the Mercedes earlier on. He was staying ahead because the Lamborghini is slow as a bicycle in a straight line. And there he is, nowhere closer. Well, maybe he's inching slightly closer, but he's got to be right on the rear end of that Porsche if he wants to go through. He's got to be, right on him on the exit of Galvenkopf, and I don't see how he can achieve that, really.
Wasn't quite sure if maybe the Lamborghini lost out initially in acceleration, but then maybe gained it back at the top end on the run into Tiergarten, but only did close up, all things considered, in towards turn 1. 16 minutes to go on the clock. Guven doesn't cover the inside. Trojan shows the nose, deeper on the brakes, forced to give up the ghost though, as Guven holds on for now. I've got to say, it's really different watching the racecraft between the real drivers and the sim drivers, the way they show the nose, the way they commit to stuff. Guven allowing Trojan these opportunities to show the nose, but recognizing that he isn't going to give him the space to go for it.
No, and they'll step. Well, he's realizing as well, I think, that he's got 3 laps to go here, including the one that they're on. They are just about going to sneak in 3 more laps of this race, so he's got to realise that as well, and that's probably going through his mind at this point, but he's got to take any opportunity that comes his way at this point now. He knows that there's not going to be many of them. There may well even just be one, so he's got to take it.
Yeah, I'm wondering where your leaders are in comparison to these drivers. The gap between them, Lucas Herrmann, of course, still leading, but compared to Ayanchang Guven, that's only 35 seconds, so it's not that far down the road, all things considered. With lap times just under 8 minutes, I think we've got 2 laps to go, don't we?
Well, you say that. I've been thinking for a while this is going to be 3 to go, but I could be wrong. It's possible.
You could be right as well. That was a total math guess based on how much time I thought it took us to navigate the GP section.
Well, yeah, I was going to ask that, but let's have a look at how Trojan even got into this position. Looks like this is on the way to the book curve. Not sure how he's really managed this, but must have been a great run out of Bergwerk, and Marszałkowski giving him a little bit of room as well there, bit of help.
Yeah, you need confidence to get onto the power out of that corner, and so, I think maybe Marszałkowski recognizing that the drivers in front maybe had a little bit more speed, didn't want to go for it. Back over to the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, though, because we knew it was going to close up. The question was always going to be, though, when does Raphael Renhofer elect to go for it? They will have 2 laps to go at the end of this lap because the leader isn't going to come back around to put them a lap down. So, Redline, Scherer, exactly how much of a race they have left to go. We're quite curious to see who's faster in a straight line, this time down the Dottinger.
But if the race leaders have 3 to go, then these guys do as well, because they are on the lead lap. So they could still have a very long way to go in this race. Like 25 minutes left.
Hopefully they've got enough fuel, knock on wood. If you're Raphael Renhofer, you surely do. Of course, Sebastian Jobe's been out there just for a little bit longer. Jobe a little bit wide on the exit out of the run onto the Dottinger. And now in at toe, just watch the margin. It started about 3/10. It's already down below 1/4 of a second. And now inching closer and closer. Jobe covers the middle. Which way is he going to see Renhofer jink to? Left, right? Is he going to bump the rear bumper and just stay in the position for the time being, knowing that he's got the opportunity on the final lap? No, he looks to the inside. He's to go for the pass though, because now he'll feed a little bit of side draft to Jobe. He gets on through. 2 more laps, maybe 3 more laps for them at the end of this one. Scherer Esports back on top. Sebastian Jobe watching to try and find a way on through.
Yeah, and seemingly okay with the fact that he was overtaken there. Didn't seem too disappointed by that, didn't seem to defend too much, but then again, what could he have done from that situation? There was very, very little Now he looks to the outside, lifts off early and doesn't quite go for it. Well, it was close. Scherer covered very late as well there. That could have been very, very different. This is going to be an interesting battle to the end.
So, I'm looking at the body language of both cars. Tires don't seem to be too bad. He looks pretty comfortable with how the car is feeling. You'd hope that Renhofer, with the fact that he's just come out of the pit lane a lap or so ago, has not overheated the tires by any means. Does Raphael Renhofer have the pace here to break away from Sebastian Job? That's what I'm right now asking myself.
I don't think he does, but that might well be what he's trying at the moment. It's going to be close to, it's going to be hard to stay as close as he did previously here for Job, but I don't think he can pull away here, Renhofer. Maybe, but I just don't think is there any tyre difference between these two? I don't think there is.
There may be a slight difference in terms of how the drivers have used them, but there shouldn't be in terms of stints, right? So, yeah. He's not pulled away just yet through the Grand Prix section. It stayed as is. Gonna be quite close between them on the run to the checkered flag. Maybe we'll even get a little bit of a battle once again. That would be quite nice. We might have a battle at the front sooner rather than later, though, because Ewan, BS Competition Team Redline, now only separated by 2.3 seconds.
Yeah, it's coming down again. And whether there's 2 laps to go or just 1 at the line, it's going to be a close fight to the finish. 10.5 minutes to go. There's Sebastian Job, unsure as to how many laps he has remaining and looking very focused here. Certainly being put under pressure by Raphael Renhofer, who is threatening to drive away from him right now.
As ever, Sebi, with his force feedback turned up, you can see he's not even turning, but the wheel is shaking underneath him as he tries to launch the car and lean it in towards the corner. Now that is a penalty for the 118. So we haven't seen too many of those messages come up, but that is a car that wasn't necessarily in contention. Anyway, race control still busy though at the end of the day.
Yeah, there is another couple of teams under investigation at the moment for breaches of rules and so on, so that will be important to look at before the end. Are we going to see another steward's inquiry into the battle for the race lead as we saw at the end of the second round of this championship? Hopefully not. I hope it's a clean and good battle between the two teams. Oh,
look at this. This is pretty mental, and that's the Williams Esports car that's behind. As we checked up behind a little bit of GT4 traffic, Guven as well as Trogan now going to find themselves closed in slightly more by the Williams Esports drivers. So, as they're on themselves back towards the mini carousel, where's the race leader in comparison? Again, about 35 seconds down the road. Still, I'm not exactly sure when the leader is going to cross the line, and that will dictate whether we have 2 laps to go this time by or the 1, based on the fact that we've got 9 minutes to go as the cars are coming down onto the Doddinger. Leader is 30 seconds ahead. I would assume you are correct. We do have 2 more laps after this one is complete, but I'm not 100% confident about that.
no, they've already crossed the line. They crossed the line with 9 minutes to go, almost exactly. So I'm very confident of it now. There will be 2 laps to go in this race, and they'll cross the line with about a minute remaining in the lead there. What order are they going to be when we get there? What are these guys going to be like when we get there as well? Battle for 5th place between Archie Guben and Sami Matti-Trogen. They almost touch on the way down the hill here towards the Tiergarten. Big bravery stuff needed here, and Trogan gets through and just about with the space to cut in front of the Porsche before the turn as well.
That was a bit aggressive, but it's all fair, and that's the real racing nature. They trust each other, I think, to do this and to give each other the room, even in the sim world. Trogan's going to get pinched onto the wall. How aggressive does Guben want to take it? Eventually fans out to the left-hand side. The opportunity to overcommit into the braking zone. Guben tries the switchback. Nothing happening there. Trogan into 5th.
Upper place, and he'd imagine he will be able to stay there because that Lamborghini very strong through the corners. Trogan very quick, over 1 lap speed, and so I think by the next time they're on the back straight, he won't be in slipstream range anymore, and that Lamborghini may well finish a respectable 5th place, which, given the trials and tribulations of today, I think can be considered a good result.
Yeah, again, they haven't necessarily had the race speed that the qualifying showed, and after being involved in the lap 1, turn 1 drama, hasn't been easy to them by any means. So, we have 2 laps to go then, as these drivers work their way back towards the Nordschleife. And between your race leaders, the BS Plus competition car and the Team Redline machine, is back up to around 2.5 seconds. So Lucas Herrmann being able to now keep Max Weining at bay, at least momentarily. Traffic's going to play a factor as well, though, of course, so they've got to keep each other relatively honest. The other BS competition car has Seb Weldon back behind the wheel. Ian Tunes in the AMG Team HRT by UOL car.
And that little move down the inside towards the final chicane there is going to really help them continue on. Now then, round 2. Sontec Racing versus Tory Sport for the win is happening again here. Alex Arana has been caught by Lucas Muller.
And so now, I believe different drivers, the 2 that are tangled slightly earlier, because I thought it was Benedict Hitz that was in the Door Esports car at the time, and similarly for Sontec Racing, I was pretty sure it was Tattoo C. They've done their driver changes as well in the pit stop sequence, and as the SB9s filter their way on through, it's just these 2, and with a big gap behind to be able to battle. Because of how these classes are all racing, if you're in a fight like this, surely you want to be the car in second, Dottinger, if you're within the drafting range.
It really depends on your straight line speed, though. There's different manufacturers in play here, with the BMW leading and the Aston Martin behind. If it's not as quick in the straight line, then you can't quite bank on that as you can do if you're in the same manufacturer, or indeed if the situation's a little bit different. If you're in the faster manufacturer in a straight line, then you can bank on that. But if those things don't apply, then you've got to find some other way round, and that might be what we're seeing here for Doris. But also we've seen as well, it's not one of those circuits where you cannot break away from the slipstream. You can get away from it if you take the lead on the penultimate lap, which these guys are on.
Yeah, you might need some traffic, though, to kind of help you, and I don't think that's necessarily something you can gamble on being a guarantee. You're somewhat hoping and praying that it is going to trend in that direction. We've got 5 minutes now left in this race. It's for the SB10 lead, of course, as we continue to track them between Weining and Herrmann. Out front, gap now has dipped below 2 seconds for the very first time. It's almost into drafting range as well, so it's becoming increasingly tight, not just in the SP9s, not just in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, just in the SP10s as well. But of course, I believe in the SP3T class, Team Hoisingveld still lead over Impulse Racing. Not sure the exact margin there, but they have been pulling away the last couple of laps.
And there is a battle for third place in SP3T, so that's one to watch as well. Carlisle Esports trying to hang on to that final podium place ahead of Pro Sport. And these 2 in the leading battle of SP10 are about to pass it. There go the Hyundais through the shot there. So 2 very close battles on their penultimate laps about to converge.
I wonder what Max Verstappen's thinking right now, by the way, watching his teammate up front and just waiting with bated breath to see what's happening with the gap. This gap now within about 2/10 or so. It's down to 1.3 at the front of the field. We'll keep you updated on what's happening there, even if we don't get the live pictures as it happens. Here comes Door Esports, though, almost with some overlap on the BMW for Alex Arana. They will catch those two cars battling for third in the TCR class, the SP3T category, after the mud curve at a very, very crucial point. That little bit of a jink on that hairpin that builds you into the carousel. If Arana's able to get some separation here, it will give him a bit of breathing room. Exactly what he needs on that run towards Hoa Act. He'll look to the inside. He'll get one of the cars. Door Esports will try and follow.
They will, but what about at the carousel? If Sontec get through and Door don't, then that could be almost the race. It's going to be a big advantage, and Carlisle defend. Probably the smart thing to do. Carlisle defend, because they could have found themselves out of the group, and they would have lost third if that would have happened.
And here we go, then Arana had to be very aware, because the Door Esports Aston Martin was looking to try and get alongside, but fortunately we're through. Up to Hoa Act we go. One more lap after this one. Let's not forget, these drivers still have the battle for the lead going on between the 2 of them in this SP10 category. SB9's front of the field. BS Plus competition lead from Team Redline by still 1.7 seconds. So as we come on towards this final lap of the race, Whining hasn't been able to catch just yet. He's gotten close. Lucas Herrmann's done just enough. Similarly in this battle for the SB10s, Alex Arana doing just enough to hold off the Bosch driver behind him at Lucas Muller. Raphael Renhofer doing enough to fend off the advances of Sebastian Job. There are some mighty defensive efforts going up right now.
There are, and what's going to happen here is Wenning is going to catch Herrmann on the last lap, I think, and he's going to get one chance to try and win this race. It's a remarkable situation. We're going to get a last lap battle here for the race win of round 3 of the DNLS, and it's going to be very exciting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is we need like 5 different cameras to be able to show on screen at the same time to track all the different battles. Door Esport also have a bit of damage to the left. Not sure if that's going to compromise them slightly, Ewan, but it shows the battle's been physical, that's for sure.
It has. There's already been one incident between these two earlier on, of course, where Sontek turned across Door Esports. They kind of got hooked together, and the Aston Martin ended up in the grass. They've caught back up again, and now the battle resumes. They're all very nearly down the inside of the Kleiner carousel now as well. Through they go on one of the VT2 cars. There'll be an SB9 just behind of the other Sontek racing car, trying to follow them through. Can they just disrupt Door Esports? No, not really, and it would be slightly immoral to do so anyway. But it looks like Sami Matti-Trogan has at least distanced his rivals.
Sami Matti-Trogan may give Alex Arana just a tad bit of draft, though, and I think that's relatively important as we cycle on to what is, again, the final lap of the race. The clock's about to strike 0, and we'll see the final lap in. So, Door Esports closing, draft being fed from Alex Arana's teammate Sami Matti-Trogan to the SB10s behind. They are definitely closing, though, are the Door Esports machines. Getting closer and closer, left, then right, wants the inside in towards the Tiergarten, doesn't want to be compromised and pushed off onto the dirty side of the track. Arana doesn't fight it, recognizes that maybe being second on the final lap of the race isn't the worst thing in the world. Door almost make a mistake, but hold on through the final corner.
Well, they hold it onto the road, but they might not hold on to the place. That was too deep on the brakes into the Tiergarten. They crossed the line with seconds remaining. The leaders have already crossed the line. It will be the last lap of the race, and there they are. The leaders are together in SB9 and SB10.
Yeah, this is great. This is what we wanted, the ability to turn our attention across of both the battles. Final lap underway. Let's not forget the battle for the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, going to be quite exciting as well. Max Whining is within a car length in toward the entry into the Nordschleife loop. The problem becomes, don't pass here, you then have to wait until maybe Arenberg, maybe Shroud and Krauts, if you're feeling really brave. After that, there's not much you can really hope for. All 3 battles on your screen now. As top of your screen, you see Raphael Renhofer, Sebastian Job in towards the carousel.
Yeah, I hope you've got 6 eyes at home, because that's what you need at the moment for watching all of this. SB9 in the bottom right, SB10 in the bottom left, and at the top, the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, where I thought Renhofer was getting away from Sebastian Job actually early on, but clearly Job has held on, and it's still a good fight for the win. Door Esports initially taking some gains as well from Alex Arana in SB10, you can see down there as well.
Yeah, this is where I think we're now expecting to see the drivers having to push, especially in the SB10 category, given that there's some traffic that they're having to interact with as well. Over Flugplatz, the corner, you see Lucas Herrmann, Max Whining continuing just to run bumper to nose effectively between those 2 cars. It's Mercedes versus Ferrari. Ferrari very strong in a straight line. It closes, it closes, it closes. We're rising up towards Shroud and Krauts. Whining gets the door slam shot on him as Herrmann covers the line. VT2 car in front. Arenberg, not a passing opportunity by any means. That's the VT2 leader as well. Whining tries to get as good an exit down the hill as possible on the run down in towards the compression, in towards the Vauxhall. The climb up to Adnar Forest. Next real passing opportunity going to be the exit out of Bergwerk. Whining needs to stay in the tyre tracks.
He needs to stay very close indeed and just follow through the traffic. It's been quite thick in these last few laps, and he's done a good job at following through. but he needs to continue to do that as well before this next overtaking opportunity. We mentioned how strong the Ferrari is in a straight line. It can almost overtake on any short straight around this racetrack, but he's got to be more cautious than that. He can't throw it down the inside anywhere. He's pretty much going to have one chance in this race, maybe two if he's lucky. It's all going to come on this last lap, of course, of the race. This by far the closest of the three leading fights.
And Sontec seemingly have dropped off the back of Door in the SP10 battle, so we can somewhat divert our attention away from them and focus it on the two fights that we do have that have stayed relatively close. Redline involved in both of them, and Redline right now in both fights in second, looking to move forward. Renhofer and Job are ready to start what will be the final lap of their race, because they're coming up towards Tiergarten now. Meanwhile, Lucas Herrmann, Max Weining, this is where we were saying, coming out of Bergwerk, who is going to get the better exit? Because Weining's there, Weining is right there, and all it's going to take here is one slip up from Lucas Herrmann, him getting into the traction control for something to change.
Just anything could change this fight. Any small, minute thing could change this battle. And Renhofer's in. Renhofer doesn't have the fuel in the Scherer car. And Redline is surely going to win from here.
So the fuel was close. We weren't sure if it was going to be an extra lap or not. Scherer Esport flew too close to the sun, and Raphael Renhofer with the agonizing trip down pit lane with no option but to stop and splash and dash. Although having said that, is that a drive-through penalty? Because they've just not stopped. Meanwhile, side by side, Max Weining around the outside on his return to the sim racing universe has the bravery to take the lead. Max Weining is back in the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series.
And Lucas Herrmann very nearly lost the car entirely, but surely Weining has won this race for Redline now on the very last lap of the race with an overtake around the outside of the mud curve. It had to be a special move to take this race, and it looks like we've just seen it.
What a move it was. Last time it was Kevin Ellis Jr., Rudy Van Buren, who put on display of respect in the mud curve. This time it was audaciousness, it was confidence, and it was the feeling of someone that hasn't enjoyed sim racing for now 3 full years. Max Weining is back, and with a move like that, the future bright.
Well, as I said, it had to be a special overtake, and it really was from Maximilian Weining there for Team Redline. The pressure of all of the Redline fans and all of the expectation from that organisation on his shoulders, he produces something like that. Lucas Herrmann drove well. He held them off for as long as he possibly could, but in the end didn't quite have it in the battle. And either way, it was going to be hard to hold that Ferrari straight line speed back again.
Yeah, and I think you could tell the desperation was there when Lucas went side by side, right? He knew there wasn't going to be another opportunity. Here's the look up above. Our AMG Motorsports replay. Lucas Herrmann on that inside. Max Weining the long way around, and he was already clear before they even got into the corner. Yes, there's some contact, but it's a clean pass.
It is a clean pass. There's no arguments about it from me this time around. There was some question marks about the one at round 2, certainly. In the end, that was adjudged to have no further action, and I think that was the right call. I don't even think the stewards are going to have to make one this time.
I would hope not. I hope they can stay out of this and keep a quiet end to the day for them. Let's focus in on some of the other fights, though, as Weining gets ready to come towards the line. Here's the X-Racer car behind the Adrenaline Motorsport machine. Battles on the run to the line. And I think this is for a podium spot.
It certainly was earlier. I'll check again just to make absolutely sure. No, it's not. Mahler have gotten through. So Mahler Racing Team, while every leading battle under the sun has been going on, Mahler Racing Team have overtaken both of these cars, and Adrenaline are looking to stop the threat of cars going through, and they might well have just done. X-Racer making a mistake there.
So Alexia Loma may have just slipped up and let the pressure off in the closing stages on Fabian Hari. I mean, if the last round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series in 2023 was the best race that we've ever had, this has been quite remarkable. Maybe not as tense, maybe not as dramatic in the same ways, but by no means any less remarkable. It is going to be winning at the front, I think, for Max Weinig as he builds up the gap to Lucas Herrmann behind. Here, though, are a couple of the other machines. There is the ATRS Aston Martin, followed by the Adopt Don't Shop BMW.
Yeah, ATRS looking to hang on to ninth place. So many battles going on at the end here, by the way, but one that certainly isn't is that one for the race win with Maximilian Weinig and Team Redline, who have taken this on the last lap, and they haven't had to wait for the back straight either.
Yeah, I'm not even sure exactly where they are, by the way. We're watching the battle for 9th and 10th and SP10 with relatively low stakes on the line. But as we go a little bit more crazy, that seems like an SP3T car trying to stay out of harm's way as 6th and 7th relatively close. Nürburgring Esports, the Pro Sports sim racing machine. Kevin Krosny and Niels Rotel work their way onto the Dottinger. We've missed the race winner coming to the line. It is Team Redline, it's Max Weinig, it's Max Verstappen, winners in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series to open up 2024. Verstappen goes back-to-back, and Weinig makes his return to the sim racing top echelon with a move that will be remembered.
And smiles from the both of them as well. Deserved race win in the end, but Redline had to work very, very hard for that one, and eventually take the race win by a very small margin. 3.8 seconds it will be called at the line, but even that margin doesn't reflect the race we've just seen.
And I do think that if you are Lucas Herrmann, you can't be too frustrated with yourself. You did all that you could. That Ferrari was just a step above today. Wait for the rest of the winners to come to the line so we can congratulate them on some great drives. It will be double delight for Team Redline, let's not forget, especially after the fuel mishap for Scherer Esports. Door Esports winning in SP10 after being able to break clear of Sontec in the closing stages. Lucas Muller in that Aston Martin, along with Benedict Hitz. A bit of a hip check on the left side, battle scars shown, but it is Door Esports finally on top in this 2023-2024 Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Team Oisingfeld winning in the SP3T with Fabian Siegmann at the line crossing for them. And we'll just wait, of course, to confirm the fast lane by Smiller Esports team. Nicholas Walter in the 477 crosses the line for them. And now just the wait, Ewan, for Team Redline in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class. Diogo Pinto and Sebastian Job to take the win.
Yeah, they've got to be close. I think they just are about to, actually, on the way towards the end of the lap. Yeah, they're just making their way down the back straight now, I think, to complete this race. And they should be on their way as well. So drive-through penalty for Scherer has set them back to second position and gives us another twist in that championship. Puts Redline really into the equation now. They weren't really there before. Only 9 points to this point, but they've just scored 15 with this race win.
Here they are. Actually still have to run their way through the mini carousel, the Galgenkopf section, and of course the Dottinger. But at the end of the day, like, I don't think they'll be too disappointed with how things have gone over the season as a whole. Diogo Pinto, of course, did that first round by himself and got a podium finish, at least for Redline. And yes, the most recent round of the championship, that BMW M 3-hour race didn't go the way that Job and Benito would have wanted, but there were signs of speed, signs of potential, and Sebastian Job, who's becoming more and more familiar with these new colors that he's going to be racing in more of this year. Of course, the Oracle Red Bull Racing Sim Racing program partnering up with Team Redline for this year moving forward. Going to be quite exciting to see how they go. And yeah, it's a lineup that the rest of the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy class, I think, is going to be fearing if they see it for the rest of the season.
I think the most impressive thing about these double wins for Redline here today is the fact that they've had to work so hard for them. It's been different to them just getting out front and destroying everyone with pace. They've been challenged, but they've come out on top even despite that, and that's something that you don't always see for Redline or indeed any of the top teams. So great drive from both the Porsche and SB9 teams here for Team Redline today.
And so Sebastian Job wins for Team Redline. What a win it is as well, alongside Diogo Pinto. Strategy, staying out of trouble. It all came together. And on top in that number 130. So we'll wait for the rest of the cars to come to the line. We'll get a chance to run through the results, and then we'll close up the 3.5-hour race. There's Raphael Redhofer coming to the line in second after that drive-through on the final lap. We're racing again, 17th of February for a 3-hour race, and then the second March, our 4-hour season finale. I'm sure you join us for all of that. Be there or be square. It's going to be a lot of fun. And Ewan, based on today, I think the championship's shaking up to be very, very interesting across the board.
It certainly is. We are in for a very intriguing penultimate round because, as we mentioned, it's not all about being the championship leader going into that and defending it, because likely if you are the championship leader, you're going to have a success ballast, a success penalty, to really deal with. So that's all going to be an equation to work out in the next round. Just 3 hours, of course, half an hour shorter than we've got here today. And we'll see who is going to be leader of the championship by the time we get to the finale, as Graiken Motorsport make absolutely sure they've got enough fuel to go to the end here. And I hope that they have. They're one of the final teams to have to come over the line. In fact, they're not even one of the last, to be fair. Avia WSE Motorsport have still yet to come down, and they're 12th position. They're still quite away from the line.
Yeah, we've still got ways to go before we can wrap things up. Here comes WSR Esports butt kicker. Of course, World Sim Racing's esports team grabbing a victory in the LMP2 class of the iRace 24 Hours of Daytona last week. Even for them, as Braden Werner brings it to the line just in front of Kramer Racing, Esport and Van Droyten in the 112. And as Ewan mentioned, still waiting for the rest of the cars to come to the line. David Williams next up in the Coanda Esports 118. That purple and orange machine. PB Performance, Tom Osterman alongside Marcus Deck for the 106 car, that yellow and black entry that has had some decent speed, if not the results to show for the speed over the course of the season. Started 9th, finished 10th for them, and now just wait for a handful more to come to the line. As we do so, I mean, Ewan, last round in 2023, one of the best races that I think we've ever seen in the series. This was a very good one too, a great move to secure the win, battles in all of the leads. It does seem as though we're in for a very, very exciting fight, I think, to the end of the season.
Yeah, we've seen such fantastic races so far. I'd be half tempted to say this one was better than the last one as well, though pretty close in terms of entertainment. Both of them were absolutely excellent. And we're in for a fantastic final couple of rounds as well, because not only is it going to be the battles for the race win, which are going to excite us to the end, it's also going to be about the championship standings, adding that extra layer as we find out the DNLS champions for 23-24.
And I think here comes one of the final cars that will run to the line, the Avia WNS eMotorsports 120. David Wasserman will bring this car across the line in 12th position. They started up in 10th, lost a couple of spots through the day, but ultimately seemingly a clean car. That is all you could realistically end up hoping for. 3.5 hours of racing done and dusted here at the Green Hell to open up a new calendar year. It ends as it did in 2023 with Max Verstappen on top, this time with Max Weining, of course, as his teammate. And I think with all the cars now officially across the line, we can run down those race results and we can begin to wrap up coverage here today. So as we make our way on over to those results. Again, Weining and Verstappen on top and victorious in the SP9 category. And I hope that move from Max Weining reassures him that he is here to stay. Missed him in sim racing competition for quite a while, but hopefully he is back and better than ever. Here are those results. It is ultimately a margin of 4 seconds at the end between the top two, with Verstappen and Weining, and then Christian Hermann second. 4 seconds there. 10 seconds or so back to Alejandro Sanchez and Elias Sepinen in the AMG Team MSI car. If they had had a slightly smoother race, they could have maybe challenged for that second spot, with the AMG Team Williams HRT machine in third, and then Sontec, Coanda Esports by Mantai, and then AMG Team Williams and BS Competition through the top 8. And you look at those margins, ends up being almost 50 full seconds through those cars. Remember, Verstappen and Weining also had a 30-second success penalty. What a remarkable drive and a race it was from them. Through the rest of the results in the SP9 category, after their 27 laps of racing, down in 9th position was the AMG Team HRT by UOL entry. I believe Jimmy Antunes was the one that crossed the line for them. And then to complete your top 10, AMG Team Apex Racing Team as the number 48 gets across the line. Then M&J Downforce, Jonas Gundert finishing up the race for them. Leipzig Esports was in 12th. WS Racing was down in 13th with the Falcon Sim Racing team, Pro Sport Sim Racing, Nürburgring Esports and RC Car Shops. Then the rest of your top 17 as you see the gaps then through the rest of the field on your screen right now. 2 minutes back to 13th and WS Racing, and then almost 3 minutes back to 16th and the Nürburgring Esports team. Don't forget that Holder Motorsports, one of our few retirees in this race here today, only DNF in that SB9 category. Ewan, as you look at these results, any surprises in the SB9s?
SB9 surprises, I think, are there any really in that respect? I think in terms of those who finished down the bottom, I don't think there's any sort of big names who have crashed out from today, which is a good thing. I think when you compare it to qualifying, certainly Falcon Sim Racing team have certainly underperformed, but that was largely due to their start to this race, where they were shoveled quite out wide quite early on. So not particularly, no big names particularly crashed out from this one, which is good.
See if there's any surprises in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class then, with Job on top. Renhofer and Alpert ending up 14 seconds back after that drive-through. And then Johnny and Kita grabbing third for the Apex Racing team. Yarshel and Warner for Door Esports grab fourth, maybe slightly missed out in terms of how the strategy worked for them and with traffic as well, but still had plenty of speed on display today. And in front of the second of the Scherer cars, the one with that big 30-second success penalty after winning the BMW M 3-hour race. Greiker Motorsport, 6 for them in the 103, in front, of course, of WSR Esports butt kicker with Tyler Hervius and Braden Werner finishing up the driving responsibilities in the 123. Bobby Zelensky, David Williams in the 118 for Coanda Esports end up almost 2 full minutes behind your race leader. And as you continue to go down through the results, PB Performance then would be down in 9th. Holder Motorsports in 10th. Racing team would then be down in 11th with Avia WNS. Nürburgring Esports and Coanda Esports, 2 cars actually scored, has 1 lap down there in this spec Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring category. Of course, all racing in the Porsche 911. GT3 cars, that new wide body, of course, that makes it slightly more difficult to differentiate from the Porsche GT3R, its big GT3 counterpart. Yeah, SB 10s then will be up next. Door Esports, Lucas Muller, Benedict Hitz, winners in the season for the first time. And in front of Sontec Racing, Tatu Sipala and Alex Arana drop back on the closing lap, 1.7 seconds at the end of the day. Ruben Bonga for the Marla Racing team, along with Felix Quirnbach, grabs third. Adrenaline Motorsport able to work their way on forward to fourth. And just finishing in front of Atu Hakaleto and Alexia Loma, the Nürburgring Esports team with Engelhardt and Krosny, 6 for them, in front of Brill and Rottel for the Pro Sport Sim Racing SB10 and Leipzig Esports Mercedes. 3 drivers behind the wheel there, but ending up 8th position after their 27 laps of racing. Through the rest of the running order behind Leipzig East, Adopt Don't Shop, of course, the team name change for Hardcore over to that. ATRS as well in their Aston Martin, and I believe that was basically it and the running order for these SB10s, which, let's not forget, Ewan, at the start of the race, they were keeping each other basically right on top of everybody.
Yeah, the top 10 were in one long line from the very start, and in the end, unfortunately, Frozen Speed by Grin and Go got very detached from that, obviously retired from this race, as you can see, but it was a good race in SB10. I think the right team won, though. Door Esports, even after their spin, clearly had the speed to close up to and overtake Suntec, which was no mean feat, and they deserved the win.
And penultimate class to talk about, SB3T. It's Team Hoisingveld that is on top in their 801 for what is the first time this season after 2 consecutive second-place finishes. They finally get onto the top step. Impulse Racing second and not able to take advantage of no success penalty, something they will have to deal with in the next round of the championship. And Pro Sport, final car on the podium spot. Carlar 4th, this is .de by Racing 77, finished down in 5th, then 2 retirements in this class. SimRC 6th, Scherer in 7th, and that SimRC finish down in 6th is going to set up a very interesting showdown, Ewan, in those final 2 rounds of the championship.
It is. You do wonder what SimRC are going to do to everyone next week or next round when they've got no success ballast.
runaway is potentially what they'll do. Quick look at the VT2 results with Fastlane by Smiller, the winners by 30 seconds over Nürburgring Esports. And so at the end of the day, that's basically the success penalty margin. It could have been a lot closer without that. Kaufman third and fourth, and then Wolf Motorsports down at the very back of the order. The look top to bottom at the results. And so Ewan, closing thoughts then as we get ready to say goodbye.
Another fantastic race in the DNLS. Thoroughly enjoyable again. And we're shaped up beautifully for the last 2 rounds.
Well, I guess it's time then to goodbye. Another great race. We had a blockbuster to close out 2023, a blockbuster to open up 2024. Next time we go racing here in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series is going to be for a 3-hour race on the 17th of February. Don't forget to join us here on Nürburgring TV. But for everyone behind the scenes, Ewan O'Leary, along myself, Arjuna Kankipati, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the motorsport weekend. There's a lot to watch. We'll see you next time here at the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series.